Walking through the city, lights all aglow. Everybody's got a story to show. Wheels keep spinning, streets overflow. Hustle never stops, we're in the flow. Skylines high like our dreams in the air. Concrete jungle, we got flair. Rhythm of the night, we don't care. Underneath the stars we breathe rare. In this urban jungle we're alive. Heartbeats echo as we strive. Dreams collide where the streets survive. Together we'll thrive, side by side. Echoes of the past linger near. Future calls, we face it with no fear. Every corner tells a tale so clear. In the city, we chase what we hold dear. Shadows and whispers blend in the night. City's pulse beats with all its might. Lost in the chaos, but it feels right. We rise above, reach new heights. In this urban jungle, we're alive. Heartbeats echo as we strive. Dreams collide where the streets survive. Together we'll thrive, side by side.
And welcome to today's Order Paper Podcast Marathon. We're joined here by Tammy, who's going to be joining us for the first 2 hours of commentary on submissions. How's Tammy professionally today that you'd love the audience to find out?
Kia ora, Sam. Thank you for having me. Ko Tammy Stroman, toku ingoa, no pipatia aho e noho ana. So I am Tammy Stroman, a resident of Thorndon, Wellington. And I do advisory, I do projects, and I am definitely an active member of our community.
Oh, that's good. And which electorate do you live in?
Well, I am currently reside in Pipatia itself. So this is home for me. Wellington is home. So yeah, it is now.
So for those who are watching at home, if it's a general electorate, it's Wellington Central, and if it's Māori electorate, it's Te Tai Tonga. So you're just over in a different electorate from me, who's down the road in Rongotai.
Kia ora.
Yeah.
Kia ora, I am.
Yeah. Well, thanks for joining me today to go through the last day of covering treaty principle bill submissions and seeing how the general discourse of the country is. Because it's interesting.
It's been really interesting listening, actually. You know, when we're at a point where we're seeing this much pushback and this many people actually having something to say on something, it's time to take notice. Clearly, there's discourse. Clearly, we need some resolutions. And I think so many of the submissions have brought interesting korero and commentary to their solutions table.
Okay, let's kick off with, so this will be one of Duncan Webb's last subcommittees, and it's the Tauranga Māori Business Association. Has that been that? Oh, no, I might have the wrong one there. No, it's, I'll find out when I hit play.
Kia ora, Leonie. Good to see you there. We've welcome to the Justice Subcommittee. We've got you for 10 minutes today. So in the interest of time, I'll hand straight over to you to speak to your submission. Kia ora.
Kia ora. Ngā mihi nui kia koutou, kia tātou, ngā mema o te komiti, ngā tangata kua tai mai mā rorohiko. Ko wai ahau, ko manawa whakapa tōku ingoa, huri ahau no Ngāti Tūwhare Toa ki Taupo, Ngāti Kahanga Nui ki Here Taunga. Ko au te tumaki o te ropu mō ngā Pakehi Māori o Tauranga Moana. He roi ahau, he kai whakahaere no te tari o Harris Tate ki Tauranga Moana. So just acknowledging the committee, a huge mihi thank you for the opportunity to present this morning, and also acknowledging anyone that's attending online this morning. So my name is Leonie o Manawa Whakwa. I am the chair of the Tauranga Māori Business Association. I'm also a lawyer and director of a firm named Harris Tate Lawyers in Tauranga. So I'm here this morning representing the board of the Tauranga Māori Business Association and also our members of the association and opposing the treaty principles bill. I understand that our written submission will be taken as read. So what I'm planning to do this morning is just address some of the key points that we made in our submission. Just to start off with, just in terms of who we are as an organisation, we're made up of a board of 7 members who are leaders in various industries. We represent Māori businesses in Tauranga Moana who whakapapa mai ngā haue whā from iwi across the motu, including the 3 main iwi of Tauranga Moana, Ngāti Ranginui, Ngāti Rangi me Ngāti Pukenga. We provide business support and various opportunities to our members, including education, networking, advisory services, promotion and other opportunities. Our business owners also operate in quite a wide variety of industries, both locally, nationally, etc. From tourism, hospitality, construction, horticulture, and a variety of service industries, including legal, insurance, accounting, etc., quite a wide range. So Māori business owners and our Māori business owners that are part of our organisation, they do not just focus on economic success, but on success that ensures the overall well-being of the whānau, their communities, the environment. Our business owners are focused on making what we call mokopuna decisions, decisions that will have a positive impact on generations to come and are not just focused on what you can achieve for yourself and everyone that's here today. So as an organisation, we oppose the Treaty Principles Bill for a number of reasons. Firstly, the bill, in our view, is a breach of Te Tiriti o Waitangi in and of itself. It is an attempt to rewrite Te Tiriti and fundamentally undermine its 4 principles. The Article 2 guarantee to Māori of tino rangatiratanga over our land, villages and other taonga, including our reo, is gone, unless agreed to in a deed of settlement. The commitment to protecting Māori and ensuring Māori have equal rights is gone. And this has been done from, at this stage, in terms of the proposal, one party's perspective, not even a tiriti partner. It is against fundamental principles of contract law to unilaterally rewrite a contract that has been entered into between 2 parties, particularly one with such historical significance as Te Tiriti o Waitangi as a founding document of Aotearoa. There's been no consultation with Māori before the bill was presented to Parliament and has since been put forward for public submission. This is again against Te Tiriti itself and the principles of partnership and good faith, which flow from Te Tiriti and which the Crown has a responsibility to uphold. It's a takahi on the mana of our tupuna who signed Te Tiriti, so it's stomping on their mana. By not providing explicit mechanisms for safeguarding Māori rights, interests and cultural identities in the bill, if the bill is passed, the government will be neglecting its obligations to Māori, and this is detrimental to fostering the trust, respect between Māori and the Crown, which should be the foundation of our relationship. The bill purports to promote equality, but ignores the need for equity. It fails to include any purported consideration or recognition of the Crown's breaches of Te Tiriti to date, and the impact of that on Māori, including in terms of the loss of our land, our reo, and for many our culture. Māori tino rangatira was not preserved and protected, as was promised. Our reo was not protected, instead our tupuna were beaten for speaking te reo. Our land was not protected, instead our land was confiscated or purchased at significant undervalue, with Māori as kaitiaki not understanding the concept of ownership. Our tupuna were treated as second-class citizens, and in lots of ways this still continues today. In my submission, the Crown has a continuing obligation under Te Tiriti o Waitangi to do everything it can to right those wrongs and provide Māori with the support needed so that Māori are brought onto somewhat of a level playing field. This is despite the challenges, given the deep-seated nature of the Crown's breaches and the effects of this. Treaty settlements are not enough to achieve this. We still see the effects of the Crown's breaches of Te Tiriti o Waitangi today. We see this with our business owners and their struggles, their inability to speak te reo Māori, the impact of this on their identity, and almost everyone that we speak to being on a journey to revitalise or even learn their reo. Our business owners' financial struggles, the reasons for creating their own businesses, including a desire to create a legacy for their whānau and future generations, the challenges and frustrations that come with navigating systems and policies that often disregard our fundamental rights as Māori and are not fit for purpose. If these issues have not already been adequately addressed when we're applying the principles of Te Tiriti o Waitangi as we have them today, as we understand them to be today, then any future application of the principles of the proposed Treaty Principles Bill is clearly going to have a detrimental impact on Māori. Again, reminding everyone that in the bill, our tino rangatiratanga, the acknowledgement and recognition of our tino rangatiratanga is gone, active protection is gone, and the commitment to ensuring equality for Māori is gone. So the bill disregards all of these issues. We've asked on that basis that Parliament reject what we see as a divisive and ignorant piece of legislation. We recommend that Parliament move forward with a focus on moving forward in the spirit of Te Tiriti o Waitangi with a genuine partnership with Māori. This would include engaging and meaningfully consulting with Māori in good faith, governing Aotearoa in partnership with Māori, building relationships founded on respect, transparency and shared decision making, and investing in initiatives to improve outcomes for Māori.
I've just noticed we're almost at time, but we've got a question or two. Could we go to questions? Would that help?
That's fine if you have a
Let's
question.
go to Tākuta had his hand up first, so let's go to Tākuta. I think that's all we have time for.
Tēnā koe e te tuahine, i o kōrero. One of the things, the government and ACT, they present themselves as being, quite onto it when it comes to business and the economy. And given that the Māori economy is like 50% of fishing, 40% of forestry, we're about 20% of sheep and beef, 12 or 13% of dairy in the country. What does this bill communicate to our Māori business community about how the type of support we can expect in growing our community? Not to mention that 30% of our kids are going to make up the future workforce. They'll be 30% of their workforce. So what does this bill and all of this action communicate to our Māori business economy?
It basically communicates that our government is not going to adhere to promises that were made before, that we're not going to be provided with the support that we need, particularly in light of the historical grievances, that the issues that we're facing already are just going to be exacerbated. It's going to be worse, and it's scary. A lot of our business owners are in true fear for what the impact that a bill like this will have on not only them, their whānau, their mokopuna, but actually on Aotearoa as a whole.
We're over time, but thanks. I thought it'd be useful to get that question in rather, but thank you for your contribution and thank you for your substantial.
Well, that's a very interesting way to sit there and lambast National and ACT about being the business party while ignoring a very big business sector of the country known as the Māori economy.
Yeah, indeed. Look, she tapped on quite a few good points there. I mean, particularly about the social and economic policies that are impacted, especially for Māori business and not having the support moving forward. Our collective goal should be to increase the quality of life and health for all of our people and to improve the economic health and the nation as a whole. Something that clearly is lacking within this proposed bill. And I think she specifically spoke on the, not more or less saying it, but, basically influencing a very individualistic Western worldview, which is in contrast to our Māori worldview, and also an emphasis on a European worldview, especially as being the interpreter of the treaty, as well as its meaning and application. It literally strips whānau, hapu, iwi from this form of decision making. And so I think she made really valid points.
Okay, let's get on to David Dorbar. I wonder how this submission will go. It's what happens when you don't know what the submissions are in advance until you literally get to them.
Members, our next submitter is David Dorbar, and we have David for, I see we've got Rawari rather than David, but that's all good. We just wait for him to come online.
Well, I'm here.
Kia ora, Rawari, good to see you. We've got your very short submission that you're here to speak to, and I think we've got you for 10 minutes, so I'll hand straight over to you. Kia ora.
Yeah, I'm going to cut it a bit fine, but please allow me to finish. My name is Rawiri Dorbar. I'm of Otarawa, of Waitara, and here to oppose the principles of the Te Tiriti o Waitangi Bill on behalf of our hapu and whānau. The Te Tiriti o Waitangi is a foundational agreement affirming the sovereignty, rangatiratanga and self-determination of our hapu and whānau. The Henry Williams copy was signed by our rangatira in 1840 in good faith, ensuring our tino rangatiratanga over our land's taonga and our way of life. The whakaputanga o te rangatiratanga o Nutere in the 1835 Declaration of Independence remains legally recognised. Oh, shit. The Crown has both feudal and fiduciary obligations to uphold Māori self-determination and act in good faith. A quick historical context: systematic breaches of Te Tiriti, the colonial government, in direct contradiction to the guarantees within Te Tiriti, initiated military invasions and open confiscation legislation designed to dispossess us of our whenua and resources. The Waitara invasion of 1860 exemplifies the betrayal of the Tiriti, where military force was used to alienate us from our whenua. Successive settler governments have used legislative trickery, Native Land Act, New Zealand Constitution Acts, Resource Management Acts to systematically dispossess our people. Māori self-governance was originally protected under the 1846 and 1852 New Zealand Constitution Acts. The removal of these legal protections by the New Zealand Parliament constituted an act of treason under British law. Despite numerous commissions and reports recognising these injustices, successive governments have failed to fully restore the rights and lands wrongfully taken. There's never been any justice provided to us. The Treaty Principles Bill is a direct assault on the Te Tiriti o Waitangi. The principles of the Te Tiriti o Waitangi Bill represent an explicit and intentional direct assault on us. It distorts the principles of the Te Tiriti o Waitangi to fit a colonial framework that erodes our rights as Te Tiriti partners and consolidates state control. The bill is a calculated manoeuvre to strip tangata whenua of our rightful tino rangatiratanga and to redefine the Crown's obligations in a way that serves only settler government interests. A colonial government has no right to arbitrarily interfere with the confident of the Te Tiriti o Waitangi. The Crown's representative has no mandate to alter, redefine or undermine this relationship to suit the political interests of the settler government or its incorporations. The continued interference, legislative overreach and resource theft must end. This government must stop manipulating our Te Tiriti relationship and cease the ongoing marginalisation of our people and the rape of our lands, waters and our taonga. We see this bill as a deliberate strategy to provoke crisis. The introduction of this bill strongly suggests that the Crown is not simply redefining its obligations, but is deliberately escalating tensions to justify the suppression of our rights. If history has shown us anything, it is that colonial governments do not give up power willingly. We are being pushed into a corner so that the full force of the state can be used against us. If we resist, we will be criminalised and labelled as extremist, just as our tupuna were. If we comply, we allow the continued erosion of our rights in tino rangatiratanga. If we disengage, the settler government will claim Te Tiriti o Waitangi as irrelevant and move to dissolve it altogether. This is not simply semantics, nor is it about justice or fairness. This is about the government manufacturing consent for further state action against our people to secure the exploitation. As Governor Gore Brown declared in 1859 in his greed for our lands and resources, "Lecti si posent, si non qualcunque modo." If it can be done honestly, do so. If not, do it by any means necessary. Racist battle fatigue and intergenerational harm. The racist battle fatigue from our perspective is not just an individual experience, but an intergenerational burden carried by our people as we continuously resist the structures of colonisation that seek to dispossess us. It is the exhaustion that comes from having to constantly justify our existence under our rights under the Te Tiriti o Waitangi, our tino rangatiratanga, in the face of a government that has, for generations, weaponised dysfunction as a tool of control. One of the most insidious tools of the strategy is economic dependence. The government ensures our people's reliance on state unemployment benefits, solo parenting support as a means of social and economic control. By keeping our whānau trapped in a cycle of poverty, the state prevents the development of intergenerational wealth, limits self-sufficiency, and keeps our people preoccupied with survival instead of resistance. This strategy diverts attention away from the Crown's systematic theft of land and resources while reinforcing the false narrative that our Māori people require state intervention to function. This deliberate suppression erodes the waitu of individuals, fragments whānau, and forces our people into colonial systems that are designed to fail us. Over time, this fatigue manifests in intergenerational trauma, where the battles fought by our tupuna become the battles of our tamariki mokopuna, perpetuating a cycle that the colonial state relies upon to maintain its hold over our whenua and futures. Racist government fatigue, a systemic assault. Every day we endure the consequences of colonial rule in justice, education, health, housing, environmental management, social services, and economic opportunity. The justice system criminalises Māori disproportionately, ensuring high incarceration rates and ongoing state control over our people. The education system continues to erase our history, suppress our languages, and fail our tamariki at every level. The health system neglects our people, with Māori suffering from the worst health outcomes due to systemic bias and underfunding. The housing sector has made home ownership unattainable for many Māori, pushing whānau into homelessness and intergenerational poverty. The environmental policies continue to prioritise corporate interests over kaitiakitanga, stripping us of our control over our whenua and our waterways. The social services sector intervenes disproportionately in whānau Māori, removing tamariki from homes under policies reminiscent of colonial child removal practices. The economic system is structured to maintain whānau dependency while profiting from the ongoing exploitation of our natural and cultural resources. These are not isolated issues, they are deliberate and coordinated components of the ongoing colonial project, a system designed to keep our people suppressed, dispossessed and politically neutralised while continuing to extract wealth from our whenua and resources. But despite this, we continue to rise, drawing strength from our whakapapa mātauranga and the unyielding commitment to restore what was taken. The challenge is not just in resisting oppression, but in reclaiming the space to thrive beyond the limits imposed upon us. In conclusion, the principles of the Te Tiriti o Waitangi Bill represents the ultimate betrayal of the foundational agreement between our people and the Crown. It must be abandoned. The fight for justice, for sovereignty and for the future of our mokopuna will not end here, it will grow stronger. Our tupuna stood firm and so do we. These are the words of Te Rangi Puahuaho, a rangatira of Ngāti Mutunga, when asked by a judge if he had any words prior to sentencing. His crime was ploughing his ancestral lands after Pākehā illegally confiscated them. I have done no wrong. I have no blood on my hands, only the earth of my ancestors. I have no faith in your system. Do with me as you will. He was sent to Waiponamu and put to hard labour and imprisoned, as were hundreds of our people. 146 years later, nothing has changed. Our people have no faith in your system. Perhaps it is indeed time to step off. Perhaps it's time to step off this carousel of lunacy and re-establish our own judiciary. Tohu Kākahi predicted this. He kore e piri teuku ki te rino kawhitingia e te rā kangahoro ki ha. Te Whiti o Rongo predicted this. Nau te pāhua tuatahi maku te pāhua whakamutunga. We are the experts on colonisation. We see it every day. We've experienced it firsthand for generations. This bill is nothing more than a racist political move to manufacture consent for further state action against our people. I haven't even mentioned UNDRIP. Here we reject this bulletin in its entirety. Ngā mihi, kati.
Kia ora, thank you for that, Rory. We do have time for a question, and I see Steve Abel has a question.
Kia ora, Rawiri, accept your submission. It's totality. It's very powerful. Thank you. I particularly appreciated your line in point 4 where you said the focus on vague principles ignores the fact that a genuine partnership requires real justice and acknowledging and actively addressing these historical wrongs, not simply defining abstract principles devoid of practical application or redress for the ongoing impact of these injustices. Can you speak to the broader implications of us failing to treat te tiriti as a living relationship?
The ongoing
Failure to treat te tiriti as a living relationship.
Yeah, well, it'll be the ongoing death of our people in the health system, the ongoing homelessness of our people, the ongoing poverty of our people, the cycle that maintains us in a space where we're unable to stand up without permission, without resources, because all of our resources have been removed from us. It'll just continue. It's the only job of a colonial government is to maintain tangata whenua in a perpetual state of dysfunction, so that they can continue with their agenda of selling our resources and of making money off our backs. Aroha mai.
Kia ora.
Kia ora, Rory. Thank you for your submission. We're out of time, so we'll leave it there.
Kia ora, Rory.
I feel like, so I've updated the notes internally to Rawiri, but boy, it felt like the land speed record on speech reading was there, trying to be achieved on that speech, and definitely a bit different to a name. What do you think it will be to something very different to what I was expecting, but I like it.
Yeah, look, Rawiri had a powerful message to say. I really, really liked how he touched on self-determination and being legally recognised in good faith, because I think that's actually a big part of what's missing from this conversation, although many have tapped into it. When you have an agreement, in basic principle, when you have an agreement between two parties, it's, you would expect that any changes to that agreement would involve both those two parties. And what's a clear theme that's coming through is a direct assault on te tiriti and not including all its partners before bringing this to a select committee. There's powerful points to be made into that. We've had several people already talk about mokopuna and future, not just thinking about today, but thinking about the generations to come and who this will impact, as well as drawing on the mistakes that have made in the past. He mentioned about deliberate escalation of tensions, and that's a fair point to make, because how is this in good faith serving both parties, or part of the agreement? I really enjoyed what he had to say. I also think that, in addition to the honouring te tiriti as our foundation document, the government has a role and responsibility to protect human rights of its people, required from international law and treaties that Aotearoa has signed into, and these do include rights to access to food, shelter, water, education, and adequate healthcare. Clearly there's deficits within our communities who don't reap the rewards that some others do.
Yeah, and I mean, there's many comments that be going there. Just put it out to a referendum and have it over and dealt with. But by the sounds of it, we're not even ready to even get to the point that we can even sit there and have a mature conversation if that is the solution to the problem. As you may have heard many comments, and that's shown up in our comments as well on our videos, is just put it to a referendum and let the public decide. But that's not it's not exactly the best option when you're playing around with someone's rights.
Yeah, well, I mean, by allowing this proposed bill to proceed as far as select committee, basically through seemingly silo decision making, there is a consistent belief that the government has already breached its obligations under te tiriti or Waitangi, in addition to international human rights laws, and it does potentially deepen and harm social cohesion in Aotearoa. The consultation and collaboration are things that add to successes. Doing things silo and to the detriment of our shared agreements is not solutions moving forward.
No, exactly, that's right. Okay, the next submission is Mana Moana. Let's see. Let's kick that one off.
Kia ora,
Right, tēnā koutou.
members, our next submitter is Mana Moana. We have them for 10 minutes.
Always fun when these starting bits take up. At least I chop this all out
You'll
before
get
the
the camera on
videos go out.
Oh, kia ora. Good to see you. Welcome to this Justice Select Committee, and thank you for your written submission, which we have in front of us. We've got you for 10 minutes, so I'll hand straight over to you. There may be questions at the end. Kia ora.
Are we on now? Is Devita Kaili in the? Have they put Devita Kaili in? He is starting us off.
We haven't got Tavita online at the
Sitting,
moment.
he's here.
Okay. I think
You're
we're
right.
just
To
having a few-
Devita Kaili, you have to accept the invitation to speak to the committee.
Right,
He's
so he
here.
needs to accept the panelist prompt. Just click on accept. When the prompt comes up, then he'll be promoted to become a panelist.
Has he accepted it?
He
Yes.
appears to be coming on now.
Yes, thank you.
Right. So if he can just switch his kia ora, Tavita.
Kia ora.
We've got you here. We're kind of pressed for time. So welcome to the committee. You've got 10 minutes. I'll just hand straight over to you. Kia ora.
Thank you. Tapu mai tangata I whanua Aotearoa, mo te ika Maui, mo te Waiponam, kanaka o iwi o Hawaii, pepe ke tangata I whanua o Moana Nui, pepe ke komiti o e whamau totonu. I begin with an honorific salutation to the tangata whenua Aotearoa, te ika Maui, mo te Waiponam, also the kanaka o iwi o Hawaii where I'm located, and all the indigenous people of Moana Nui, and to the esteemed members of the Justice Committee. Today I speak as a Tongan, an indigenous person from Moana Nui, Oceania, and a relative to all Maori through our ancestors Tangaloa, Hina, and Maui. I'm also married to Elizabeth Rego Kaili, who is Ngati Hine and Ngapuhi, and I express my deep aroha from Hawaii to Ngati Hine and my Ngapuhi relatives. I'm currently residing in Oahu, Hawaii, and I'm a professor of anthropology and cultural sustainability at the Brigham Young University in Hawaii. Dr. Nuhisifa Seve, Niwen, and I are representing the Mana Moana, We Are Moana, We Are Maui, a collective of scholars, activists, and direct descendants of the Moana Nui region. These scholars and activists include Tinangata, Maori, Ngati Porou, Professor Vicente Diaz, Carolinian, Pompeian, and Keala Kelly, Native Hawaiian, Professor Kualoha Ho'omanawa Nui, Native Hawaiian, Professor Tina Taitano Delayo, Chamorro, and Brian Kafakafa Towson, Irish American. The treaty principles bills represent a profound disruption to the intricate relations that have long defined Maori Tinoranga Tiratanga and the vast social ties that bind Aotearoa New Zealand to the broader Moana Nui region. As a collective, we strongly oppose this bill, which marked not a step forward, but a dangerous unraveling of indigenous sovereignty, justice, and ecological responsibility. At its core, the bill weakens the Crown's obligation to Maori, disregarding the sacred commitments of the Tiriti o Waitangi, and undermining the self-determination of Tangata Whenua. Rather than nurturing the va between Maori and the state, it had imposed an asymmetrical power structure that privileges colonial governance over indigenous autonomy. This is not the trajectory of decolonization, it is a deliberate move to weaken Maori governance and entrench historical injustices. Beyond Aotearoa New Zealand, the implications extend across Moana Nui. New Zealand's colonial entanglements with Tokelau, Niue, the Cook Islands, and Samoa are deeply woven into the region's socio-political fabric. By failing to uphold the Te Tiriti, this bill signals to the wider Moana Nui that Aotearoa New Zealand remains unwilling to reckon with its colonial past and present. The va between Moana Nui nations, built on kinship, reciprocity, and shared struggles, is placed at risk when indigenous rights are diminished in one part of Oceania. The bill also threatens the ecological integrity of Moana Nui. Maui and Moana Nui people are genealogically tied to the land and sea, bound through whakapapa or hohoko, to the sacred ancestral beings of the natural world. This is not a mere connection, it is an ontological reality. The va between people and environment is one of reciprocal care. Maori governance over marine ecosystems and climate justice efforts are integral to the protecting these ancestral relations. The weakening of indigenous governance, as outlined in the bill, severs this relational responsibility and endangers ecological future of Moana Nui. Furthermore, the bill mirrors a broader pattern in Aotearoa New Zealand's foreign relation, a persisting privileging of strategic and economic interests over indigenous-led governance. A future center on Te Tiriti would not only honor Maori rights, but also position Aotearoa as a leader in indigenous-led ecological and political framework. Such a future would restore and strengthen the va within Moana Nui rather than further erode it. Ultimately, this bill is a stark manifestation of reluctance to dismantle colonial foundation. It does not foster tauhiba, nurturing just and balanced social cultural ties, but instead exacerbate the disjunction of power that have long marginalized indigenous people. At this time, I'm turning over to Dr. Nuhisifa Seve.
Whakalofalahi atu, I'm speaking as a Niuean, born in Niue but raised in New Zealand. There are 5 generations of my mga whaoa born in New Zealand. Relationships is a fundamental Moana Nui value. It underpins our experiences here as the Moana Nui diaspora. Our ancestors from the Moana Nui has always heeded the call of New Zealand. When you needed reinforcements for the New Zealand Expeditionary Forces during World War I, we came from across the Moana to join a war effort that our ancestors never really understood. They died and are buried across the oceans in the land of the Empire, and absent in the narratives of war of the Empire. We heeded the call for labour. Our ancestors left their homes in Niue, Samoa, Tokelau, and the Cook Islands in the first migration wave of the late 1950s and 1960s seeking better lives. Tongans would arrive later in the second wave from the 1970s onwards. When we came, New Zealand simply appended us to Māori, and as such, we were subjected to the benevolence of the state. What impacts on tangata whenua will also impact us. This is what our experiences of New Zealand has taught us as descendants of our ancestors that came, never to return to their island homes. Our ancestors pito are buried in the whenua of our island homes, but they rest here in the whenua of Aotearoa. The vibe between Moananui nations built on kinship, reciprocity, and shared struggles is why we are here today. We reject the treaty principle bill in its entirety. The integrity of Te Tiriti o Waitangi must be upheld to protect Māori rights, fortify Moananui solidarities, and ensure an Indigenous-centred approach to climate action. Only through such a commitment can Aotearoa truly sustain the vibe that binds land, ocean, and people, as our ancestors have done for generations. Whakawelahi te tina nata for writing the submission on our behalf, and the Mana Moana Collective, We Are Maui, We Are Moana, who continue to work across the Moana on issues of social justice and Indigenous sovereignty for the peoples of the Moananui. Whakawelahi for the opportunity to present today.
Well, thank you very much for your submission. We're pretty much out of time, but thank you for that. We do have your written submission in front of us as well. So, Malolena, thank you.
It's a bit of a shame there's no questions, but I learned a lot from that submission that I otherwise would never have known about the whole interwovenness of the Pacific Islands around Tiriti.
Yeah, I actually thought that was a really interesting point that was made, and I really appreciated having that international lens brought in from across the Moana. You know, clearly this is an issue that resonates in terms of parallels across other nations who have experienced colonization. And it's at the forefront of the debates in terms of the impact that it has on many of us. So, yeah, I really appreciated having that brought into the conversation.
Okay, let's move on to our next submitter, which is Te Kurawai o Ngaruahine Trust. I hope I said that right. Joys of all the Māori and looking at it for the first time and hopefully getting it right.
Members, our next submitter is Te Kurawai o Ngaruahine Trust. Kia ora, good to see you there. Welcome to this subcommittee. We've got you for 10 minutes to submit on the principles of the Treaty Waitangi Bill, and we've got our written submission in front of us. So I'll hand straight over to you. Kia ora.
Ngamihi o te ata mōrena, katoa koutou te rongo? Rauhe. Ngamihi o te ata mōrena kia koutou o tino tātou katoa I tēnei rangi hira ara ate rangi tuapā o te matatini ki waina ia mātou o te kāpui manga. Mātou anō o ngā rua ine mōrena nei rā ngamihi atu kia koutou ngā mema o tēnei komiti. Kei te rangatira I Duncan o tino kia tātou katoa ata mārie. Anei mātou ngā whakakano I te kurawai o ngā rua ine ara te paupakarai a I magana mautata I korere noa arangia. Hou, ngā tarati. Ko mātou nei e waha ake e tuana kia whakapua ki ka mātou waka e ki te principles of the Treaty of Waitangi Bill. Ki mohio mai nei koutou nā te papaku o te wā nā kuna ia hau I mea ana ko te pire. Aha ko te whakararo o te pire nei, hei whaia ki tāte titiro e te I. Ki ai mātou e whakai ana I ngā ruatanga ka pākiru nei te motu wānui, wai o ki mātou nei I Māori, o tinoa ngā punonga ana mati ki Wainanui I ngai Māori me te karauna. Ko te tiriti o Waitangi e kawenata. E kawenata rangatira I Wainanui I te karauna me ngā iwi Māori. Kaore e taia I te karauna anake te wakatakoto I te tikanga me ngā kaupapa tiriti ai wāngai hei waina anora mō ngā iwi katoa. Ko te pire nei e pehi ana I ngā kupu, I ngā rangahau, I ngā whakaro, mō ngā kāwanatanga me ngā kōti o mua anō nei hoki. E maa o ki ngā tiroanga ki tō tēnā iwi ki tō tēnā iwi kia āhei pai ai rātou o tinoa tātou ki ko mātou mana Māori motu ake. Nā te pire nei, ka pānia mai te iwi Māori e te pokangā ture me te toku whakamā I te mea kei taira e kōmingo ana te kore mo I o tana I ngā tikanga tiriti. Mā reira anō, ka tupu, ka ua mai te taonga a David mo ki Aotearoa ara ko te whakawelu e me te rangiwa. Nā reira, kaore e taia I te korowai o ngā rua ine, te waka ai, te tautoko rānei, I te waka takotoranga pēnei. Ko te mana o tō mātou iwi, ko te tino rangatira me ngā tiratanga me ngā tikanga o ngā rua ine me ona apu. Kei roto I ngā tukuwi hokarai arahina mātou, te taia I te karauna te waka takoto tikanga ki runga ki a hau ngā rua hine, o tinoa nai I o te ao Māori katoa. Waimuri mai te wakatunga mai o te whai piunara, I roto I ngā tau e whia nei, kua marire katoa, tō tātou nei noho ngātahi, whakapitinga kōrero, ki Wainanui I te kāwanatanga. Ia te wā, kua runanga ai ki tētahi wāhi aumaru, ka taia te waha ake I ngā wakatau o te iwi me ngā apu o ngā rua ine. I tēnei wātonu, kua kōki I tōnua ai koutou ki ngā tukanga, kua waka aitea e mauatahi I roto I tō mātou krene. Aha koa, koe tēnei wati ture, e taka I tikanga o ki ka pupuri ana mātou ki o mātou, ake wakapono ki o mātua tupuna, me ngā arama a taka ia e rātou, ai waina rangatira mo mātou. Nei e tuturu ana koutou te tumana kia oi ngāta I ai kātou o Aotearoa, I raru ke maru o tēnei pire, tēnā, me piri, me tata, I mua rawa I tō eke ngai waka. I ngai atonu nei, ko koe me tō waka ki tai, ko au, mātou ko tō kuiwi ki uta. Kei te marama pū mātou ngai I o tinoa ngā tāngata katoa Aotearoa ki ngā tāmitanga kei riro nei ia mātou nei kako kiri ake tēnei pire. Nā te kāwanatanga ana ki rānei e nei whakaaro, nā te kāwanatanga ana ki e nei kupu. A puanga tanga ki maa wāri ki ia, I kite, I rongo, I kaute mātau, I ngā pōti whakaai ki tēnei pide, I tōna pānui tanga tuataki. Kia matāra wai. Kāore e kore, kei patu koutou te ngā whakaai, he wahama. Wa ara ngā reo taika o te motu, kei tuku tautoko tori mātau ngā rua hine, I tō mātau tino waka e ki te whiene.
Tēnā anō tātou, kei te komiti e whakarongo pi kari maina. E rua ngā kaupapa kei te takere o tēnei waka. Ka timata te kaupapa tuatari, ko te aumitana. Kei wainga ia mātou, o te korowai o ngā rua ine, me koutou o te kāwana. Ka tiki ake au, I te kōrero a te minete amua, ko Crispin Lason. Nāna tēnei kōrero kia mātou te kautau ki nui. I te whakapāatanga te kāwana mo āna mai I tuki no I roto ngā taupapa uri ake. E pēnei ana, I roto I te reo Pākehā atu. The Crown hopes that the settlement and this apology will relieve the burden of grievance that ngā rua ine has carried for so many years and will assist ngā rua ine to heal the wounds of the past. The Crown looks forward to building a relationship of mutual trust and cooperation with ngā rua ine founded on respect for the Treaty of Waitangi and its principles. E wāma, ka tuia he nei kupu I roto I te ture. Ko whakature hia, e rangi ia moia, pe pēme mātai whakapono atu ai ki e nei kupu. Te koutou noi o te Pākehā o tēnei whakatau, ara, kei te taka I te kāwana I tāna anō oati, I tāna anō whakapaa, I tāna anō ture, I ana anō kupu. Koa e mea ana tēnei pire, ka tiakina tautia ngā mōtika, te mana wata aere, o ngā iwi pēnei ia mātou, o te korowai o ngā iwi ine, o tā mātou e ki tōti kara wātu nei, kei te e tēra. Nei ka rā weke ia, ngā mātapono o te Tiriti o Waitangi, ma mātou e ki atu, e rā weke hoki tērā I ngā wenu, I ngā wiriwiri, I tui ai, te korowai o ngā iwi ine. E ngā uewe, e wiriwiri tērā, I te tuapapa, I tuai mātou. I timata uki ai, tā mātou wakarauora, I a mātou anu. No e arawa mātou e wakai ki tēnei pere, e tino hoera wātu nei. Nā ko te kaupapa tuarua, e wete māku, anā ko tēnei mea te mana orite. E kōrero ti ana I roto I te pire mātāpono o te tiriti. Kāore kore kua nui no atu, ngā kōrero mo tēnei mātāpono. Me te pai uki o te mātāpono, te mana orite. E o ti anō me titiro waka muri, e ai waka mua, te tai pai atu, te pai tapiti o mana orite. No te mea e māma noi o te tiki ake ngā tauira, e ia ke maira, o te ture tonu no roto I ngā tau, I tuia ai patu I a mātou. Ara, kāore kore, korongo rā koutou I era mongoture. Kāore kore, korongo rā koutou I te Suppression of Rebellion Act, koira I ahei ai, te muru te raupatu, I te tai miliona eka I roto I a taranaki. Ara, ko te Māori Prisoners Act, I ahei ai, te mau ere ngā tupuna I no wai, pai aka ākoa te korenga o rātou I wakaangia, e ngā kōti. Ara, uki, the West Coast Settlement Reserve Act, the Public Works Act, ara, te mea. Ai rā, ko te mana orite te waina. E rangi anō ia ko te kaupei, ko te tāmi, ko te nuri me te raupatu. Ke, ngā rua ina iwi I whiako ai, I roto I ngā rautau nei. No reira, e māminga tēnei kaupapa. E māminga no. Me pēpea mātou whakapono atu ai, ka mana ori te Māori, me te Pākehā ki tā te ture titiro. No te mea, kāri pērā, I roto I ngā rautau kāri pērā I ngā e tonu nei. Nei, ko te pēne tonu, I tui ai, I awe ture. E uki tērā, e toki ke tērā, I ai pū, I te puku o te pēni. No reira, tēnei mātou te korowai o ngā rua ine, e taunu nei, e tātā nei, I te papaku o te ngā wakaro I tūai te pire nei. I te kiko kore o ngā wakaro, I potai tēnei pire nei, ki te ao mārama. Ko tā mātou e mea atu nei, me oki tōtika atu tēnei pire, ki te pō, I reira, waka ngaro atu e. No te anō rā, koira tā mata. Tēnā koutou kei te komiti, ko te hoa, e rongo nei koutou, ko te mai nui kei runga I au koutou ngā koko iwi, no reira, kia kaa, kia maia, ana, kia tika, tēnā tātou.
Ngā mihi, thank you for your submission. We've got a little bit of time and I see we've got some questions. Let's go to tātou whirus.
Kei ngā uri o te maunga tēnā rā koutou. Ko tātātou e ki te atu nei, ko te mauroa o te wairua raupatu o te kāwanatanga. Tātātou e marama nei, ko tō tātou mauroa ki te ngākau pai o tō tātou iwi. Engari te ākua nei kāore te iwi Pākehā me tōna kāwana mo te tahuri mai ki tērā wairua manaki o te iwi Māori. No reira, tēnā pēr hika makua taipea ki te wā kia hikina tō tātou whakae ki te tiriti o Waitangi. Kia waiho te kāwanatanga tā rewa ai, whai mana kore ai, tana tui roto o te aroa, pēhea o koutou whakaro ki tērā.
Arua, he wakaro, hoi, oa hei te hoi ngari, mai, he tika me wānanga hia I tau wakaro, ko tā mātou te korowai āhua aro ana kia mātou anō me te ara tika, ko āhua aukatingia te kāwana me o rātou ture, kua aha kua kaore anō kua wakai ko tēnei te wakatauranga o mātou o te korowai, kua āhua ā te waitaua ara, ke, tia, nā te kōrero Māori ki te kāwana, nā te tiro kia mātou anō mō ngā rongoa, mō ngā wakautu, mō ngā hara kua puta I ngā taupapa ure, pērā I te muru me te raupatu, he hāpe. No reira, te pātai pai tērā.
Kia ora, thank you. I don't mean to cut you off, but we are pretty much over time now. So,
I hope you can decipher a lot of what was said, because all I gathered was something to do with Chris Finlayson, which I gather is to do with a positive treaty negotiation part when he was treaty negotiations minister.
Yeah, well, Sam, I think what's really clear is that Tangata Te Whenua have a clear stance on this proposed bill, and a voice and a perspective that is coming up and out, and it should be validated and listened to, not just in these forums, but even, you know, before we even got here. This was a common theme about healing the wounds of the past, and even Mana Moana kind of tapped into that about an unwillingness to reckon with our colonial past. So, you know, it's really evident that people are speaking up about this, and that there is a huge there's a lot of support out there for us not to be rewriting foundation documents or the principles in any capacity. Or even to invest time and resources in doing so in such a dishonourable and mana de-enhancing way. You know, we should in fact invest in understanding and upholding Te Tiriti o Waitangi from all those who contributed.
Okay, let's so who's up next? Was it Toitu Whaingaroa? I feel like I've completely butchered that one up completely. I'll put it in the private chat, the name.
For the submission and the answer there. So Ngāmihi and Kakite. See you later. And members, our next submitter is Toitu Whangaroa. Kia ora, good to see you there. We've got you for just 5 minutes, and we've got your submission in front of us, so I'll just hand straight over to you. Kia ora.
Greetings and salutations from Whaingaroa Raglan. We are members of Toitu Whaingaroa and collectively hold expertise across community-led development, local government, education and research spaces. We're in total opposition to this bill. We will take our submission as read. All the reasons we gave in our opposition to the bill have over the past weeks been so eloquently spoken to, and there is nothing further we can add to those arguments. What we would like to focus our time on is what happens after this bill. Yes, there are assurances this bill will not proceed any further. However, this situation has illuminated the significant gaps which exist in our knowledge regarding the constitutional foundations of our country. Ensuring we never end up in such a divisive and collectively damaging situation again, we must be a common priority as we move forward as our nation beyond this bill. Toitu Whaingaroa focuses on growing community capacity to realise a founding partnership relationship which was aspired to in Te Tiriti o Waitangi. Two tupuna of mine were signatories to Te Tiriti o Waitangi. This includes Te Waitaia, whose vision was always that all peoples flourished alongside each other as envisaged in Te Tiriti o Waitangi. In January 2024, after returning from the Hui Amotu at Tūrangawaiwai, we knew we had to organise a Waitangi Day at the call from Kingi to Heitia to bring our community together to recognise Te Tiriti o Waitangi. In 2024, we invited our community to come together on February the 6th at our town hall. The walls of the hall were lined with historical and contemporary Te Tiriti timelines, crown breaches and Māori resistance, handwritten on brown paper. There were key quotes from the Hui Amotu on display boards and also the live feed from Waitangi. There were comfy places for people to sit and reflect, to chat with others, to browse through resources and to sign up to learn more. There was the 10-foot Toitu Te Tiriti Whaingaroa canvas that people could sign their commitment to, and a space to create flags for our community Kotahitanga Kurawai. Then, due to the community requests that followed, we displayed a smaller version of the Waitangi Day exhibition in a local exhibition space. People who visited that display then requested if we could bring the display to their groups, so we did that, creating a travelling 1.5-hour workshop, which has been delivered to a diverse range of audiences, including local teachers, senior drama students, Waikato Catholic Kahui Ako, Raglan Radio, and Avira School staff. We held another Waitangi Day event this year, and before the day had ended, we received further enthusiastic feedback from the community on what we could include for Waitangi Day 2026.
The ability to have this bill into Parliament relies on people, including our elected representatives, having no knowledge of the constitutional foundations of our country, nor any understanding of how these foundations in reality provide the basis of a flourishing future for all in Aotearoa. This bill has brought that knowledge gap sharply into focus. This bill talks about a national conversation about Te Tiriti and to have voices from across Aotearoa participate in that kōrero. Imagine the quality, richness and depth we would have achieved if that kōrero came from an informed place. Imagine the conversations we could have and the dreams we could realise as a nation when we understand not only our past, but how Te Tiriti lays the pathway for our collective flourishing futures in Aotearoa. We finish our oral submission by highlighting the final recommendation in our written submission that priority is given to investing in the provision of nationwide te tiriti education. The oral submissions over these past 3 weeks are themselves a priceless and accessible teaching resource for all of Aotearoa. Over the space of a year, we have reached over 1,500 people with our mahi just in our small community. From this, we know that realising Kingi Tuheitia's vision for kotahitanga in Aotearoa is entirely possible. Nationhood, cohesiveness and unity is grown when we have well-informed communities. Toi tū te tiriti.
Toi tū te tiriti.
Kia ora.
Kia ora.
Thank you for your submission. We are out of time, so Steve, we haven't got time for your question. But thanks for your submission, and thank you also for your written submission and the work that you do. So
Thank you.
I'm missing the questions.
We're missing the questions.
Oh, yeah, well, missing the questions, because normally that's the interesting part, is hearing the questions after the speeches and that sort of thing, and knowing that they're all going to their limits. It's interesting, but I mean, this is interesting about Kingi Tuheiti's, about the discord to move forward from past grievances and how the flow-on effects from it are, and how there was even talks about 2025 and 2026 back in 2024.
Yeah, look, I have to applaud their organisation for trying to fill that educational gap, because it's clear, as they've said, that we're coming from, in some instances, from misinformed spaces. So, yeah, I just encourage them to keep doing what they're doing, put the good word out there. Education is part of the solutions moving forward. And so I'm really thrilled to hear that they're filling a gap.
Yeah. Okay, next up, Manama Fox.
Kia ora.
Kia ora.
members, our next submitter is Marama Fox. We have Marama for 10 minutes.
The great waiting game. There we are.
Good to see you. Thank you for coming to this subcommittee. We've got your submission in front of us, and we've got you for 10 minutes. So I'll hand straight over to you. Go.
Kia ora, Duncan. I'm here with Tamaiti, who was unable to make his submission yesterday. He's been here at Te Matatini, and so I'm going to give 5 minutes of my submission to him today.
Kia ora tātou e whama. Te tino pūtake o tēnei o kōrero i tēnei iata. I te ronake i nā whakawhiutana o tēnei pire e kiruna i a mātau. O te āhuatana kua pōrearea, he whakapōrearea i te āhuatana o te huarahi. I runa i taku mōhio, ko tureke te pire e mōhio ana tātou. Hara mai tētahi tanata, no nanahi nei noho rāia. Kare e ki te ina hikoetana i nā āhuatana i whiriwhirihia ki te āhuatana ana te mea. He maha te huna nā rātai mai, i roto i nā rima te kautau e mōhio ana hau. Hau anō tētahi o tanatara. E maha mātau o mātau koene, no reira kai te kiriwesi katau ki tēnei momo āhuatana, no he hoki tēnei tanata. Ko te mateke, ko tau e te ture te kāwana tana, i tako pōhehe, kai te haumaru hia tēnei ture, ke korai tētahi makimake kuhumai ki nune te whakapōreare i tēnei āhuatana. No hea tēnei momo āhuatana. Me nā, he hoki nā nei nā, ki nā whakapipiruna, me pēne pia te kōrero, hea te huarai. E kene pia me kōrero kei mai i a tātata, ke kōrero mai ai ki a tātau, kanuhi ki te kanuhi tanata ki te tanata. Tēnā hea harawa te tūmanako, te whakaaro, i hou mai ai tēnā whakaaro i roto iaia, a kuhu mai i kuneina, ki te rānaki nā kaupapa, i tako pōhe, ko tapuke e nei ture, ai here i a tātau, a pāke hama, a rāwaho, i a tātau ki te hau kāina. Noerea, koe nini hou akuna, e nei pia te pātai ki aia, tēnā pia me whakawhiti kōrero, hea te huarahi e tikana nei nā, te āta no tātai, i mua i tōna whakapāriki ki tēnei pire, ki mai i tō tātau nā aroaro. Koe nei hou akuna kōrero e hoa ma, hono i tarau i wātea, i narau i nana hinera, hoane hara mai kone ki te tuku e tahi nā pito kōrero ki mai a kōtau, anei, ki te tahau ki tako hoa, tuahine nei kia marama, kia ora kōtau.
Kia ora, thank you. I think you've had my submission. Basically, this is just mischief making by the government who first allowed this bill to come before us, and this expensive waste of time. That we are even debating this, the principles of the treaty, is because we couldn't adhere to the letter of the law of the treaty under international law of contra preparentum. And we've been doing this for such a long time now. And we want to talk about, the government talks about equal opportunity. Equal opportunity, we'd love that. That'd be great. They talk about privilege. We'd love that. That'd be great. They talk about not wanting equitable outcomes. Well, we've had the evidence of that for over 150, 180 odd years. When the treaty has been breached, the equitable outcomes do not happen for our people. When the treaty continues to be breached, we land at the bottom of all the statistics that this government has tried to implement through all of their measures. And if they were going to work, they would have worked by now. basically is just playing and mischief making with our people and with this country. And we oppose it out of hand, take it off the plate, and stop messing around with all of the treaty clauses and every other piece of legislation. This government is still obligated, whether or not they take those clauses out of these pieces of legislation that we fought so hard to put them in, to uphold te tiriti, as it is, as it was, and as it continues. Toi tu te tiriti, kia koutou te wā.
Thank you, Marama. We've got some time for questions, and I see Steve Abel has a question.
Kia ora, koroa. Thank you both very much. Do you think that this bill has become a smokescreen for all those other bills that are undermining and attempting to dismantle te tiriti?
I'll start. Yes. Yeah. It's a complete smokescreen. It's just mischief making with the country while they continue to rip out the parts that the treaty has played in all the pieces of legislation to try and create equity and address the injustices when the treaty has been breached.
Oh, tēnā kōrua, te pāpai tame, kōrua tai, marama. Kōrua, you know, we've been doing this for so long. To arrive here at 2025 and be confronted with such an affront on everything that's been done, as you two have described. What do you think? What type of action do we need to take here? Te Tiwi Māori?
I think we've gone beyond that, you know, and we just continue to have those voices out there and to resist anything that come in front of us. If it's just hōha, you know, it's a game of chess, you know, and they're playing chess on us, and checkmates, you know, and kuretaki, you know, kare una raho I tēnā aruatana, koe rate te whakaaro, engari me kimi, ai te mohi au, you know, o rua tātou e whakahuihui ana ya tātou katoa, tangata tiriti, I waho atu ki tērā, we had to move on. I too had to move on in the finding the pathway that enabled us to haere ki te taumata tika.
You know, I just want to say on top of that, thank you, Papa, is that Tariana established whānau ora with the national government because they saw that this was the way. Our whānau have the answers and have had the answers since the treaty was signed. The protest action has not stopped. Kohanga Reo was started legally. Kura Kaupapa Māori was started legally. And today we have the most successful kura in the country in Decile 1 regions that are not being promoted. Kaupapa Māori pathways are not being promoted as the pathway for success when our students have proven over and over again that they have outstripped all of the NCA achievements in this country, highest achieving Kaupapa Māori models. We have the answers. We just need a government that has faith in us like they did in the past to continue to uphold our models of practice. When I look behind us and I see who's coming like we do on Te Matatini stage right now, have no fear for our future. Kaupapa Māori models of practice are the models that raise us out of the statistics that we have been bound to through constant breaches of the tiriti. And we need to have a government that has faith in us to be ourselves.
Thank you for your submission, and good to see you.
I love the term of we need a government to have the faith in us to be ourselves.
You know, one of the last things I wrote down on my notes as I was listening was Māori know how to care for Māori best, and they know how to advocate for Māori best. And I think, I really love that Whaia touched on upholding models that work for specific communities. That's something that's clearly lacking. So yeah, I appreciate everything that had to be said there. Yeah, no, and I think it's good that Marama gave half of her time to Tama Iti to bring him to the Koryo, and it's amazing just hearing the different things there, because a lot of people just see the activist side of Tama Iti, not the positive aspects and the things he actually wants to improve for society. Yeah, well, definitely another common theme that's come through in many spaces, not just here, was that the wasting of resources that has gone into responses to this. You know, it's not only government resources, which is, I've heard some estimated dollar figures, which is staggering to get my head around, that we would put that amount of money into this process that's really not going very far. And wasting resources in that capacity where it could be redirected in so many areas of education, healthcare, housing that, you know, just have a much bigger priority, you know, we've got a good list to fill out what's really needed. Yeah, well, that's exactly right. I mean, and it's not just government resourcing wasting in terms of financial times, but it's also the time that it's taken for individuals to actually articulate a response to this and our share wider thoughts on this proposed bill. So, yeah, resourcing is a factor in this conversation, and there's a lot being wasted. Yeah. A lot of good people's intellectual thoughts being wasted too, having to rehash this out. Yeah. How long did it take for you to formulate your submission before you got to the final bit to hit submit? Yeah, well, this is just it. I mean, essentially, I mean, it's a bit of a how long's a piece of string, because many people have been in this discussion for many, many, many years, not just in the past couple of months, where we've, had to make knee-jerk reactions and get a proposal in by a deadline, or get a response in by a deadline. So, yeah, hours, thousands of cups of teas, actually just sitting and talking to the people that it most impacts. So, the time that has gone into that, and it's quite mana de-enhancing as well. It doesn't make any of us feel good, having to reaffirm others' positions in this discussion when they didn't even need to be negated in the first place.
Yeah. Okay, we've got next the Waikato Seeds for Change Charitable Trust.
Both here today. Members, the next submitter is Waikato Seeds for Change Charitable Trust, and we have them for 10 minutes. Kia ora, good to see you there. We've currently got you on mute, that's good. We've got your submission in front of us, and we've got you for 10 minutes. So I'll hand straight over to you, and there may be some time for questions at the end. Kia ora.
E mokopuna ahau no Ngāti Haua, me Ngāti Koro ki Kahikara.
Kia ora, Dijon Cunningford here, long-time kaimahi in the rangatahi space in Waikato, and performer and dancer for 25 years here and abroad, here to tautoko.
Ko mātou mahi kaimahi mātou ki Seed Waikato. Me e toru ngā mea ki o mātou whakapuno. E toru ngā mea nunui. I te tuatahi ko whakapanangatanga te mea nui. I te tuarua ko manaakitanga. Ko tēnei te tino whakapuno ki a mātou. I kaore tēnei pira e whakamana nā rangatahi tai ao, me tai ohi hoki, he tino pauri ki te kitea te whakaiti o te mana o te tiriti o Waitangi, kore kau ngā manakitanga ki ngā mana whenua. I te tuatoru, ko tahitanga. Ko tira te mea nui ki a mātou, me o mātou motu ko Aotearoa. He mahana nā tangata tiriti I haere mai ki konei kei Aotearoa. Kore kau ngā ako oranga o te tiriti o Waitangi I te haerenga o ngā tangata tiriti ki konei. Ko inei he mahi tūturi ki o mātou mahi I te tuatahi te tiriti o Waitangi. Nō reira, ke konei mātou ki te kōrero mo te whakamana o tēnei pira o te tiriti o Waitangi. Ko o mātou whakatauki, ko poipoia te kakano ki a Puawai, I kaore tēnei pira I poipoia ngā kakano, ngā rangatahi, ngā tai, te tai ao. Kia ora. Over 2 times.
Kia ora. Tēnā tātou katoa. My voorouders is van Zuid-Afrika in die Nederlands. Die berg of monge wat met my hart praat is die Drakensberg. Die rivier of awa wat my bekommernisse verlig is die Angani. Ek is in Durban groot geword, ek woon nou in Kirikiriroa. Maar my tuuranga waiwai is Whaingaroa. Ko Tanya Poynton toko ingoa, ko au kai whakahaere o Seed Waikato. As leader of Seed Waikato, we take our submission as read, but we'd like to share a few extra things with you today. Today, I stand here as Tanga Te Tiriti, and I'd like to share my personal story. Like almost 1.5 million others, I've had the privilege of making Aotearoa my home, and Te Tiriti o Waitangi has given me this opportunity. Instead of wasting time, energy and money on this narrow-minded bill, instead we should be investing it in fit-for-purpose Te Tiriti training for every single person settling in Aotearoa. Ironically, this treaty principle bill has shone a light on a glaringly obvious gap. It's only been in the last 18 months, with the Crown's blatant attack on Māori rights, that I've come to the realisation that I could have been a better treaty partner 25 years ago. I had absolutely no idea of the context and even what the treaty meant. It should be a minimum standard that every person coming to live in this incredible country understands the full context and what has happened over the past 185 years. We have 30% of our population that may not even understand that they are treaty partners too under the Crown. I urge this select committee to recommend we create a system where every person settling here has the right and proper access to treaty training, meeting them where they're at. It should be a minimum standard. Now is the time to show future generations that we stand by our word and honour the true intention of Te Tiriti o Waitangi, because there's space for all of us. Anything less is a failure of leadership. We now have a little enactment in true rangatahi fashion. We'd like to make special mihi and acknowledgement to E Tangata for their content and giving us the creative inspiration to share this small piece. Let's see if you can see the analogy. Imagine if you were someone living in a house that you inherited. You were living in a way that worked for you. But then someone came along and asked if they could be your flatmate. You thought the arrangement could be cool for both of you and your flatty, so you make a flatmates agreement. But when your flatmate moves in, they start to move all your stuff out to make space for their things. They start making house rules without your input or considering your previous routines. They even begin to denigrate you so badly that you begin to lose confidence in yourself and lose your self-esteem. What's more, your flatmate tells everyone else how amazing they are to you and how they've made your flat look so much better. It gets even crazier when you share your side of the story and your flatmate finds this very difficult to hear. They're genuinely surprised when you describe the inequality of the relationship. How can we even begin to think this relationship is equal and that it's built on any worthy foundation? It's time to level things up and honour Te Tiriti o Waitangi. Thank you.
Hikoi in the streets, you can hear the haka roar. Rangatahi rising, we ain't silent anymore. No more bad deals, no more settler spin. Take that bull and throw it in the bin. Word.
Thank you.
I don't think we've had a drama submission before, so thank you for that first. Possibly in the whole of New Zealand Parliament, but very, very nice, very well portrayed. Thank you very much. We've got a minute or two for questions, or a minute if anyone has one. Steve?
Yeah, that was fantastic. More of that. And the last bit you spoke about actually in your waiata is about the rise of young people in defence of Te Tiriti, both tangata whenua and tangata tiriti. And does that give you heart that despite this, gross attempt at erasure, that there's going to be an ongoing movement that will see Te Tiriti fulfilled?
I think it's going to be an ongoing hiding out, but I think from a lot of the kōrero that we've been a part of in the community, we know that there are some things on the rise. It's been also really awesome to hear and see the mahi of Te Pāti Māori with Hana Rāwhiti and the Mokopuna generation coming through as well. And so just seeing the Kaupapa generation is super inspirational and inspiring. Seeing them live with their reo and the haka and kind of reclaim and revitalise our reo is really powerful.
Thank you. We've got the question from Taksa.
Kia ora koutou. Hey, awesome approach. And your point that you make that the glaring, the elephant in the country is that not enough people know or understand anything about. So your point, thank you for making the point again. I think it's a point that the committee now cannot ignore as we move towards making the report and its recommendations. So no part, just saying thank you very much for your time and awesome. Keep going with the educational work out there. Tell all your mates, do more skits like that, and kia kaha tātou.
Kia ora.
Kia ora.
Thank you for that. That's pretty much the time now, so thank you very much for a refreshing submission. Ka kite.
What an interesting way to illustrate things.
They certainly made a compelling point though, and I really like that a big part of their kōrero talked about not just tangata whenua, but tangata tiriti, and how there's a strong sense of belonging to this nation across the board. And I really like that they really pitched about having fit for purpose Te Tiriti training, not just for those that are here, but for those that arrive, whether or not you sit as a tangata whenua or tangata tiriti. I think moving forward that is an investment for us to be better treaty partners, as if we're all better informed on both sides.
Yeah. Now, what do you think about Paul's comment here? I think invited to spend a month on the marae might be a better way to put it, but an interesting concept to think of them.
Yeah, look, sometimes I think you've got to just throw some ideas out there as a premise for starting, and I think the sentiment of what's being implied there is not a bad thing. Sometimes when in Rome, you have to do as the Romans, and there's nothing like being amongst people and learning and seeing and being. So yeah, I don't know that a month by policy would make it over the line, but I certainly think the sentiment of being more shared in our spaces and our philosophies and learning from one another is definitely a trajectory that we want to head towards.
Yeah. Okay, we'll take a quick little 1 minute break and we'll see you back with back for hour 2.
Thanks for watching. Make sure you're subscribed to our Facebook, YouTube, Twitch, Instagram, TikTok, Blue Sky, the Order Paper Podcast.
Well, I got rid of the cramp feeling in my legs. So that is one of the things that I occasionally do if I get for the stuff that you don't actually see on camera, is the fact that sometimes I do get cramp while being there because you end up stretching your legs in the wrong place and then you get stuck. Oh, I can't get rid of that cramp. I've done the same thing with driving, and boy, it's a lot of pain, especially when the cramp's in your accelerator foot.
If your car's working.
Yes. And for those who are wondering, with the car, the clutch pressure plate gave way. So when I lost my clutch 2 Fridays ago, it wasn't the cable, it was the clutch pressure plate, and it means I have to have a full new gearbox has to come out, new clutch is going to go in, because you do that at the same time, because when you buy a clutch kit, it has a pressure plate, it has a clutch disc in it, all that. The great news though is the spigot shaft is perfectly fine. There was no damage to the clutch fork, and pretty much basically, other than the clutch kit area, there was no damage to the engine, which just tells you it's actually good when the thing that gave way stopped even worse damage from occurring. And did I sound like a whole heap of things that sound like a foreign language to you when it comes to car parts just then? Tammy?
Silver linings, Sam, silver linings. I actually am lost in silver linings at the moment, just reflecting on the different things that we're hearing and learning as people come forward. You know, I think one of the really amazing things about this quite uncomfortable situation is having the amount of robust discussions that we are having about it, and seeing the diverse spectrum of people that are interested in having an opinion on this, you know, not just through race demographics between, you know, tangata whenua and tangata tiriti, but also to just having many more youth and different people involved in this conversation. So for me, that's an incredibly good silver lining, if there was one to come out of this.
Well, I wouldn't be surprised. All we need, now it won't be for the next election, but if we have about 25,000 Māori people switch from the general roll to the Māori roll, we will have 8 Māori electorates in New Zealand. It's just a random fact to put out there, and with more engagement, we can get those, young people enrolled at a younger age and more engaged. So when they turn 18, they hit the floor running, and they're either getting their voting papers by post for local bodies or to the ballot box on election day.
Well, even the, you know, just people of Aotearoa have always been known and have a reputation of having a level of ingenuity. So I'm really excited to hear what different initiatives and responses people are having. Stuff like having traveling workshops.
Yeah.
You know, how amazing, you know, not expecting people to come for you, but actually putting the kaupapa and the message out there. So, yeah, I mean, I just really, really enjoy listening to people's responses and the way that they're looking for solutions and not just looking to talk about the problem.
Yes. And we can thank COVID for bringing in the remote select committee process. I remember doing a select committee submission in 2018, and you could only do it in person. It was the first time the Justice Committee went around the whole country to do submissions, or they go out of there. But this remote option is brilliant because so many more people are in front of these MPs and getting to see, you know, getting to see them in action.
Yeah, I mean, and in a lot of ways, what we're learning is that there's a lot of people who don't really understand how we've even got this far with the discussions, but it's resurrected the opportunity for us to bring these conversations up and for us to have the right conversations about them and the responsible conversations about them and the informed conversations about them. Because that's a big deficit, is that, you know, everyone has heard of the treaty and everyone's unpacked it to some degree, but to have a real good, robust understanding of the impact and what it means in a working, living arrangement has you know, been challenging for some people. So it's really good that we're out there informing and creating the right conversations.
Yeah.
Not just reactions.
Not just reactions. So true. Okay, now I'm in my. Now I have my. Okay, our next submitter is Ian McLaughlin. Let's kick it off.
Members, our next submitter is Rosie 5. So we're just skipping over 1 and going to Rosie 5. And we have Rosie for 5 minutes.
Sure. Okay, thank you so much for all your work. I really appreciate all your listening, and it's a privilege to be here. So my name is Rosie 5. I'm fifth generation New Zealander. My first ancestor arrived here in 1841. So just after the treaty, so they were tangata Tiriti, as I am too. I'm a deacon in the Anglican Church, hence the fancy dress today. And I'm also the National Director of NZCMS, which is the New Zealand Church Missionary Society. So obviously the CMS missionaries had a lot to do with the original Te Tiriti. So as an organisation, we are very passionate. We have partnerships with the Māori Anglican Church, and we seek to honour the Te Tiriti in our work now. And as organisation, CMS has had so much to do with the founding, and I don't need to give you a history lesson, but the role of Jane Stephen back in the UK, who came out of the same movement as CMS, the translation, and also the fact that Waitangi signed, partly because of the trust they had of the CMS missionaries. I won't talk a lot, but I will just say that I think the understanding of Te Tiriti as a covenant is really important. It's not a contract that ends, it's a relationship that continues. It's based on relationship and trust. I'm reasonably new back in New Zealand. I've lived overseas, but the work of Alistair Rees and Hamish McLean has really shaped my understanding as a Christian in this land and my role as director of CMS. And really interesting to think about some of the first translated words of the Bible in Aotearoa into English and into written Māori. And it's actually the role of scriptural and understanding of the rangatira. There's some quotes around how they understood covenant actually fundamentally in the Bible and how they translated that into Tiriti. I don't think we talk about that lots in a mainstream context. So really that understanding of treaty as covenant, and also it's pretty obvious that treaties between two parties, so one party can't change it. I want to share briefly one story from this role. I've been in this role 5 years. I was privileged to go to Tauranga to take part in an apology that the Anglican Church did around some land that was given to CMS missionaries that was inappropriately used and sold, and then another affiliate on restorative justice. And sometimes I wish every New Zealander, every citizen could come and be part of that, because I had such a deep sense of the role of Te Tiriti for tangata whenua, particularly as they came up in shares, and what restorative justice or measure of restorative justice could look like in this land. So I would ask that this bill be dismissed. I'm actually really saddened by division that this bill has already caused, and I hope that we can continue together in a fruitful way in Aotearoa, New Zealand. Thank you so much.
Good, thank you for that. We've got a question from Steve Adrian.
Kia ora, thank you so much. I have been reflecting a lot myself on the idea of treaty as covenant, and that it seems that tangata whenua have always held the treaty as sacrosanct, whereas when it's left to the care of tangata tiriti, it ends up sort of mouldering in a basement in Wellington, damp and gnawed at by rats, you know.
Indeed.
And that what we need more than ever is for tangata tiriti to step up in defence of the treaty that is our constitutional foundation, because after all, I wonder if you can reflect on this, the real beneficiaries of Te Tiriti Waitangi are tangata tiriti.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's worth thinking about the two different understandings both parties brought to this. And actually, I'm a historian by background, so I think actually understanding what does it actually mean for those who signed it? What does it mean for us now? I mean, that's such a cool thing to reflect on. I mean, I think our nation is stronger when we all take part of that bicultural relationship. I think our organisation CMS is stronger when we work with our Māori partners. We have Māori evangelists in partnership, and that is such an amazing thing in our organisation. So I think you're right. It's not a scarcity mentality that we lose things. It's actually what could our country look like? What could our future look like? I've heard Justice Joe Williams at Waitangi a couple of years ago talk so passionately about what it means to be a country in the South Pacific that just lives out of that beauty of fullness of culture and relationship and trust. I think it's like an inspiring vision for the future. So I recommend this talk to anyone.
Good, thank you for that, Rosie. We're at time, so we'll leave it there. But thanks for your submission. Thanks for coming online.
Thanks so much.
Just for those noticing, I don't think we ended up with Ian, but we ended up with Rosie 5, and I'm quite intrigued. I wonder if she's from a similar lineage of my family on my mother's side, because I'm 6th generation, but I think there's a generation gap between us two. And my family date, I think that's the Willis side, might date back to that particular era of it, because scarily enough, my grandmother's maiden name was Willis, and she had a brother who worked in the gas industry. However, we do not have any connection to Nicola Willis, if that's if anyone knows about that. But no, it's interesting to find out the historic links of like where families have lined up and all that sort of thing, and how it's all interwoven together.
Yeah, look, I thought Reverend Rosie made wonderful points there, and I think probably the biggest thing that stood out to me, and it really came cluing out her message, is about the relevance of the relationship more than the contract. And I really heard that from her. You know, it instantly took me to he tangata, he tangata, he tangata. It's always about the people, the people, the people. So I really appreciate that she put the people in the relationship first before the contract. Yeah, great korero, Reverend. Yeah, I appreciate that.
I'd love to meet her at some point if we ever cross paths.
Yeah, look, you know, I'm not used to hearing usually the term restorative justice in this forum, you know, so that was quite a powerful way for me to look at things as well. Yeah, really good message. I'd like to sit and resonate that with a bit, and I'd also like another conversation with her. Yeah.
So true. Okay.
Some of my dear friends are out of the Anglican parish, and they happen to be women priests as well, ordained reverends, and they're powerful wahine. They often have something really compelling to contribute. So thank you, Rosie. I appreciate that.
Yeah. Next up is Legislation Design and Advisory Committee is the next one that's up. So let's kick that off.
Members, our next submitter is the Legislation Design and Advisory Committee for 10 minutes.
Tēnā koutou katoa. Can you hear me?
Joe, we can hear you. We've got your name as Mark Steele.
Yes.
We can't see you yet, so if you want to put your camera on, you can. But otherwise, if you want to just do it audio, we can do that too. Oh, there you go. Kia ora, Mark. Good to see you. We've got you for 10 minutes, and obviously we've got your submission in front of us. I'll hand straight over to you. Kia ora.
Thank you, Dr. Webb. I'm Mark Steele. I'm the chair of the Legislation Design Advisory Committee. I'm joined today by one of my fellow LDAC committee members, Matthew Smith, who is a barrister. A brief word for the information of committee members who may not be familiar with the work of the Legislation Design Advisory Committee before we speak to the submission. The Legislation Design Advisory Committee is mandated by Cabinet to advise on the consistency of bills with what are called the legislation guidelines, which are also developed and published by the LDAC. And these bring together a whole range of legal and constitutional principles. So our job is to focus not so much on the fundamental policy of bills, but on good legislative design, and especially the consistency of the proposals with the established principles of law and constitutional principles that are included in the legislation guidelines. There are about 20 of us on the committee all told. We are a mixture of public and private sector members who are appointed by the Attorney General. The Treaty Principles Bill for us raises three broad design issues, which we touch on in the submission. The first is fit with existing law and constitutional arrangements. The second is the very broad implications of these principles as they are stated in clauses 6 and 7 of this bill. And the third is the process that the LDAC thinks should be appropriate for the development of a bill with such wide-ranging constitutional significance. And I'll just speak briefly to each of those three issues. Firstly, there's already, as the committee is well aware, a large body of law, convention and practice regarding the treaty, which has been developed now by successive governments, the courts, the Waitangi Tribunal, over the last 50 years. And it's now reflected in New Zealand's common law, many statutes, treaty settlements, the cabinet manual, really throughout our government. The principles of this bill will, of course, affect that body of law and practice, but it will also be interpreted in the light of that body of law and practice. And it's quite unclear what the results will be in practice. The LDAC considers that it will be preferable to continue with the approach that we have used thus far and we're currently using, which is to tailor and develop law and convention about the treaty to the specific circumstances that we face, rather than trying to apply such a broad brush approach. That is the approach proposed by this bill. The second issue for us is that clauses 6 and 7 of this bill purport to control the effect of future legislation. This is both rare and constitutionally significant. Clause 6 also purports to limit the powers of Parliament and the Executive in a way which is significantly different from what is currently contained in the Constitution Act 1986. And this will lead through litigation to wide-ranging and unintended effects. The third broad point that we would like to draw attention to in our submission is that given the constitutional significance of this bill, the Legislation Design Advisory Committee would expect it to receive especially careful scrutiny and an extensive, inclusive process to be part of its development. In 2013, the report of the Constitutional Advisory Panel at that time made a number of helpful recommendations about the elements of such an approach. And the main ones are ample time, a non-partisan approach, participation which reflects both the treaty and New Zealand's demography, a comprehensive information campaign, and an exclusive and well-advertised set of opportunities for public participation. These are the kind of approaches that we used in the lead up to the Bill of Rights Act and in changes to our electoral system. They haven't been used here. And I think it's very important, given the wide implications of this bill, that a process along those lines is used. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much. We've got some time for questions, and I'm going to ask one myself, if I may. Obviously, the bill suggests a referendum on these issues. Quite apart from the kind of nature of the legislation, can you comment on the use of referenda for questions of constitutional importance in terms of a useful legislative tool?
LDAC, Chair, doesn't have a view on the use of referenda themselves. That's a matter for Parliament and governments of the day. What we would like to see before we get as far as a referenda are the kind of steps and the kind of process that the Constitutional Advisory Panel recommended and has been used for those other constitutionally significant changes. We think it's very important that the ground be prepared in that way. Whether then a referendum is held is a matter for Parliament and governments of the day.
All right. Go to Steve Abel, and we should have time for Takata as well if we could.
Kia ora, thank you, Mark. I wonder how exceptional in sort of context of parliamentary processes or history is it for a government to allow such a flawed bill, as I would interpret it, with so many red flags, to make its way to first reading and then to select committee?
I'm afraid, Steve, I'm not a historian, so it's hard for me to answer that question. Part of the reason that governments use the Legislation Design Advisory Committee is as part of the process of subjecting bills to careful scrutiny. We would always recommend that bills go through a process of careful preparation before they get to the select committee stage. The select committee stage is a crucial part of scrutiny, but it's not the only part of legislation's development. And it's always a call for the existing government to make, of course, at what stage of development they decide to introduce a bill. But we recommend, and they're included in the legislation guidelines, the kind of steps that we're talking about now before you get to the select committee stage.
Takata?
Kia ora. Look, sort of in the similar vein as the other questions, my observation of Parliament is that it's actually not structured in a way that enables the voice of the treaty to be heard and then deliberated and considered well. And we could probably conclude that, after a long colonial history, that's probably not, that's probably, that's how it would be, of course. So there needs to be structural change. Do you have a sort of view around what type of structural change could be useful for making this type of conversation and this type of debate in the future a more quality conversation and debate?
The LDC doesn't have a view on the structural changes, but we do, as our submission says, have a view that a bill of the constitutional significance of this bill should work its way through the kinds of processes that I mentioned were recommended by the Constitutional Advisory Panel, and those have been used for other significant changes to our constitutional arrangements, like the Bill of Rights Act and changes to our electoral system. And we would expect those kinds of processes to be used for constitutionally significant legislation or legislative proposals.
Kia ora, thank you.
Is there time for another one, Mr. Chair?
Yep, go Steve.
You used the term careful preparation as a reference to what any bill of this substance should have undertook before it got to the House. This bill hasn't had that careful preparation, is essentially what you're saying.
This bill certainly doesn't appear to have used the kind of steps that we've just worked our way through in this conversation.
All right, thank you for that, and thank you for being religiously apolitical. Well done, not an easy task today. And thanks for all the wider work you do that largely goes unnoticed by the general public, but I'm familiar with the stuff you do around legislative quality, so thank you for that.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for the opportunity to speak to the submission.
Thank you.
I like this hidden Easter egg of a submission. It highlights so much while literally saying what's been said without saying what's been said.
Yeah, the chairman did a great job of that. Thank you to Mr. Steele for just bringing in a very pragmatic framework on that in terms of what hasn't been used in this process and what would be customary for something of this nature to work its way through. Yeah, really imperative point. You have to wonder, why did we just try and fast track this and push things through? Why didn't we slow things down and take the steps that we have used for consideration for things that have such a wider potential impact on others? So yeah, really good, robust discussion about structures, potential or the systems that should be employed, what we know is best practice in essence. Yeah, really good contribution.
And just for the note of one of our commenters, you've missed an absolutely fantastic submission, and I think you've got to go back and rewatch it. So it's just knowing the little bits that are popping in. Okay, next up is Bujant Pafek. I probably have said that name very wrong, and I'd say the last name I think I ballsed up way more than the first.
Members, the next submitter is Dennis Greenall, and we've got Dennis for 5 minutes.
Oh, that name. Oh, heck. Okay, that has different. No, what's happening here? Let's see what happens.
Let's go with it, Sam.
Yeah, no, they've made a mistake, not us.
Oh, okay. Sorry, backing up, got Bhushan Patek. Got Bhushan for 5 minutes. So, Bhushan, if you can hear me, just need you to switch your audio and video on.
Hi, can you hear me?
I can hear you now. We can't see you, but we can proceed like this if you like.
I don't know why. I can see you clearly.
That's right. There will be a video icon, but look, we can proceed audio. We've got you for 5 minutes, and we've got your submission in front of us. So we can just get straight into it. You can speak to your submission now. So thanks very much.
Thank you for giving me the opportunity. And as you will see, I migrated from India almost about 20 years back, and I'm now a citizen of New Zealand. So my main submission and my main thoughts, I would say, as to the Waitangi was that I believe that every citizen should have equal rights. That is the underlying principle of all democracies and all constitutions all over the world. So as long as the equality is maintained for all citizens, then of course we have various ethnicities, various people from different countries who are all here to do what they do best. But under no circumstances should we have any legal system where you decide by ethnicity, you decide by somebody's walked in 5 years back or 20 years back, so he has more rights and we have less rights. So basically mine is a equality for all citizens of New Zealand. That's the first part. And the second part is that we have to understand that in a democracy, it's the will of the people that decides everything. If the will of the people, if the majority of the people want a change, then there is no option but to go with the change. The parliament is supreme. And once I would even go to the extent of saying that if there are any disputes, the best way to resolve is a referendum. Have a referendum, find out what the people of the country want, and that's ultimately, that's going to be what it is. And you cannot always go by old documents, 200-year-old, 100-year-old. If you remember the British parliament system, they once had a Magna Carta, which was the ultimate thing of how to run the government, but it's changed over the years. So I feel the only thing permanent in life is change. And you have to accept the change, and you have to accept what it is. So any other questions that you would like me to answer, or?
Yes, we have a question from Steve Abel.
Yes, please.
Kia ora, thank you for your submission. I wonder if you would agree that in a rights framework, which were sort of devised back from the days of the Magna Carta and before, devised to protect people from the tyranny of power and from the tyranny of the majority. So by definition, certain rights, such as the rights of the children, only belong to some parts of the society because we're not children, we're adults, we don't have rights of children.
Absolutely, sir.
And so those rights frameworks actually allow for things like the rights of people to practice minority religions and the rights of Indigenous people to have things like the founding agreement of Aotearoa New Zealand, which is Te Tiriti, upheld and honoured rather than undermined. Don't you think that is consistent with a rights framework and an idea of fair use of the law for all?
No, absolutely. I agree with you, sir, that it is the minorities have got to be protected and the rights have also got to be protected. But sometimes, sorry.
No, sorry, I thought you finished.
Oh, no. So I say I totally agree that the minorities and the rights should be protected. But a law which was made 150, 200 years back, an agreement which is made to that, has to change with time. You cannot stick to just, I'm an Indian and I've migrated from India. And we also have very strong cultural and religious beliefs in India, which go back not 100, 200 years, thousands of years back. But slowly with time, slowly, you got to realize that some practices which we are being followed are not good or are not beneficial, and they have to change. And the people have to change along with that.
All right, sorry. Thank you, Bhushan. We haven't got time for another question. I apologise. We're out of time. But thank you for your submission, and thank you for your very brief written submission as well. Well done.
It's interesting to hear someone's perspective from the Indian caste system, which is very dictatorial compared to our system of how some people, due to your status at birth, elevates over others. And it's interesting just hearing, how they've come to their perspective. I'm not sure how you came across with that submission, though.
Look, I don't know that I could really say much on or add much on to the sentiment that what Bashan shared from his personal perspective. I think what I did pick up on there, though, as a little bit of a leave behind, was that change is inevitable and that communities do need to go with those changes sometimes. Yeah, I would agree. As part of this conversations, one of the things that we do as a solution tool is we often pivot externally and we look outside or we look elsewhere to see where we may learn or we may, maybe just draw on other parallels. But my personal opinion is that this is a moment for us to actually be the ones that people look at and for us to pivot internally. I think we have an incredible opportunity to actually be able to contribute to really much broader, wider international discussions on what a true partnership does look like and how that honors all of the people that are impacted and involved with that. So yeah, I'll probably just maybe that's where I'd be comfortable to leave that thought.
Okay, next is Dennis Grinnell.
Okay, thank you for giving me the opportunity to appear.
That's okay, all good. Our next submitter is Dennis Grinnell. Dennis,
Who sounds like he's driving.
Good, Dennis. Good to see you. Thanks for coming online. We've got you for 5 minutes to talk about the principles of the Treaty of Waitangi Bill. If we've got time, we may have questions. I'll hand straight over to you.
Kia ora. Me tūtahi ki te kanohi mohi o tēnei. Kia ora koe ka kuita kei te mihi. Kia ora atu koutou te komiti nei. Anei rā te ndalihi ki koutou katoa. Greetings, everybody. I'm assuming that my submission has been read. I'd like to spend this time talking about the neoliberal agenda of this government, previous governments, that's seen the rise of racism in this country, the marginalisation of Indigenous people and minority groups. That can be recently evidenced by the arrival of Destiny Church at the Child's Public Library reading in Auckland, and also the action of this government and the loss of hundreds, if not thousands, of Māori jobs across the public sector. Just a couple of statements I'd like to make. Tiriti o Waitangi cannot be rewritten. It was signed by two sovereign people. Māori never ceded sovereignty. Some people might say this is not so in terms of entering into treaty settlements. However, the return of less than 1%, which was immorally yet legally stolen from us, is hardly ceded sovereignty in my mind, and or possibly in the future minds of our next generations. Remembering that 50% of our population is under the age of 25, we have a huge young population. I'm from the first urban-born generation of Māori males. It's from my generation that the abuse and state care inquiry has come from. That has not finished. That continues today with Oranga Tamariki and what's happening there. This is really about my lived experience over this period of time and my part in terms of teacher training across a number of sectors, including the government sector. I'd like to have a little look at the history of New Zealand, which is definitely his story, which is really riddled with lies and myths about Māori. One example, the Hun Report of the 1960s, saying Māori were deficit of culture, and that was Pākehā culture, we needed to get our schools into preschool, Māori never sent their kids to preschool. The myth and lie that came out about that, Māori aren't interested in our children, and Māori aren't interested in education, a myth that was blown apart, even though it still exists, by the establishment of Kohanga Reo Kura, Wharikura Wānanga in the 80s. All of those brilliant Indigenous educational institutions have been curtailed, if not stopped, by previous governments. If we have a look at Aotearoa, it's certainly her story, as opposed to his story. Her story of Papatūānuku, the abuse and rape since the arrival of Europeans in this land, right up to my biological mother, and the oppression that she suffered, being strapped at school for speaking her own language, being refused entry to places because she was Māori. My mother was part of the urban drift, which was a boom and then a bust. And with the bust came gangs and dependencies. That history, I'd like to quote a little term from Tina Ngata in her analysis of white feminism called Colonial Nelly, and the part that white women have had to play in the colonisation of this country. So it'd be worth reading some of her stuff. some of the main points I'd like to look back at, if we look around about the period of time that I entered into this earth in this particular life, in the late early 60s and 70s, if we go through to the 80s, with this amount of time, want to acknowledge Pu'au a report that came out of the Ministry of Social Development, headed by John Rangiho, absolutely stating that the department was riddled, as with other state departments, with institutional racism and unbiased conscious or racist thinking. This has been proven through research time and time again since that time, but nothing has been done with it. Because the other thing that came out of the 80s was Rogernomics and the beginning, and that was a Labour government. So it doesn't matter what government's in power, the neoliberal agenda runs.
Dennis, I'm just going to let you know that you've got about 30 seconds left, so you need to just kind of wind up.
Okay, not inclusive of what you just said, I hope. So I'd just like to say that it works for multinationals, it works for elitists, it works for few, it works for virtually nobody. Māori Marsden's analysis of Te Tiriti o Waitangi was sovereignty, was a relationships importance of that, was tohungatanga and expertise, was ukaipo, a place for everyone, but the parent vine was tahitanga and unity between all of us. This government, previous governments, continue to divide divide and rule. Why are Māori being attacked? Because the Tiriti o Waitangi and Māori is what stands between the demise of humanity and the planet, basically.
Thank you, Dennis. We'll leave it there. We're well out of time, so we don't have time for questions. But thanks for your written submission, which we have, and for coming online today.
Now that's very interesting, mentioning about the the urban drift and the bust of the urban drift that led to gangs. And I wish there was time left over for questions, because there would have been some very interesting questions that would have followed.
Oh, yeah. Look, Dennis had a lot packed into that conversation, you know, from neoliberalism into institutionalized racism. I think what I really like how it ended on was discussions about sovereignty, relationship, and kotahitanga, and not a divide and conquer mentality. So I think that was a wonderful way for him to end. Thank you, Dennis.
Yeah. Okay, next up is Te Pumotanga o Te Arara. God, that's a tongue twister.
Good effort, Sam.
Yeah, well, especially when your only learning was 1990s Te curriculum levels, which is very minuscule to what it is now. You know, so I wish it was more in depth, knowing what I know now.
Members, our next submitter is Te Pumotanga o Te Arawa. Here we go. Clark Frederica. From there, once he's got his audio and camera on, we'll be off.
Kia ora, Duncan.
Kia ora, Clark. Good to see you. Thanks for coming online. We've got you for 10 minutes to speak on this Treaty of Waitangi Principles Bill. We might have some questions if we've got some time. I'll hand straight over to you. Ka pai?
Can you see me and hear me okay?
Yes, we've got you. You're good.
Right. Nō reira, e mihana pia koutou. Koutou te komiti whakahaere. I runga I te hawatanga o tēnei kaupapa. Nō reira, e mihana pia koutou katoa. My name is Clark Pirika, and I speak today as chairperson of Te Pumotanga o Te Arawa, representing 30,431 beneficiaries. Our organisation, a post-settlement governance entity for 11 iwi hapu of Te Arawa, strongly opposes the principles of the Treaty of Waitangi Bill. We firmly believe this bill should never have seen the light of day. I appreciate the opportunity to present my oral submission to the Select Committee. While I will avoid repeating the kōrero already delivered, more eloquently around the technical components of the treaty and the principles bill by iwi and hapu leaders, politicians, both past and present, academics, rangatahi, and everyday New Zealanders who oppose this bill, I may reference their insights to reinforce key points. So, my kōrero will focus on two key issues, both of which reference a document written by Ministry of Justice officials as the advising agency to the Associate Minister of Justice, David Seymour. This document being the regulatory impact statement, providing certainty on the treaty principles, raises critical concerns. And I'm mindful of the submission from one of the speakers earlier on around the rigour, or perhaps the non-rigour, with regards to the process. So, point one, the impact on treaty settlements, both those already completed and those still in progress. And point two, the flawed process by which this bill was introduced to Parliament, affirming that it's a waste of time and resources. Point one. We're aware that the concept of treaty principles was first introduced by Parliament in the Treaty of Waitangi Act 75. While Parliament did not initially define these principles, it created a framework for the courts and the Waitangi Tribunal to do so. These principles have since served a critical purpose, and we believe they should continue to be articulated by the courts and the tribunal in accordance with existing legislation and practice. Currently, Te Tiriti principles appear in 40 pieces of legislation, ranging from simple acknowledgements to active implementation. Some of these are embedded in our own affiliate Tarawa Iwi and Hapu Claim Settlement Act of 2008. This bill is not an isolated action. It is part of a broader policy agenda by the coalition government to weaken the constitutional status of Te Tiriti Waitangi. Other proposed changes, such as the Regulatory Standards Bill and the Resource Management Act rewrite, indicates a systematic effort to remove these references from significant legislation. Further, Principle 2 of this bill seeks to confine Māori rights and interests solely to treaty settlements, disregarding Article 2 of the Tiriti, which guarantees collective Māori rights. So if this bill is enacted, future treaty settlements would be assessed under the bill's redefined principles, likely resulting in outcomes that differ from past settlements. This is unjust, this is unacceptable. Moreover, the so-called 6-month select committee process presented as national conversation is deeply flawed. The treaty partner was not consulted. Any agreement between two parties should only be amended with mutual consent. Te Pūmautanga o Te Arawa affirms that Te Tiriti represents an agreement between two sovereign nations. The courts have already developed treaty principles in alignment with its articles, and this work should remain in their jurisdiction. This flawed process is being driven by a minor coalition party that received only 8.6% of the vote. It is inappropriate for them to claim the mandate to lead this conversation, especially after ensuring Māori were deliberately excluded from the outset. How dare the authors of this bill presume to know what is best for me and my people, and the hundreds of thousands who marched to the steps of Parliament only months ago, delivering a clear message to Te Tiriti. The 11 iwi and hapu that formed Te Pūmautanga o Te Arawa negotiated a settlement with the Crown based on trust and cooperation. That settlement was carried on the backs of our koroua, kuia, our uncles, our aunties, many of whom are no longer with us, and it's our duty to uphold their legacy. This bill undermines not only what our tūpuna fought for, but also the integrity of future settlements. For my second point, the flawed process behind this bill. The introduction of this bill was procedurally unsound, and we call for its immediate dismissal. Sir Geoffrey Palmer, in his submission, stated that the process that led to this bill's introduction was fundamentally flawed, compared with the processes that are used for legislation customarily in your House. He further noted, orthodox policy processes for a bill like this would typically require in-depth analysis before decisions were made. Policy options would be assessed, interdepartmental consultation would take place, and crucially, Māori would be consulted. Instead, what we have seen is a bill that has clogged up the House with over 300,000 submissions, wasted an extraordinary amount of time and money, and damaged the collective fabric of our nation. This is what happens when proper legislative processes are ignored. A policy process does not begin with a bill, it ends with one. That is the fundamental flaw of this bill considered legislation. And it was important for me to raise this again because those words of Sir Geoffrey Palmer resonated. And to our way of thinking, he was on the money. The contradictions here are striking. The government claims to prioritise fiscal responsibility, efficiency and resource management, yet the administration of this flawed process likely costs hundreds of thousands of dollars. I don't know. And this bill has consumed valuable time and energy that could have been better spent addressing genuine issues facing this country. So in closing, Prime Minister Ludson himself is on record stating, we don't agree with this bill. Treaty issues are complex and you don't negate with a stroke of a pen 184 years of debate and discussion with a bill that is very simplistic. Yes, we're supporting it to its first reading, but beyond that, we're not supporting it for those reasons. This flawed process rests squarely on the shoulders, my words, on the shoulders of Associate Minister David Seymour and Prime Minister Ludson, who allowed it to drag on as long as it has. So our call to action with regards to this, and I'm again going to refer to my submission here, we reaffirm our recommendations to the Justice Select Committee to withdraw the principles of the Treaty of Waitangi Bill immediately and urge the Prime Minister, you the Select Committee, urge the Prime Minister to honour his constitutional obligations above the coalition agreement. He must keep his word and ensure this bill does not proceed to a second reading or become law. Nō reira, e te komiti whakahaere, we implore you to do the right thing, withdraw this bill. E mihi ana kia koutou.
No, Clark. We've got a very short period of time. If anyone had a very brief question. No, look, can I say really good submission, and thank you for your written submission as well. It's really appreciated and powerfully put as well. You can be proud.
Yeah, no, good.
Members, we've got a couple of minutes.
I don't know what I could comment on that one.
Yeah, look, it was beautiful, kororo, actually very powerful, and I really appreciate the sentiments that were put forward in that as well. You know, it was more or less an affirmation of what was presented beforehand by the chairman, Mr. Mark Steele, just in terms of process and best practice and questions around this fundamentally flawed process that we've gone through. And you have to question the motivations behind that. You know, when something doesn't go through the usual channels, we wonder why. Yeah, particularly when it's been driven, you know, by certain people. So yeah, wonderful commentary included in that. I think I just let that sit and resonate again.
Yeah. Okay.
Definitely lack of consideration and collaboration is a very, very common theme. Nearly everyone we've talked to has spoken on that. So it's indicative that, yeah, there's something really, really wrong with how this was rolled out.
Yes. Okay. Keith Rowell, I think, is the next submitter.
Minutes till our next submitter is due, 3 in fact, so, which is 12 o'clock. So I'm going to suspend for 3 minutes so people can just have a stretch.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Good members. Okay. I hope that was a useful break. Our next submitter is Keith Rowe. We have Keith for 5 minutes. Right, it's coming online now. Just need video and audio and we'll get underway.
All this fun stuff that goes into the process of getting these submitters lined up.
You there, Keith? We need you to switch your audio at least on, preferably video as well. All right, we've clearly got some issues with Keith. Keith, if you can hear me, we need you to put your audio on so we can hear you. It may be that we need to go to our next submitter. We're having some challenges here.
And I bet you Keith suddenly turns up.
If Keith can't manage that, we've got some technical difficulties. We'll go to Teo Egan Legika. Right, yeah, me. Got it, Teo. We can hear you. That looks good. And Teo, I think we have you for 5 minutes. Yep. So I'll just hand over to you to speak to your submission on the Treaty of Waitangi Principles Bill. Got it.
All right. Tinakoto Katwa, Chairperson Honorable Dr. Duncan Webb, a member of the Justice Subcommittee. Thank you for the opportunity to make an oral submission in rejecting the Treaty Principle Bill. Recently, Tifatora published a 2024 demographic report that described the geographic distribution and key demographic statistics of Aotearoa, Asian, and Middle Eastern, Latin American, and African in New Zealand. The report outlined the history of migration waves. First, the Chinese gold miners arrived in Aotearoa in 1865. From 1949, we start receiving refugees from various countries. And then from 1960s, we opened the visa for skilled workers from there, as well as an international student. I highlighted this to emphasize that although the treaty was a partnership agreement between two sovereignties, however, precisely 25 years after the treaty was signed, other parties started to migrate to Aotearoa. But unfortunately, these other parties, for example, the Mila subgroup, who are the diverse ethnic communities, have felt that the conversation about honoring the treaty is one between Maori and Pakeha, in quote, the crown. More so, they aren't sure of their place in a treaty-based constitutional arrangement. And that is a thank you to the system and the media that made sure both migrants and former refugees settling in Aotearoa have limited or no engagement or the understanding of the conceptual of the treaty, New Zealand constitutional arrangement, and each person's right within that framework. The other point I will make in opposition to this bill is that facts matters to us as human beings, and that it is important that we ensure that in the debate that we are factual. The treaty principle bill and associated claims within it, and in its promotion of various websites are not accurate and present misinformation as truth. This sort of action causes tremendous harm to our society, especially around social cohesion and sense of belonging to ethnic migrants and refugees. And it also further harms the journey of belonging that new immigrants to New Zealand are undergoing. It is disappointing that people are leveraging the failure of the system to promote, engage, and educate the diverse ethnic community of Aotearoa about Maori and treaty, to disinform and continue to propagate negative narrative. As you are aware, it is disinformation that wins in any referendum. Contrary to people calling for referendum, and from other jurisdictions, disinformation always wins. But education helps. And what furthermore, misleading content deliberately spread to deceive people and to secure economic and political gain, and which may cause public harm. And that's how I see this bill. At this junction, I would also like to stress that contrary to the narrative to divide us, Treaty of Waitangi isn't about ethnicity. It isn't about individual rights. It is a binding agreement between sovereignties, between the Crown and the Maori. Those are the two sovereignties. And I will refer you to paragraph 15 and 16 of my written submission for reflection. And if we really genuinely want to build concession around treaty and our constitutional arrangement that will promote greater legitimacy and social cohesion, I think we should take these two paragraphs, which I'd call policy or legislative proposal.
We are at time, so we're going to have to cut you off there, but I think you've made your points really effectively. So thank you for that. And we do have your written submission as well.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much for your submission.
Well, that's interesting hearing it from a African's perspective.
Yeah, I think the only thing I can add on top of that is that Te Tiriti o Waitangi is actually ours. It belongs to all of us, whether or not we are tangata whenua or tangata tiriti. My understanding of that, whether or not if you're tangata tiriti or even tauiwi, it includes everyone that does not have Maori ancestry. So, those that make this whenua, these lands, our home. So I think the conversation as treaty partners does encompass a broad band of different races and people.
Yeah. Now, I don't think we're going to have enough time to get another submission going through, just because just look at it, we'll be sailing very close to that 5 p.m. mark that you just mentioned earlier. So how have you found the submissions?
Yeah, to be fair, no surprises. I think that the common themes that we are hearing is what I personally would have anticipated when you don't go through a good, just, robust process. So yeah, I think we're hearing a lot about equity. We're hearing a lot about just having better collaboration and consultation, not hijacking movements, but including people within that discussion. We've heard lots about different people that are impacted under this proposed bill. Yeah. So yeah, there's a lot here from the submissions for us to move forward with. I think there's a definite window that it's clear that we need to do a lot more education around this, and making sure that people aren't misinformed, which is why I was really quite excited about that mobile education incentive. So yeah, I think there's more work that just needs to be informed and people understanding Te Tiriti rather than us investing time in trying to rewrite it.
Yes, no problem. Okay, well, let's bring in Captain Woke.
Hi.
Yeah, a little bit earlier. Nick still hasn't arrived.
No, I'm still waiting on my.
Laura, you've got to meet Tammy.
Hi, Captain Woke.
Yeah.
How you doing?
Here for duty. Love it.
Oh, at least doing what's it called? The Air Force and Army salute.
Yeah. No, I'm not doing the other salute. No.
You mean the Navy one where they have the hand like that because Queen Victoria says, "I don't like grubby hands."
No, I was thinking more about the altruistic salute, the one that Elon Musk did.
Yeah. No, there's so the official salutes in the New Zealand Defence Force are hand wave and open like that for the Army and the Air Force, whereas for the Navy it's like that because at the time there were coal-powered steamships, and shoveling coal into there you had these nice clean sailors in these uniforms, and they had all these black hands. And Queen Victoria said, "I don't like grubby hands." And it's interesting that it was a queen that made the force with the changes to salute, not a king. If you actually sit there and take a look at it, it was when a queen was in reign of when it happened, which I'm not surprised, though. You can understand the logic behind it, and it was at a point in time where, I think in the 1800s, was it females were allowed to join the military?
Sorry, what time period were you referring to again?
1800s, the Victorian era.
Yeah, it would depend on the country, but if you're talking about New Zealand, no, I don't know.
Yeah, so you wouldn't have had male officers thinking. Yeah, you wouldn't have male officers thinking these things.
I know that during World War I, women were allowed to work on as nurses and whatnot.
Yeah, I think that was the starting point, but yes. Yeah. Well, I should say we should roll on to the, some opening credits. I will keep you company until Nick arrives.
Sweet.
Yeah, and thank you, Tammy, for being with us. It's great for you taking 2 hours of your day to put in your submissions.
Oh, look, it was enjoyable for me. Last week when I sat and listened, I was actually in the audience. So it's a pleasure to actually sit here and be firsthand with people. And I've really, really enjoyed the spectrum of people that have come into this space to share their thoughts on that. And I'm excited, actually, that there's a lot of people invested in continuing this conversation, and that, we have spaces where people are attempting to bring accuracy of information. I liked how the last guest, Teo, spoke about facts mattering. That's a great way for me to depart. So continue with your fact finding. Have a wonderful, wonderful evening. Checking in, and I will be, I'll be watching.
If you jump at the juicy part, 7:55.
Yes.
7:55.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
Yeah. Okay.
Right. Appreciate you.
Bye.
Yeah. Oh, let's roll on those credits.
Hard-hitting questions where no candidate can butt in or dodge the question, because every candidate has to answer the hard-hitting questions. Hard-hitting questions. Hard-hitting questions. When no candidate can butt in or dodge the question, because every candidate has to answer the hard-hitting questions. Hard-hitting questions. Hard-hitting questions. Hard-hitting questions. Hard-hitting questions. When no candidate can butt in or dodge the question, because every candidate has to answer the hard-hitting questions. Hard-hitting questions. Hard-hitting questions. Hard-hitting questions. Hard-hitting questions, where no candidate can butt in or dodge the question, because every candidate has to answer the hard-hitting questions. Hard-hitting questions. Hard-hitting questions.
Do you want me to do it?
Oh shit! My bad. I thought it was automatic.
No, it's not. No, that one last scene is not automatic.
Okay. All right. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the show. I'm Laura, and this is Sam.
And
Everyone pretty much knows that by now.
Which
And Nick
means
has
I
come.
can disappear.
Yes. Bye, Sam. Hi, Sam. Bye, Sam. Yeah. Get out of here, Sam. How are you doing, Nick?
I'm good, Laura. How are you doing? Nice to see you.
I'm doing really well. Yeah. So I was listening in to the last hour, and what's been really impressive throughout this entire submission process is the amount of homework everyone's been doing. I'm like, yes, make homework great again.
Yeah, no,
I'm so happy
absolutely.
to see everyone's engaging with the subject, and that's really exciting. I spent the last hour writing more and more notes because I'm still really bothered by that question that Todd Stevenson keeps asking. Do Māori have special rights? And so I did a massive deep dive into, breaking down the question and trying to interpret it in a way that is a bit more constructive. And, I think that the more appropriate question to ask from Todd would be, do Māori possess sovereign immunity? I think that's a much more important question we should be asking. And I look forward to seeing if Todd Stevenson is still asking that question, do Māori have special rights? Because I look forward to unloading everything.
Well, let's go. I mean, let's begin the unload. All right.
Yes, let's begin the unload. Okay, now I've got to push the right button. Right, that's the button I'm looking for.
Okay, even though it says pause.
Hello, or a panel screen.
Oh gosh, okay, very good.
Ah, whoa, James Meager is eager. Okay, so the first submission from this section we're going to look at is Just Speak. I don't know much about Just Speak. I'm sure we're going to find out about Just Speak.
Oh, of course. Okay, very good.
There we go.
Okay, welcome. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to it's day 3 of Subcommittee A. We are hearing submissions on the principles of the Treaty of Waitangi Bill, and our first submission this morning is on behalf of Just Speak, and we've got Katie Perkins and Kelsey Lee joining us. Morning, Kelsey. Thanks for joining us, and Katie, there you are as well. Welcome to the committee. We have you for 10 minutes this morning, so I'll hand over to you to begin your presentation.
Kia ora koutou, kia ora ngā mema o te committee, ko tai mai mau ko Kelsey, hei ngā kai kōrero no Just Speak. Ko Katie Perkins, tōku ingoa ko te tiamana o Just Speak.
Tēnā koutou, ko Kelsey tōku ingoa, and I'm here, senior campaigner, and I am at Just Speak. Kia ora. So Just Speak, in case you don't know, is a people-powered movement for transformational change in the criminal justice system in Aotearoa. I'll hand it out to you.
Ka pai. So, on behalf of Just Speak here, we strongly recommend that the committee reject the bill in its entirety. Te tiriti o Waitangi is foundational to Aotearoa. It provides a place for us all to belong and work together to create a fair, just and flourishing Aotearoa. The bill is divisive and proposes to erase tino rangatiratanga and extinguish the rights of Māori that were agreed to by the Crown in 1840. It will make it almost impossible to legally honour the commitments of Te tiriti o Waitangi. The government has deliberately excluded Māori from consultation and evidence from experts in an attempt to distort what was actually agreed to in the original text of Te tiriti.
Should it pass, this bill will be applied to all legislation, changing the way that Te tiriti is interpreted in law. This means potentially ending the Crown's obligation to address the significant overrepresentation of Māori impacted by the criminal justice system. Te tiriti o Waitangi can ensure that everyone has what they need to thrive, and by decolonising the justice system, we can strengthen communities, not prisons. Just Speak strongly recommends that the committee reject this bill in its entirety and instead have a conversation about how we can truly honour Te tiriti o Waitangi in Aotearoa, New Zealand. We're happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Kelsey. Katie, very concise. Members, open to you for questions. First one's from Todd Stevenson.
Well, thank you both for being here. Why does Just Speak think Māori are overrepresented in the justice system?
I mean, it's pretty clear from the huge range of evidence that our justice system is systemically racist towards Māori, was not set up to ensure that Māori were honoured within the justice system. Not only are we overrepresented in terms of being imprisoned and being stopped and searched by police, but also in victimisations as well. The justice system doesn't look after Māori. It just causes intergenerational problems for us.
Mr. Chair, if I might just to follow up.
Yes, go to.
No, thanks. I appreciate that. But specifically, what do you think the issues are? Is it employment opportunities? Is it homelessness? Is it social deprivation? Do you specifically think what the issues are?
I mean, the issues will be different for every person involved, right? But we know that there's usually a large amount of drivers to lead people to being in the justice system, and those range from what you said, from poverty to housing, but also, I guess, in this context as well, historic injustices that have led people to being in that position as well. I guess they're important to highlight.
Yeah, I can somewhat add to that as well. Exactly, in terms of there's massive historical injustices that have occurred, which have caused many Māori whānau to be in a place that they wouldn't have dreamed of decades and decades ago. As a police officer, now retired, I worked on the front line and would see the impact of just not being able to get that next foot up the rung of the ladder, I suppose, in society, and it would take one slip up and you're back in that justice system and in a cycle that is really, really hard to break. And you'd see that then impact not just the one person who may be having to deal with the justice system, but the whole whānau and the ripple effects from that. And with over-representation of Māori in the justice system, that's why I believe, and Just Speak believes, that the system isn't set up to support Māori to flourish.
Thank you, Todd. I'll go to Celia Wade-Brown.
Yora, thank you for coming along. I had a question about your experience during the debate in communities about this bill. Do you think it's increased expressions of racism, or do you think it's increased people's ability to understand Te Tiriti?
I mean, yes, I definitely think there's been an increase in racism, and I think while we could be having a conversation that does help people's understanding around Te Tiriti o Waitangi, that feels really hard to achieve when we have one side of the debate, trying to rewrite what's in Te Tiriti, essentially, right? So the proposed articles within the legislation are not accurate of what was agreed to in Te Tiriti. So it feels like the starting point from the debate isn't coming from a right perspective. Sorry. And I definitely, I've noticed an increase in racism around the community, particularly the divisiveness as well. People have tended to kind of strongly choose one side, and there being little room for any discussion.
Yeah, and again, just to add to that, I believe this bill is hoping to play on the ignorance of a large part of our society, those who are maybe a bit older and have missed out on a lot of treaty education that is now happening a lot in our younger people and our younger generations coming up. So it feels like a sort of last gasp effort, potentially, by those of leading this bill to take advantage of a society or a group of people older in our society who haven't actually come to terms with what Te Tiriti really means for Aotearoa.
Thanks. So, I did have one from Tracy before, but if Tracy doesn't want a question, Tracy, I'll go to you and then back to Todd.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I did put my hand down temporarily because you had very aptly answered the question that I had in my mind. But you are a grassroots organisation, so you must come into contact with all different sorts of people who are willing to engage with issues in various different ways. And you talk about the sort of difference between those demographics. Have you had any examples where people have surprised you, where the discourse or the conversations have been a little bit more enlightened from those demographics? Because we've certainly had some submitters that you certainly couldn't typecast. So how has that been from your perspective while you've been engaging in this process?
Yeah, for sure. One of the really awesome things we've experienced recently is we've been interviewing some young people who have had experiences within the justice system. And one of the things that we heard from those interviews was the rangatahi themselves were talking about the need for constitutional transformation in order to see change in the justice system. That was super exciting for us. As adults, we often talk about all these big ideas, but actually to hear that from the rangatahi as well, and for them to be able to see the need for constitutional transformation was awesome. So yeah.
Thanks, Kelsey. We'll go to a question now from Todd Stevenson.
Thank you. You said you don't think that the principles of the bill as drafted reflect the articles of the treaty. Have you put forward what you think it should say?
We haven't put forward what we think it should say. We have put forward what it does say, and you'll be able to find that in our written submission.
Okay, thank you. If there's no further questions, I'll just on behalf of the committee thank you both for being with us this morning, for providing your written submission and for speaking to it as well. We do appreciate your time. Okay. We'll go now to our submission from...
Right, I've got to press lots of buttons to get that to work out. Okay, so I'm quite interested in looking at the questions that were asked after that submission, because that submission is pretty much in line with what both of us think about this bill. So yeah, why do you think, Nick, that Māori are overrepresented in the justice system?
How long have we got, Laura?
I've got all day.
We've got all day, I know. Well, I think the point was raised quite aptly in that presentation that institutional racism of the justice system, and I think that was a really key point. When you got a police force that has historically been very has proven to be more likely to arrest Māori than non-Māori. I think that has a flow-on impact and flow-on effect when you're seeing more Māori going through the justice system. Factors like those that just have a flow-on impact to seeing more Māori versus non-Māori going through the justice system. We just have a justice system that is set up essentially by Pākehā to process. It's a very difficult one.
There's a lot of nuance here. There is
a lot of nuance here.
There's a lot of nuance, and
sure.
That's part of the thing that's been bothering me about these questions is they're looking for a simplistic answer when we're dealing with a very complex situation here. I mean, I could give a simple answer, but it's not going to answer everything. And I would say that it's poverty plus proximity is what you're going to get when it comes to crime. Especially when it comes to the stealing of property or when it comes to anything like that. Yeah, it's why are Māori overrepresented? It's partly because of poverty. And proximity to wealth. And why do Māori experience poverty? Well, we only have to look back to treaty breaches. The amount of land that was taken. The whole of the South Island was pretty much taken. Then you've got the land wars of the North Island. When you lose the means to be able to produce your own wealth and to help your own people, you tend to get a bit desperate.
No argument there. The justice system was set up by the colonizers, and that is not a situation that's going to result in good outcomes for Māori. We had a perfectly functioning society before Pākehā arrived in Aotearoa, New Zealand, which included a system which can be seen as a justice system. And I don't know whether I'm pretty sure that Māori would say that they had a perfectly functioning justice system before Pākehā arrived here. So I don't know whether there would be an argument to replace existing systems of justice with what we have right now, but there's certainly been an imposition of a colonial justice system upon existing systems of handling behavior that doesn't meet societal norms. But so for me, you're right. There are nuances within this. But this bill certainly doesn't achieve anything.
It's not going to. This bill is not going to reduce the overrepresentation of crime with Māori people. It's not going. There's nothing in that bill that's going to resolve that. If anything, this bill gives the Crown the power to kind of reduce the amount of support that is given to Māori who are experiencing poverty.
No, and this bill was never set out to do that. So that was. I think we need to be quite clear about that, and I'm sure we agree on that. That was never the outcome, the intended outcome of this bill. So
no, it wasn't. But there was also another really good question that I wanted to jump on too, as well. Is have you noticed personally? Has there been an increase of racism or division since this bill has been announced, been put out there?
I probably live in a very, and to borrow the word off your hat, a woke bubble with. But so not within the circles that I move within, but I'm not naive enough to know that it hasn't happened. So I see it happening. I see reports of it happening. I read enough to know that this bill is almost an invitation for the types of attitudes, behaviors, and speech to carry on, and so I think it is fair comment to say that this bill has increased the types of the types of comments that perhaps we wouldn't have seen prior to its being introduced, and it's really concerning because it gives people it makes people fearful, and that's ultimately not a place we want to be as a country.
Yeah, I've definitely seen with this bill an entrenchment in positions. But another thing I have noticed too is, although there is a good group of people that have taken the initiative to go out and read stuff, there is a very big population of people who have stood up and said, I don't know. And I think it's really important that we address their questions as much as possible and do it in a way that is fair and understanding. Because a lot of people don't know, they are fearful, right? If you don't know things, you're going to be scared. And people, I talk to farmers, and a lot of them think, Māori are out there to take my land that I've had in my family for generations. But quite often, these same farmers don't understand where that land came from, or and the power that the government still possesses to essentially come along and take their land off them. Right, the same breaches that were done to Māori, the same treaty breaches. Right, we still have things in effect like the Public Works Act that impacts everyone. Right, so the Crown can still come along and take your stuff. Doesn't matter whether you're Māori or Pākehā. So yeah, I think it's important to explain to people that are unaware of the treaty how this bill is going to impact them personally.
Yeah, no, I think you make a really good point. And I think for me, if anything, that's really positive to come out of this bill, that it has sparked conversation. I think where it does get a little bit concerning is that people are starting to polarize into their camps of being really opposed to the bill or being really supportive of the bill. And I think if we can start to have conversations about what it means for us as a country, I think that's where the opportunity to learn and to grow as a country around our general understanding of what te tiriti means. I think that's where the opportunity for, if we can grab something positive out of this experience, which has been generally quite negative, that's where the opportunity potentially can sit.
Right. And with that said, we'll go on to the next submission. I've got a million documents open on my computer right now, so let's have a look at what that next submission is. Okay, so we've got the Wellington Temps Trust and the Palmerston North Māori Reserve Trust and Kiwi-Birb Management Limited. Sorry, I had to really squint to look at my computer. Eyesight problems, ladies and gentlemen. But yes, let's go on to the next submission.
I think it's on behalf of a number of organisations. It's Wellington Temps Trust, also Palmerston North Māori Reserve Trust and Kiwi-Birb Management Limited. Now, I've got a number of names, but I'll just invite anyone who's in the room who is on behalf of the organisations to come forward to the table. And because I do have a number of names, maybe if you introduce yourselves, and then we can take away. But thank you for being with us this morning. We've got 10 minutes on the clock, so I'll hand over to you to begin your presentation.
Kia ora, James. We'll just ask Tikiranga to open with karakia for us, please.
Kia ora tātou, e karakia tātou. Whakataka te hau ki te uru, whakataka te hau ki te tonga. Kia mākina kina ki te kia mātaratara ki tai, e hia kina te atakura ki te oke hoka, e hauhu, tihei, mauri ora.
And James, on my right is Vicky Hollywell, who's the General Manager for Kiwi-Birb Management Limited. I'm Liz Mellish, and I'm the Chairman of Palmerston North Māori Reserve Trust in Te Raukura, the Whariwaka. And on my left is Tikiranga, who works for us. On screen, of course, is the Chairman of Wellington Temps Trust, Anaru Smiler, based in Taupo. And we're very happy to be here. I would say some issues with traffic this morning coming in from the Wairarapa, but hey, we made it in time. So firstly, I want to say, James, that we oppose the bill very clearly. And in fact, we find the need for us to discuss this somewhat offensive even. This bill does not do anything it purports to do, and instead has been a catalyst, as earlier people have said, division, racism and hatred since its inception. In the short space between the first reading to today, our communities are already seeing the effects of this harmful legislation. This is not beneficial to our country, our history or our perception on the world stage. Frankly, this is a national embarrassment. And just to add to that, I came from a meeting with the Aboriginal Ambassador Justin Muhammad, and certainly our cousins in Moimoia are astonished that we're even having this discussion. They hold Aotearoa New Zealand and Māori as rock stars in the racism space, and this has been quite surprising and shocking for them. Anyway, moving on. We are the mana whenua and hold mana whakahaere in the Takiwara, Wellington, Lower and Upper Hutt cities. We represent the descendants of the original owners of the whenua in the transaction with the New Zealand company, who had the idea of how New Zealand should be colonised, who arrived here in in 1839 and who we did a deal with, the transaction really being a trade agreement. And our iwi were the first peoples of Aotearoa to deal with the New Zealand company. And whilst we hoped that would give protection and enable us to trade worldwide, didn't quite work out like that, as we all know. And it didn't work out because the protection we thought with our powerful ally did not happen through the taking of our land, 209,000 acres in Wellington and the Lau Hut. Most of it taken as demesne lands or lands that were considered not used. And so we were alienated from our land. That happened pretty smartly. Currently, our ahi whenua trusts operate under laws that are restrictive, including the Tūturu Whenua Māori Land Act, the Māori Reserve Land Act, and every other, the Trustees Act, and so on. Despite the difficulties, however, of working through those situations, we've had to become more resilient. So we are. Despite this, our trusts have continued to be successful in various aspects, including economically, socially, culturally, and environmentally. We are strong contributors to the community in which we live, and our responsibility to the environment or the people within is paramount and is deeply rooted in Te Ao Māori and our concept of kaitiakitanga, manaakitanga, stewardship of people in the land. This message is reinforced by the ohaki, or the dying wish of one of our rangatira who did the deal with the New Zealand company, Te Waripoli. He signed the treaty in 1840 on the 29th of April in the harbour on a boat called the Ariel. On his deathbed in 1842, he said, "I muri nei kia pai ki aku tonga Māori, tonga Pākehā, kia tai aki te haruru o te reo, kia hau I te rienga." Meaning, after I have gone, be good to my Māori people and my European people. Let the thunder of your voice reach me in the spirit land. These are the words that still guide us today. In all that we do, it is vitally important that we live and breathe the final wish of our tupuna. And can I say, I welcome you on our land, which was Honiana Tupuni's cultivation, on which this building sits. Thank you. And I'd hand to Anaru to add to this.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a final point we'd like to make too is, as was stated in our submission, you can see that the laws that have been imposed on us over the last 180 years really is proof that there is no real thing as Māori privilege. And in fact, as you read through that, you can see that these laws have worked to undermine Māori and destroy our communities over many generations. However, we have and are managing to overcome these challenges, but it does come at enormous cost. So our fear really is that this ill-conceived bill seeks to overturn decades of jurisprudence, which has in fact been designed to try and support progress, and will lead to enormous cost burdens in future legal proceedings that will seek to sort out whatever mess is created through such ill-conceived legislation. And we really have to ask the question, for what purpose? Progress is not going to stop. And the hikoi certainly showed and represented generations of progress in overcoming adversity. So we'd just like to finish there to allow a bit of time for questions.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Liz. There's some water there as well if you'd like.
Oh, thank you.
I'll open up for questions. We've got time for a few questions from members. Before I do that, I'll just leave the committee for Hana Rafferty, Maipi Clark to participate, and any other Te Pāti Māori members, just because they don't have a standing member of this subcommittee. Any objection to that? No, there's not. Thank you. Any questions, members, for the team? We'll go Hana Rafferty first.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Tēnā rā koutou. I'm here ki tō koutou kōrero I te ata nei. I just want to touch on you saying, Anaru, that there's no such thing as Māori privilege, and I think I've heard this all throughout the whole submissions, that there's something as, that there's Māori privileges and that we've got all these privileges. I'm yet to see what that actually is. But I'd love for you to extend more on that, that quote that you've just said, and kind of maybe the misconceptions and stereotypes that we see or hear as Māori.
Sure. Well, I'll give you a simple example in the land context. If you look at a lot of this legislation, it was designed for resources to be redistributed across the community. And I don't know if you remember the old Griffins ad back in the day where the world was getting gold and diamonds and jewels and New Zealand ended up with pineapple lumps. And so what this legislation and policies of the past ended up creating was that Māori being left with land resources that was landlocked, very expensive and difficult to develop. And so it was the pineapple lumps in amongst the jewels of New Zealand's land resources. And they came at a cost because all of that good prime land, etc., where Māori communities had thrived for generations, was ripped away from them and they were left with these pineapple lumps. And there's been an enormous struggle over generations to try and do something with it. And so, you know, despite having the toughest land, we also received no support and help in trying to actually develop the land, which was the hardest and most costly to develop to support communities. That to me is not privilege. So what the jurisprudence and stuff that has been occurring through the interpretation of the treaty principles more recently is to be able to support and help the development and address that imbalance. So, you know, that's really been what the focus of what the treaty principles have been designed to try and do. And it's to actually try and help progress for an underprivileged community, not a privileged one.
Thank you, Hana Rafferty. Thank you for your question. Thank you, Liz, Vicky, Te Karanga. Thank you for your time this morning and for being before the committee. We do appreciate your time.
All right. So, what did we think of their submission?
Yeah, I mean, that is mana whenua speaking right there, specifically for the place where the parliament sits, and also for a little bit wider up there into Taranaki as well. But I mean, there is a lot of mana occurring in that conversation, and I think that was pretty impressive. And they were very clear that they didn't like what they were hearing, and that they were offended by even the fact that the bill had been put in front of the parliament. And I think that was there were some senior Māori figures there that were saying, you know, that it's not right what's happening.
Yeah, I mean, these were the people, by the way, ladies and gentlemen, who are watching. These are the people that David Seymour failed to consult. People like who we're seeing speak right now in this particular video. People that are the heads of trusts, people that are the heads of iwi, people that are the heads of hapu, right? David Seymour could have easily have picked up the phone and given them a yell. He didn't.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
They're easy to contact.
yeah.
They live down the road from me.
Yeah. And I think they dealt incredibly effectively with that concept that's been thrown around by people like Winston Peters and others around this whole concept that there's Māori privilege out there, and that there are certain members of the community that are at the top of the queue, and that's, you know, clearly not the case. And I think Anaru Smiler dealt with that very effectively through his example around the acquisition and management of land, which is a clear example that almost all Māori will understand, if you have any interaction with ownership and management of Māori land. I think he dealt with that very, very effectively. And I found it very interesting that our regular questioner and friend Todd Stevenson was very quiet during that presentation. I was expecting him.
I think the room would have exploded if he asked what special rights do you think Māori have. I mean, look at this kuia here. She looks like she's about to pop off.
I mean,
it's like
Todd Stevenson has been. He had 2 questions for the previous. But this time very quiet, and I think he was probably well advised to zip it, sweetie, you know, to borrow a phrase from a former politician on that one.
But I think this submission really highlights why it's important to talk to people like this kuia, right? She has knowledge that the average Joe doesn't have access to. She knows about the history. She knows about the treaty breaches that impacted their hapu. I mean, I live near the Waitangi region, right? I live in the Taurua district. I don't know the history that she's just talked about. I don't know that, okay? And I'm pretty familiar with the history regarding Māori in my town, you know, with Niriaha, right? But I don't know her history. So it's important to reach out and consult these groups, because there are things that you're overlooking when you're writing a treaty principles bill that's going to impact everyone. And she's just brought up, well, what about this point? What about the New Zealand company? What about this history? I didn't know any of that. I'm learning this for the first time.
I mean, there was a powerful example that Liz Mellish used when she referenced to Whare Puri, who was one of the chiefs that signed Te Tiriti here in Whanganui Atara, Wellington. And we've just had a really amazing example where we changed the street name here in up in Berempore to change it to Whare Puri, to bring it back to the proper name. But I mean, Liz Mellish demonstrated that Māori and Pākehā's histories are intertwined together because of that very, very powerful example that she gave. And that goes right the way back to 1840, that the tupuna are saying that our histories are intertwined together. So it's not a competition of interests. It's collaboration together. That's clearly what's being asked for. So I thought that was a really really interesting example.
Yeah, I mean, I've been learning about the Scottish Highlanders, and I'm seeing a lot of similarities with what happened with the ancestors of Scotland versus what happened to our tupuna. And it's, you know, we're talking about Scottish people here, white people, right? They were screwed over too. You know, you can look at the Irish, they were screwed over as well. We can go back to the English when the Romans came into town. They were screwed over too. It's like, yeah, there's a lot of overlaps here. It's not just unique to Māori. You know, this has happened everywhere around the world, and it's important that we are aware of the history of political injustices that have occurred, injustices from the Crown.
No, you're right. I mean, you need to understand your history, otherwise you'll be doomed to repeat it. You know? So that's why.
Yeah, I was walking to a hole that you can't come out of. All right. So now we're going to go into the next submission, which is Mana Wahine of Whangarei.
We don't quite have Mana Wahine with us, so we're going to go to a submission from Dame Anne Salmond.
Okay, never mind. All right, we'll go straight into the next submission from Anne.
Right. Is the camera not working?
No, it's not yet, Dame Anne. If you can manage to turn it on.
Right, here we go. There we go.
Right. Hey, good morning. Thank you for being with the committee. We have you for a 10-minute slot this morning, so I'll hand over to you to begin your presentation.
E aku rangatira, tēnā koutou. My name's Anne Salmond. I'm a professor of Māori Studies and Anthropology at the University of Auckland, and I'd like to make just 5 key points about Te Tiriti o Waitangi. These are based on a forensic study of the text of Te Tiriti and its historical context commissioned by the Waitangi Tribunal, with close colleagues Meriberi Penfold and Cleve Barlow for the Muri Whenua land claim in 1992, and with Patu Hoiapa and Manuka Henare for the Paparahi o Te Raki claim in 2010. First, I'd like to argue that Te Tiriti o Waitangi describes neither a split state with 2 separate political systems on the one hand, nor a singular state with only one set of powers under the Queen's kāwanatanga on the other, the 2 extremes around which the debate over Te Tiriti has been polarising. Rather, Te Tiriti, in the original, describes a power-sharing arrangement between the Queen and the rangatira with their hapu, in which the mana of all parties is respected. Secondly, I'd like to draw attention to the preamble to Te Tiriti, which is so often ignored, because it describes how this arrangement was supposed to work on the ground. In the first line of the preamble, Queen Victoria promises the rangatira and their hapu in the plural that she will protect their rangatiratanga and their lands. In He Whakaputanga, the Declaration of Independence, Henry Williams, who also translated Te Tiriti into Te Reo, uses the term rangatiratanga to translate independence. From the outset, then, the independence of each of the rangatira and their hapu is guaranteed by the Queen. In exchange for this promise, each of the rangatira and the hapu agree to the kāwanatanga of the Queen. The kāwana, or governor, is described as a rangatira and a kai whakarite, literally one who makes things equal. This term was used to describe peacemakers who settle disputes among the kin groups, or judges in Te Paipere Tapu, the Holy Bible. The kāwana is thus a mediator or adjudicator, placed on an equal footing with the rangatira, not a ruler with absolute authority. According to William Colenso, in his powerful speech, Patuone spoke at length, quote, in favour of Mr. Hobson, and explained by bringing his 2 index fingers side by side that they would be perfectly equal, and that each chief would be similarly equal with Mr. Hobson. In the preamble, through the introduction of law, the Queen promises that her kāwanatanga will deliver peace and tranquil living, and prevent harm to both Indigenous inhabitants and settlers in all parts of the country and the islands. Kāwanatanga was thus about ensuring just and harmonious relationships that preserve the mana of all parties. And as our kāwanatanga, our government, that is your duty in relation to this bill. My last 3 points turn on the 3 articles or ture of Te Tiriti. In ture 1, the Queen tuku will give all the kāwanatanga or governance of their lands absolutely and forever to the Queen of England. Tuku is a term used in gift exchange, and Te Tiriti is phrased throughout as a gift exchange between each of the rangatira and the Queen. That term occurs a couple of times in the preamble in each of the ture. In He Whakaputanga, Henry Williams uses the term kingitanga and also mana to translate sovereign power and authority, while he uses kāwanatanga to translate a lesser power that the rangatira might delegate to someone of their own choosing. There's no doubt, I think, that in ture 1, Henry Williams softened his translation of sovereignty to make it acceptable to the rangatira so they would sign. In ture 2, Queen Victoria ratifies and agrees with each of the rangatira, the hapu, and all the persons of New Zealand, ngā tangata Māori, or ngā tangata katoa o Nutirangi, to the tino rangatiratanga, or independence of their lands, their dwelling places, and all of their treasures. So this is a multilateral, not a bilateral agreement. As we all know, after the promises made in Te Tiriti were breached by the Crown, some hapu fought with and others against the British Crown in the Northern Wars and later in the Land Wars. The independent mana of the kin groups is still cherished. In Ture 3, in exchange for the gift of kāwanatanga, the Queen promises to care for ngā tangata Māori o Nutirangi, lowercase, the indigenous inhabitants of New Zealand, and tuku, or gives to them, ngā tikanga rite tai, absolute equality, tikanga absolutely equal with her subjects, the inhabitants of England. As many authorities have pointed out, throughout Te Tiriti, Māori in the lowercase is an adjective, meaning normal, everyday, local, indigenous. Tangata or persons in Te Tiriti are identified by their countries of origin, not race. Race is a colonial construct with no scientific validity and a horrible history associated with slavery, genocide, and other atrocities. Te Tiriti is about relationships. It's not about race. So the two-race interpretation of Te Tiriti is again a colonial artifact and mistaken. In the debates around this bill, it's being used to try and dishonour the promises that were exchanged in Te Tiriti between each of the rangatira and the Queen of England. And in Ture 3, the Queen promises that the indigenous inhabitants of New Zealand and the incoming settlers in their tikanga will be placed on an equal footing. Rite means equivalent, not the same. It's equality and difference. As kai whakarite, the government is supposed to ensure that these relationships among citizens are just and equal, the scales of justice in action. And as our kāwanatanga in relation to this bill, that is your duty. So here the mana of the Queen, the Governor, the hapu, and the rangatira, the indigenous inhabitants and the settlers, and their tikanga are all respected. The question now arises, how do these promises reconcile with the Treaty Principles Bill? I would say, not at all. Principle 1 of the bill gives the government full power to govern. This cannot be reconciled with the text of Te Tiriti, which describes a power-sharing relationship in which each of the rangatira and their hapu retain a measure of independence. Principle 2 of the bill attempts to erase the tino rangatiratanga of the rangatira and the hapu, which was agreed to by the Queen in Ture 2, limiting it to those rights conceded by the Crown in treaty settlements. All other rights and responsibilities involved in te tino rangatiratanga of their lands, their dwelling places, and all of their taonga are cancelled at the stroke of a pen. Principle 3 of the bill says everyone is equal before the law and entitled to the equal protection and equal benefit of the law without discrimination. Ngā tikanga rite tai describes relationships of equality in difference, not sameness. And this principle, as articulated in the bill, says nothing about how discrimination and losses of equality are to be remedied. In this bill, the ACT Party is trying to rewrite Te Tiriti o Waitangi to make it say what they wish it had said. If we were in France, say, and someone who couldn't speak French took it upon themselves to try and instruct the people of that country about the basic principles of an important constitutional document that they couldn't even read, they would be regarded as a lunatic or a fool. Here, a fringe party with little electoral support and less knowledge is taking it upon itself to rewrite the promises exchanged between the rangatira and the Queen in 1840. The arrogance of this is breathtaking. The fact that this coalition government has allowed this bill to proceed to this select committee and this parliament, in my view, is a disgrace to our democracy. It should be put in the dustbin of history, where it belongs. Kia ora.
Thank you, Damien. That's the 10 minutes we've got set aside this morning. So I just want to acknowledge your submission on behalf of the committee and thank you for being with us.
Kia ora.
Okay, that's probably one of the best submissions I've heard to date. Yeah, I can see why she's a dame. That was dame good. Sorry, dad joke. No, that was very, very good. And I encourage people to just burn that into their brains because I swear to God, I didn't steal her notes, but you know, my notes pretty much match up with her notes. And I'm like, okay, this is a very good submission. Not because it mirrors my notes, but because I've learned from people like her. I've looked over her work in the past and stuff like that. And it's just, that's what happened. That's what happened. And, yeah, again, burn that submission to your brain because everything right there pretty much explains everything that is wrong with this bill. And I'm so glad that Todd didn't have the opportunity to ask, do Maori have special rights? Because she probably would have blown up at him.
Yeah, I mean, I think
she's like, oh, do you want me to repeat my entire submission again?
Yeah, give me another 10 minutes and we'll have another go. I think that should probably, it'll probably make its way into, I'm not sure what year it will be, but our year 9 to 13 civics education curriculum at some point. Because you're right. Damien Salmon is a living legend, and one of our very, very best mana wahine in terms of her strength and character, and I think every single word that she uttered during that submission is on point, and yeah, really powerful submission. Dealt with all of the nuances of and the spin and the nonsense, and untangled them, and really fired them. It really dealt with them.
She used big words.
Well, yeah, I mean, she did, but I mean, she really just untangled them and just dealt with them in a really sophisticated way, as she would. So yeah, very, very impressive.
I really like the fact that, and I'm just going for my notes that I took during her speech, because I take notes throughout everyone's speeches. I like the fact that she stated that there is no split state or singular state, and rather these are like two extremes. And it's like, yes, thank you. This is what we've been shouting about over the last couple of weeks. Those are two extremes. The treaty, the way how it's kind of written, kind of forces both groups to engage in partnership building, and that's the beauty of Te Tiriti, the Māori language version in particular. It's like, yeah, whereas the English language version kind of forces submission, but the Te Reo Māori version forces partnership, and that's essentially what Māori are asking for. We're asking for partnership. We're not asking to be, crushed.
Yeah, I mean, I think we have kind of accepted over the last little while that the Māori language version is the preferred version in terms of how we accept it, but there are some that don't accept that, and I think that's where the tension has occurred. But for the majority of academics, the Māori language version is the preferred version. And that's accepted at international law as well. So the English language version now, really, once we get through this hoop, this rather large hoop in this roadblock that we're dealing with here, we should probably just accept that the Māori language version of Te Tiriti is Te Tiriti, and there is, that the English language version should probably just be put in the dustbin. And
I think it's, well, I mean, when it comes to the English version, I think it is important to acknowledge that it exists.
for sure.
I mean, we've got to keep in mind that about 39 rangatira did sign that. And the Crown signed off on that. Okay. But you got about 500 rangatira in comparison who signed the Te Reo Māori version, including my own ancestor Iwiko, down at Akaroa. They signed that version, the overwhelming majority. So they are bound, they're essentially binded to that version, and the Crown signed off on it. That's the other thing. It's not like, oh, yep, okay, here's our alternative document. Woo, we're going to sign this one, and the Crown doesn't agree. No, the Crown signed off on both. The Crown agrees with the rangatira who put down their tohu, who signed Te Tiriti and agreed to it. So it's a binding document. It's a binding treaty.
Yep.
Okay, let's have a look at the next submission. Neat Skies.
Backtrack in the program and go to our submission from Mana Waitangi,
okay, sorry,
who are with us online. Hopefully joining us is Aorangi Kawiti. Good Aorangi, thank you for being with the committee. We have you for 10 minutes this morning, so I'll hand over to you to begin your presentation.
Tēnā tātou katoa, tēnā koutou, ngā kaimahi o te pāremata, mō te komiti.
Hang on. Ladies and gentlemen, fake news. I don't think this is a net. This is Oranga Kawiti. So we're going to hear from her, ladies and gentlemen.
Ko Aorangi Kawiti tōku ingoa. I heke mai ahau, i ngā tini tūpono o ngā puhi nui tonu, te tai rāwhiti, tainui waka, te whare toa. Anō reira, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou katoa. I understand you have read my tono to you regarding this bill, and I won't repeat it. I just wish to add some names. Oh, firstly, actually, I would like to sing a waiata to open. This waiata I wrote to acknowledge the roles of women and men together, working together in a balance. And my tono today predominantly uplifts the roles and responsibilities and the authority, the mana of women, wahine Māori in particular, and wahine tiriti, tangata tiriti. Karanga maira, te mana o te wahine tu maira, te mana o te tane hono maira, ki te hira tangata e. Aue ka putaki, ki te whaiau ka putaki, ki te ao marama ka putaki, a roto I tō whanau e. Aue, karanga maira, karanga maira, karanga maira e te iwi aue. I wish to mention further to my submissions. Oops, I lost connection.
We've still got you.
Oh, good. Okay. Oh, I'm not sure what to do here. I can't see anything. I'm in a low coverage area. Hold on a moment.
Hold on, just so you know, we can hear you and see you loud and clear.
Oh, okay. Okay, I can't see it. All right, I'll just carry on. I wish to mention further to my submissions, further amazing wahine in our whakapapa and history. I refer to the daughter of Puhi Moanariki, Hauangiangi, who moi tau rāmoko and had Rahiri, our eponymous tupuna of Ngāpuhi. Ahuaiti, moi Rahiri, and of course gave birth to Uenuku. Uenuku moi Kare Ariki, another wahine of great mana and prestige, and had Hauhaua. Hauhaua moi Torongare and had Hineamaru, who was the eponymous tupuna of Ngāti Hine. 7, 8 lines of whakapapa, Kawiti moid kawa, and had Maihi moid hini ngarino, and had Tiriri moid marara, and had Ngaone, who moid Taurekareka Henare, and then had my grandfather Te Tawai, who moid Mata Matakino Wynyard, and had Paiki Tawhiti Te Raumua, and my father is number 12, Pera. My father, Pera moid Hine Kohau Kolia, who introduced me to Māori Women's Welfare League at the age of about 10. We become members at the age of 12, and I have been involved with the Māori Women's Welfare League, Ngā Wahine Māori Tuku I Te Ora, since then, and I'm 62, so that's a while, about 50 years. I want to mention also dames and Māori Women's Welfare League leaders, Whina Te Wake Kerepeti Kupa, Mira Sazi, or Miraka Petrisevich, Digares Te Kanawa, well known for her weaving, Iritana Tawhiwhirangi, well known for her support of Te Reo and Te Kohanga Reo, Tariana Turia, politicians Tariana Turia, well known for crossing the floor to stand for our rights, Nanaya Mahuta, who has made some amazing contributions to the political world, Hanarāwhiti Maipi Clark, our most recent young addition to Parliament, who just living and breathing and speaking in Parliament is an amazing manawahine, an example of amazing female leadership. Willow Jean Downs Prime from Ngāti Hine. And there are many, many others. I want to mention also, I diverge from the Māori Women's Welfare League briefly to mention Rosemary Seymour, the mother of David Seymour, who was born in New Zealand in 1919 and nominated for her pioneering work in establishing the Women's Resource Centre in Hamilton and her involvement in women's studies. She pioneered women's studies courses at Waikato University in 1974, and she brought to them her years of experience studying women, their relationships to each other, and to their work in countries around the world. And she encouraged us to research wahine more, and I completely agree with that. I am disappointed that this bill does not bring wahine to the fore in any way, and I now return to my closing statements. As uri of Ngāpuhi Nui Tonu, we acknowledge the findings of the Waitangi Tribunal inquiries, including the Stage 1 and 2 reports of Te Paparahi o Te Raki, that we did not cede sovereignty to the Crown, the Kāwanatanga, or anyone else. That this bill should be stopped, and any other associated bills that continue to tahai our taumatuku iho. As a mother and a grandmother of 7 children, 6 of whom are daughters, and 17 grandchildren, the majority of whom are granddaughters, I wish to mention my eldest mokopuna, Hine Wairua, and my second eldest mokopuna, Alajaya Tahua, and my third eldest mokopuna, Emily. These young women are our future, and I want our future to be great, not mediocre or poor. I wish that our future be great. In closing, I wish to sing another waiata in closing. I wrote this recently in regard to mothers, and it speaks of the beauty of mothers and how they bring us together. And I'm singing about the bees, the bumblebees in particular, because I can't see the clock, I'm sorry.
We've just hit 10 minutes, Aorangi, so I'll have to ask you to bring the submission to a close very quickly.
Okay then, I'll just sing one verse then. That's a bit low. Okay, we'll leave that. Piti pinui, dere hatu dere mai, rongo hia tereka, puti puti puawai. Now,
so, Aorangi, so we've run over time, so I'll ask you to make some very quick closing comments, and then we'll bring the submission to a close.
okay. Women are the key to our society. Our society is matriarchal, speaking of Māori society, and we need to return to where those strengths are. And that's really pretty much what I have to say. I want to mihi to all of you. I thank you for your beautiful ahua, your openness to our kōrero, and for hearing us today. Thank you very much. Oh, and I need to mention our new branch. So I come here under Mana Wahine, which I'm still a member of, but we have recently started a new branch of Māori Women's Welfare League called Te Aki Wahine, Te Aki Te Ao. And that basically means when you care for women, you care for the world. And I'll close on that note. Thank you. And I'd love to hear questions if there is time available.
No, sorry, Aorangi, we're a couple of minutes over time now, so I'll just, on behalf of the committee, thank you for being with us this morning and for providing your submissions. Very appreciated.
Kia ora.
We'll move now to our submission.
Okay, shout out to James Meager for handling that submission. I thought he was quite patient dealing with the IT struggles and, and the out-of-tune guitar. So yeah, I can see why Sam likes James Meager. I can see why he he is a bit of a good egg. I'll say that as a non-national supporter. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah,
James, that was pretty cool of you, man.
There was highly patient on James Meager's part. I recall submitting on a different bill in a different select committee in the last few weeks, and they have been a lot more officious when it comes to time allocations. So I think, he was very generous there. But
No, respect to James. Respect for James for doing what he did there. So I think she brought up a really good point, going back to Aorangi, brought up a really good point about the role of wahine in te tiriti, and how, having wahine rangatira sign te tiriti, in a way, and this is going to shock some people, but in a way actually paved down the roadwork for women's suffrage in New Zealand, helping women get the vote, because Māori actually had a very big part to play in that, and that's something that a lot of people don't know about. And I think it's in part due to the idea that, we have wahine rangatira who have the ability to govern and have self-autonomy and all these things. Why can't that be extended over to Pākehā women? And so, that's an important part of our own history that often gets overlooked and it is not really well read up about.
no, I think you're right. I mean, I think the role was particularly with the previous submitter, or the submitter that we've just watched, referenced the Māori Women's Welfare League, and I think that organisation is what part of the backbone of our society, not just, particularly within the Te Ao Māori world, but even more broadly within society as well, in terms of the role that organisation plays. So I think that submission was a little quirky, but it was a lot
of singing.
It was coming from a very good place in terms of the impact that mana wahine play in culture and society, and the support that needs to be given to our wahine within society, and I think that was a very very important point, and I thank the submitter for making that point.
Yeah, I mean, I think she did highlight the role that Māori women have had in making society a better place for everyone.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's like, yes, that's something that's not often talked about. I mean, I was having a chat with people the other day who were unaware that there were wahine rangatira that signed Te Tiriti. Sure, they weren't in the majority. There was like about 10 of them, but they were there, and they had the ability to govern. So it's like, yeah, that's an important part of our history. I recommend everyone read up on that.
No, that's right. I mean, when we look right across all the different areas, we've had some excellent submissions on education, on healthcare, and it certainly is true that when we get it right for our wahine, for our women, that then everyone benefits. So I think that's certainly a very valid point, and that was a well made through the lens of the Māori Women's Welfare League through that previous submitter. So yeah.
Interesting part about Rosemary Seymour. Wasn't expecting David Seymour's mum to make an appearance, but you know, I don't know much about her as a person. But yeah, I thought that was quite interesting. All right, so are we ready to go into the next submission? Mana Moana, I think, is the next submission. So let's have a look.
Annette Sykes, I'll welcome Annette to the table. Thank you for being with us this morning, Annette. We've got you scheduled in for 10 minutes this morning, so I'll hand over to you and your colleague to take us away.
Ko te tuatahi kei te mihi ata kia tātou e hui mai nei te raro te maru o tō tātou nei treaty. Ko te karanga o te treaty e tū mai ana te Māori me te Pākehā ki te aha, ki te whai whakaro mō tātou i noho ana i tēnei whenua rangatira, i rongo i te whakaro te tika me te punu. Ko te tuarua ka hoki aku mahara ki ngā rōpu katoa i tū ana ki te atamira kei te matatini, i ki ana te kāwai matatini, kei te tino mihi ki o koutou i tū ana i rongo i te whakaro o te mana Māori mo te hake me te tino rangatiratanga. Ana ka hoki au ki tēnei komiti whaiti kei te mihi atu au ki o koutou. I've provided a significant submission, mainly because I was one of the lawyers that led the challenges to the Waitangi Tribunal, both about the coalition arrangements that sought to dismantle and savagely undermine the Te Treaty itself. But I also come mandated for my peoples of Ngāti Pikiao, who once the ink was dried on the coalition arrangements between the National Party and the New Zealand First Party and the National Party and the ACT Party, immediately organised to reject any efforts by this present kawanatanga to undermine, rewrite, dismantle the aspects of Te Treaty which are sacred to us. As a matter of history, Te Arawa did not sign Te Treaty, but it's the one sacred document that stands in our House of Parliament, Tamata Kapua. It reminds us of the forging of relationships between those settlers that arrived here post-1840, but also, as Dr. Anne Salmon reminded, the multilateralism of the treaty itself, bringing together peoples of Aotearoa who in former times and the pre-existing times of the treaty had actually engaged with warfare with each other. So it is a peace document with two dimensions: the way to create an opportunity for laws and peaceful coexistence between and amongst hapu and iwi themselves, but more fundamentally to then engage with the arriving settlers and the kawanatanga that was established for them by the British sovereign. I want to endorse the statements that I heard this morning from Dr. Salmond, but I also heard them articulated earlier this month in submissions to yourselves by, I think, one of the most distinguished intellectual minds of the last century, and there have been many that you've been fortunate to listen to. Marilyn Waring was somebody that hit me with her submission. Two Prime Ministers, Dame Jenny Shipley and Sir Geoffrey Palmer, were actually those that encapsulated the essence of unity that the treaty provided, but also to remind that the pillars of the rule of law are built on the constitutional apparatus, which only gains legitimacy if we accept He Whakaputanga and Te Treaty as part of the fabric of the creation of the modern Aotearoa New Zealand state. Recently, I listened to a rap artist. His sentiments reminded me immediately that the coalition agreements and those that support it, the people that it supported, are people that are not like those esteemed people that I've just talked about. That he called out to the American populations to reject people that are not like us. And I'm urging this select committee to reject those individuals that stand behind this minority party, the ACT Party, to promote an ideology of supremacy over the ideology of kindness, of mindfulness, of mutual respect, of dignity, which is entrenched in Te Treaty itself. It's really disturbing that this isn't the first time either that this kawanatanga apparatus has tried to dismantle the treaty. I remember in 2007 a similar effort by Rodney Hyde that was actually supported by the Labour Party at that time. So while there is a lot of people saying that the National Party and the other two minor parties that they have coalesced with to form power is at fault, what is, I think, highlighted by the fact that this isn't the only time that you've tried to dismantle the constitutional foundation stone of our country, that in fact the arrogance of that permeates on the wrongful belief that this Parliament in some way subsumes, undermines and has the right to create privileges or to deny privileges for the populations of the Māori world. That must be rejected by this committee, because to do otherwise would actually to not recognise the soul of the nation that we are founded upon. I also highlighted in my submission that we must, as the Court of Appeal and other superior courts have said, look to the treaty text itself and not the principles of the treaty, because the treaty text itself is based on values, kare e roto, which I think are really fundamental. The English language text of the Treaty of Waitangi does not in any way give force to some of the sentiments that are more nuanced in the Māori text. You heard from Professor Ahorangi Ani Makaire on those matters. I don't wish to traverse them, but I would draw the Select Committee's attention to her very well considered deconstruction of how the English text and the principles that are derived from the English text are actually undermining the fundamentals of the treaty itself. The Crown has long tried to fudge the fact that without Te Tiriti o Waitangi, there's no legitimisation of this institution. Unless, of course, you're going to suggest that because you declared war on my peoples of Ngāti Mākeno, where we lost 443,000 acres of land, together with the peoples of Ngāti Awa, Tūhoe and Te Whakatohea, is a legitimate way to build a new nation. As a daughter of Ngāti Mākeno, one of the few women who actually is the eponymous ancestor for my hapu, I would reject absolutely if there is the suggestion that the assumption of power that is now being called for from this parliament comes from those early beginnings. My Pākehā father married my mother with love. Those of us that have engaged as treaty activists for the interest of the treaty itself to be protected do so from not a place of hatred, but a place of kindness, a place of coexistence, a place of recognising that the spiritual soul of the future of our nation was embedded in that document and provides now the kind of metaphors of excellence, the metaphors of unity that this bill actually undermines. It's not surprising then that you had 100,000 people walk and march in unity against what has been proposed. For me in Te Arawa, it was the first time we'd seen 10,000 people, Māori, Pākehā, Pacifica, Asia, out on the streets, walking in unity to provide a clear stand to actually highlight the damning efforts that have been made to actually erase the treaty from the soul of our nation. The last matters that I want to talk about is, I think, really important to, and I put this in my submission, and I'm asking recommendations of you. While we're considering the treaty bill, you cannot disconnect that from the treaty review process of all pieces of legislation that include treaty references. That is as equally a mechanism of undermining rangatiratanga, of undermining treaty rights, as this effort is. Both must be rejected, and I really ask you, I implore you, to stop tinkering with the constitutional foundation stones. It's unheard of for me. The Magna Carta is deeply embedded in my legal soul, just like the treaty. I would never ever see anybody try and rewrite the Magna Carta. And the arrogance of anybody to suggest that they have the power, the ability to do so in this modern time without discussion and the free consent of the other party is absolutely deplorable. I speak to you from my heart for this. I haven't come here as a lawyer today. I come here as a treaty activist who spent 40 years fighting for these rights. And I ask you very carefully to consider what you are doing to the soul of the nation by even contemplating the introduction of such racist measures to us at this time. I'd like to end there and take any questions.
Thank you, Annette. We've probably got time for one question. I'll take it from Todd Stevens.
Thanks, Annette. Thanks for coming and making the time. You mentioned that Parliament can't deny the privileges of the Maori world in your address. What do you see as those privileges?
For me, it's the privilege and obligation to look after the taiao, the ecosystems that are ours. Māori have pre-existing rights that exist beyond Te Tiriti o Waitangi. It's a privilege for me to have that obligation. My ancestors are born from Ranginui, who's one of our gods. They come through a whakapapa line. That is a privilege to be given to me in this generation to protect the environment for future generations.
Thanks, Todd. Thanks, Annette. That's all the time we've got this morning. So I just want to acknowledge you both.
And unfortunately, that's all essentially the time we have for this hour, but stuff it, I'm going to give commentary because she is like, she just cited her whakapapa, and I think it's important to highlight the fact that she is essentially akin to like a rangatira based on her whakapapa. So she is one of those Māori leaders that, again, David Seymour did not bother to consult. And Te Arawa did not sign Te Tiriti, she made that very clear. Still, you've got to make the commitments to, if you're asking everyone to have a referendum on something, you still got to reach out to the iwi that did not sign Te Tiriti and to the hapu that did not sign Te Tiriti. So, very important. I like the fact that she highlighted that it's a peace document with 2 dimensions. Yep. So basically, Māori rangatira agreeing to grant the Crown kawanatanga in exchange for preserving their tino rangatiratanga. Very important. And very important fact that she brought up too was how the Labour Party handled all of this with Ngai Tahu under Helen Clark. That was not productive. The comments that Helen Clark made on TV about home bashers or whatever, you know, Māori kicking up a stink, that was not helpful to this discussion, and that has lingered on for decades now. And in a sense, it kind of emboldened people that support Don Brash's opinion. So yeah, that's, you know, thanks Auntie Helen for that. Not welcome to this discussion, those comments you made. I also like the fact that this individual brought up the Magna Carta. Really important, because basically it says that no one is above the law. Now, you want to ask her, hey, are you above the law? If she broke the law, she's going to court too, right? She's not above the law. I'm not above the law. No Māori is above the law. So yeah, that's pretty much my commentary on that. Nick, any opinions?
Yeah, it was really great to see Annette Sykes. I'm just losing my voice here, but Annette Sykes is a real legend. Too much talking.
Go drink more water.
I know. I need to go and grab some water. Yeah. What to say, really? I can't really add much more than that, I think. No, I'm going to have to leave it at that.
Yeah. One more thing I forgot to mention. I really like the fact that she pretty much stated that it was rangatira that gave legitimacy to the government that we have here today in New Zealand. Really important. By signing that document, yes, that's what gave legitimacy for essentially the Crown, or the British at the time, to set up shop in New Zealand. Very important piece of history that people keep forgetting. All right, so we're probably going to call it there for this hour. We're going to come back, stick around. We've got another hour to go, at least with my face, and then you get to have Sam for another 2 hours or so. And then I come back for later for tonight with Camilla Balich and friends. And Omar Ibrahim Omar. Whoa, my mouth is moving faster than my brain. So, right, we'll be right back.
Parliament's buzzing, it's time to get loud. Under the dome where decisions are proud. Voices clash, echo through the halls. Policies rise as the gavel falls. Bills on the table, debates in the air. Legislation crafted with care. Voices of the people, voices of the streets. Echo in chambers where the leaders meet. Tick-tock, the order paper's high. Debate and discuss changes what we've got. Every word counts, every vote too. New Zealand Parliament, this one's for you. For you. Dynamic urban rhythm in the flow.
Oh, and we're back. Hi, everyone. I hope everyone used that little break to go grab themselves some water. Nick, I hope you did the same. Grab some food. We've got another hour of stuff to get through. Hey,
Yeah,
that kind of rhymed. I liked that.
Yeah.
Look at that, eh? All right. So we've got another submission. Yep, of course, we've got plenty of submissions. Let's just open up this next panel screen.
Sorry, just remind people that.
Oh, James, hold on a minute. You got to hold your horses, buddy. Okay, all right. So, yep, we're just gonna. Actually, no, I'm just gonna let James go. Go, kick off, James.
You who are in the gallery, you are observers of the submissions. You are not participating in the submission process. So I'll please ask you to respect the rules of the select committee and do that. We're going to move on now to a submission from the next submitters in person. Oh, it's the Māori Wardens. Ngā Wātiri Māori Aotearoa Charitable Trust, Māori Wardens of New Zealand. So apologies, sir, I don't have your name before me, but Jordan Muniata. Jordan Muniata. Jordan, thank you, Jordan. Thank you for being with the committee this morning. We have you before us for 10 minutes. I'll hand over to you to begin your presentation.
Tēnā koe o tira tēnā tātai. Te tuatahi hone kore kia iona te simatanga nā te whakamutunga. Te rei ka mihi ki tēnā o tātai I hinga mai nei Wainganui Port. Ara ko Bill Taki Timu tira no roto o te waiolu. Tore te kauma rua pau I noho ia hei hoia. Mo te ope o tūmatauenga. Nā reira tēnei ka mihi atu kia. Kia o tātai mate kairunga ngā marae maha o te tirangi hia. Ka tikara te kupu e moe. Kia hoki mai kia tātai te hungore te komiti tēnā koutou. O tira kia mihi ki o tātai nei motu I takahare ki runga o Taranaki. Ngā rōpū haka, ka tū ki runga I tā tāmira, kia whara ki hiara, I ngā kupu, I ngā whakaro, I ngā rawe, I ngā katoa, kua kawe atu e rātau ki te matatingi e tēnei tau. Nā reira runga e tēnā tātai katoa. Koe tēnei, ko te ora muni atu tōku ingoa, ko te māngai, Tēnei rā, koe, te māngai mo ngā wātene Māori o Aotearoa. We are the national entity for Māori wardens representing 6 regional entities of the country. And thank you for having us today. I just want to start with supporting many that have already raised this before the committee, and that is we have major concerns with the bill. Like many others, the Crown through the government of New Zealand has taken steps to further determine the meaning and effect of Te Tiriti or the Treaty of Waitangi without the consent from the other party, being Māori Hapu of Aotearoa. There has been mention of iwi, consultation with iwi and bits and pieces around iwi. However, iwi is a Crown constructed large natural cluster of Hapu and Aotearoa, which was not done, which were not the parties of Te Tiriti o Waitangi or the Treaty of Waitangi. For this reason alone, this is our stance in opposing the bill as submitted to be wrong, not just by a matter of choice, but wrong because it's actually an error and lacks an understanding of Te Tiriti or the Treaty of Waitangi arrangements, either which way you want to look at it. Just as far as our submission is concerned, I want to pick on a couple of things. One of them is that the bill would remove the rights of Māori, especially the rights of tino rangatiratanga, and that we do not consent to that. Principle 1 of the bill asserts in brief that the executive government has full power to govern and Parliament has full power to make laws. In terms of the opening words of clause 6 of the bill, this is said to be a principle of the Treaty of Waitangi. And I want to bring to the Select Committee's attention that principle 1 does not reflect the treaty or Te Tiriti o Waitangi. In fact, it reflects a European governance structure brought to Aotearoa by the British. The Treaty of Waitangi stipulates that the government would respect and provide for the right of Māori to retain their tino rangatiratanga and so to govern themselves. The principle of Te Tiriti o Waitangi, therefore, is the power of the government to govern should not be full or absolute power, but is and should be constrained by the promises made to Māori by the Crown. The same principle applies. The same applies to principles 2 of the bill. Is that the Crown will respect and protect the rights of the Hapu and iwi Māori had under Te Tiriti o Waitangi under the treaty at the time that it was signed. As Māori wardens, we spend a lot of time on the front line, and I want to bring to the Select Committee's attention that our people are suffering out there. Why are they suffering? They're suffering because of the impact that goes back hundreds of years ago, the time that Te Tiriti o Waitangi, post Te Tiriti o Waitangi, the denying of wahine rights to their rightful land title, the 1800s, the vast taking of lands, the stealing of their papakainga and homes, the takahi on taonga, the manipulation of law to work in favour of British settlers, the stripping of indigenous language and tikanga Māori from education and the introduction of Christianity, native schools and places designed often referred to as the native infested schools, denial to health service to tackle introduced viruses and sicknesses brought by settlers, the slaughter, arrest, incarceration of tupuna Māori who fought for their rights and many who continue to receive an apology from the Crown in treaty settlements today. The list goes on, and given that nothing was directly made in colonial law to address these matters till when we got well into the mid-1900s, Māori are still suffering from the impact of loss, being oppressed, assumed by invisibilisation in the Crown and its government. And so we've got a long way to go. We've got a long way to go. We believe that this bill talks about equal, all being one, all in the same box, and we disagree with that. There's still a long way to go to fix Māori, the oppression that's happened to Māori, and all the impacts of what decisions that will basically Māori being railroaded in Aotearoa. So on that note, I just wanted to add a little bit more that we request that the committee reports that the principles of the treaty are not correctly stated in the bill, and that the bill wrongly assumes that the legislature interprets the meaning of the effect of the treaty. We ask that the House establish a committee to report on the matters to be addressed when proposing legislation relevant to the treaty. I just want to finally say that there's always been, and there continues to be, a debate about the English text of Te Tiriti o Waitangi and Te Tiriti o Waitangi itself. We have no confusion around that. We support Indigenous law that says that basically when one can't understand or one doesn't have the ability to understand, it's the Indigenous language text that takes preference. And so therefore there should not be confusion about what is the actual standing constitutional document of this country. It is very clear. It is Te Tiriti o Waitangi. So on that note, we come today just to reaffirm our position as being one of the oldest Māori institutes of Aotearoa, social and health, and have been around many of the challenges over the last 150 years as Māori wardens.
Kia ora, Jordan, thank you for your submission. We've got time for a couple of questions. We'll go first from Todd Stevenson, then Hana Rāwhiti Maipi Clark.
Thank you for being here on the Daniel Papu versus iwi point. A question then, so you think that Māori should be treated differently because of their Indigenous people, and so long as you can show your ancestry, then you should be treated differently?
We have a right to be different in this country. We did not seek sovereignty, nor did we seek it. He Whakaputunga asserted the sovereignty of Māori on our whenua. And so therefore, yes, I believe that Māori have that right.
Thank you. Go to a question from Hana Rāwhiti.
Tēnā rā koutou o korua tahi e ngā wātene Māori me o koutou mahi nui, tēnei tēnei kia korua. I take the Māori warden approach as a real tino rangatiratanga strategy or rautaki that we've created as a people, because we haven't trusted Opu to manage or to work with us as an Indigenous people. And I just want to reflect on, if you could just give your perspective, if this bill was to pass, we take kura kaupapa kohanga reo as self-determined strategies to work with our people and to be created. What fear do you have of more initiatives like Māori Wardens being established if this bill was to pass?
If this bill was to pass, it would put the Māori Wardens in definite danger as far as our partnership with the Crown is concerned. Currently, the Māori Wardens sit within legislation, obviously being the Māori Community Development Act 1962, that was built upon the Māori Welfare Act 1945. Whilst the Act in itself subsumed and actually took away the majority of the gems of the work that the Māori Wardens did in the 1940s or prior to 1940, and subsumed that role down to the control and supervision around the consumption of alcohol post World War I and II's impacts that came back from our soldiers. What we do have, though, is a definite focus to work with our people, and ultimately our goal aim as Māori Wardens is to prevent our people from becoming incarcerated and institutionalised, that is going to have an impact on their future and their tamariki and their mokopuna. So this bill passing could actually lead to a point that one could say that there's no need now to have Māori Wardens in Aotearoa.
John, thank you both for being with us this morning and for your time for the committee. We appreciate your submission.
Okay, so again, what did you think of Todd's question that Māori should be treated differently because they are different?
Well, I mean, this is like his standard question, right? He should have it on like a board or a piece of paper, right? That he just holds up every time, right? There's like a presenter, right? Because he seems to ask this question to almost every single presenter, regardless of what they have to say. So it's almost like he's got together with ACT Party caucus and figured out that, well, not figured out, but decided that this is going to be his question that he asks, regardless of what people tell him. And he's not clearly listening to what they're saying. So yeah, I pretty much ignored what he was his question.
I'm glad you brought that point up, because yeah, that's the impression I'm getting from him. It's like, I don't think these are genuine questions from Todd. I think this is more a reflection of what the ACT Party caucus wants him to ask. I don't think these are actually his questions. I think he's just asking on behalf of other people within the party. But yeah, I mean, to answer so I'm going to say to answer the ACT Party, because I don't think these are Todd's actual individual opinions or questions that he's asking from his own perspective. So to answer the ACT Party, I think everyone should be treated in a way that is appropriate to their circumstance. So it doesn't matter if that person's disabled, Maori, Chinese, English, doesn't matter. You need to treat people as individuals with respect, okay? But you also need to be aware of their cultural backgrounds, because that's going to impact how they relate with you as an individual. And that's where the Māori wards come in handy, right? They are the bridge between worlds. They can help.
I mean, I agree with you on like an interpersonal one-to-one level, right? That's absolutely true. Like every person you meet on the street, you meet them as they are, right? And you engage with them as you find them, right? But that's not the relationship we're talking about here. We're talking about a very different relationship. We're talking about the relationship between the Crown and Māori. And that's a very different relationship. Todd Stevenson is trying to argue that Māori should just be like every other person within society, because they are just like every other person within society. And that's honestly that's total nonsense, because everyone knows that Māori have constitutional status within the Aotearoa because of Te Tiriti. And that means that they have rights that flow down from Te Tiriti as a result of the signing of Te Tiriti. It's like they're trying to rewrite history and erase 180 or 200 years of history in order to, and I mean, these points have been made by other submitters, so I'm not saying anything here that's new, to redefine, history, and now kind of claim that there's no status that is different from anyone else under this guise of equal rights. And it's just crazy.
Yeah, I think Todd's question again is very simplistic because it's like who should be, when we ask how should Māori be treated, it's like, okay, who's doing the treating? Are we talking about the government? Are we talking about an individual cop on the street? Are we talking about the average Joe? It's like we need to be specific because there's different power dynamics at play here, and there's different, there's like we've got the Treaty of Waitangi we need to be aware of. Especially if you're the Crown, you've got to be aware of the Treaty of Waitangi. You can't just go, you can't just treat Māori as like, okay, you're Bob, you're Jim, you're Hone. No. You have to look at kind of like iwi as collective groups. I mean, it's like one of the other previous submitters said, I think it was this individual, Jordan, he said, what a really interesting point. And I don't know if I heard him correctly, but correct me if I got it wrong, but he implied that iwi is the way how it's kind of formulated today. It's like a crown construction of the collectivization of hapu, which I thought was really interesting. I don't know if you picked up on that, but yeah, it's a very systematic way of doing things,
Yeah, you might have been listening closer than I was, but I didn't pick that up. But that probably was correct.
Yeah, I thought that was really interesting, and I like the fact that too that he brought up the impact that infectious disease has had on the past. Like with influenza, people not having natural immunity, and people, you got hapu that lose big groups of people, large amounts of population being wiped out, and it does skew things from a power perspective. You don't have as much collective bargaining power with the Crown. But yeah, the Māori wardens are very important because they essentially act like a bridge.
Yep.
So it's like, this bill will impact them.
And I found a really interesting comment that was made right up the front was that Māori wardens are not iwi.
No.
So they don't have a constitutional status within the government engagement process. They can't participate in iwi forum. They can't engage with government to the level that iwi can. So their status is defined by a different set of legislation. Now, the submitter lined out the legislation that established Māori wardens, which I thought was really interesting to get that level of detail. But I mean, he was kind of making the case that this whole process through this legislation is trying to effectively wipe out Māori wardens, which I think is very serious if that actually plays out. So I think those points were very well made and are really quite serious, because if Māori wardens are no longer there, then responsibility falls back onto Crown, which we ultimately know don't deliver for Māori in a way that meets the needs of Māori. So I think that point that he was making was very quite ominous, actually.
Yeah, it's definitely. This bill is going to impact Māori wardens to the point that it's going to cause a massive chasm in relationships between iwi and the Crown. Like, like wardens are like a big pillar. Okie dokie. So I think our next submission is from Christy Fong. So let's have a check of what Christy has to say.
We're going to invite to provide a submission from Kirsty Fong. Kirsty is joining us online. So Kirsty, thank you for being with the committee. We've got you for 10 minutes this morning. I'll hand over to you to begin your presentation.
Tēnā koutou katoa. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to the Select Committee today. Nei rā taku mihi ki te mana whenua o te rohe nei, ara kia Ngāti ka hununu tēnā koutou, ki ngā hapu, ki ngā iwi o ngā motu nei tēnā hoki koutou. Ka ti ki ngā tāngata whenua huri noa I te ao, mai te awa ki te moana, tēnā koutou, tēnā tātou katoa. No haina oku tipuna ko Kirsty Fong tōku ingoa. Today I speak to you in a personal capacity, just as someone who is so grateful and so happy to be able to live on these lands, acknowledging that it is only by virtue of Te Tiriti o Waitangi that I am able to be here. I live at the base of Maunga Fo in Tāmaki, Makaurau, and as I walk up the Maunga, I think about Apihai Te Kawo, who was the paramount chief of Ngāti Whātua Ōrākei, who made a tuku, looking across at the Waitemata Harbour to create the capital city of Tāmaki, the city that has shaped me, that I love, and it is only because of this foresight and vision and invitation of these rangatira that has made my life possible. And so it's also a reciprocal relationship that I wish to honour and contribute to. My peoples are haka, or Kurtia peoples, and it literally translates to guest families. It is a name that was given to us who are internally displaced Northern Han Chinese seeking refuge in Cantonese-speaking areas in southern China. And I think that that name is really fitting as I position myself here in Aotearoa. Because of Te Tiriti, I position myself here as manuhiri, as a guest, and to be a guest is an honour, it's a reciprocal relationship, and it's a responsibility. I also talk to you as a Te Tiriti facilitator, someone who gets to speak to a whole range of people from up and down the country, and I feel so lucky to be able to do so. I do this predominantly with an organisation called Te Tiriti Treaty People, who seek to deliver good, accurate information about Te Tiriti to everyone and anyone in the country. So I have translated summaries of Te Tiriti into 24 different languages and counting. And one of my greatest privileges is to train up facilitators in their own languages to deliver it out to their communities who are so hungry and excited for this knowledge, because it provides a framework for belonging here. It provides a framework for us to be able to create good, harmonious, loving lives together upon shared values. I'm also a student of beautiful educators, of course, like Dr. Mona Jackson, Mariana Pittman, Veronica Tawhai, Catherine Delahunty, Susan Healy, Catherine Peet, Ingrid Huggins, Marisa McLaughlin, and of course Trish Cheng. And those are only the people that I know. So I'm also carrying on a legacy of treaty work that has been in existence for 40, 50 years. And also a proud member, of course, I just have to lay myself out here because I do not stand alone. I'm a proud member of Asian Supporting Tino Rangatiratanga, a submission that you would have heard from at the start of the select committee process, as well as the growing number of groups who stand in solidarity with Māori rightful tino rangatiratanga and mana motuhake. So we have seen and heard many incredible submissions that lay out in painstaking detail the mirrored issues with this bill, the process, the substance, the lack of consultation, the ongoing erosion of Māori rights, the continuation of a colonial overreach, the opening up of the country for privatisation, that the bill does not reflect any of the articles in Te Tiriti or Waitangi, that if it were to be passed, it would be the most comprehensive breach of Te Tiriti in modern times. And not to mention the 100,000 people at the Hikoi who, under the cloak of Te Kahua Te Raukura, gathered in peace, love and unity, or the petition started by Ngāti Whakauwe Rangatahi group Whiria that has nearly 300,000 signatures, or the Together for Te Tiriti signs all across the country from Action Station that have signalled to each other the commitment to Te Tiriti and to each other. I have learnt from and agree with all of those points and all of those people who have blessed us with their rigorous analysis and heartfelt stories of the meaning and importance that Te Tiriti holds in our lives. So I can't repeat any of those things. All I want to do is to share a little glimpse with you, a window into the beautiful, transformative and heart-filling stories from people I am privileged to meet on a weekly basis all up and down the country from all different parts of the world, working in all different sectors and industries in this country. And they come from such different and diverse backgrounds. And honestly, there is such a beauty. I get really emotional about it because I think when people come into a Te Tiriti workshop, I don't think immediately they understand that it's going to be an emotional, transformative process. We touch a lot of grief, a lot of anger, a lot of people who have come also have similar experiences of colonization and imperialism. Perhaps that may be the reason why they are here, they find themselves here in this country. Others have come because of stories of love or of chance, of displacement, or have been here for generations or came last week. For those who have grown up in New Zealand, the most common response that we hear is that they wish that they had learned this earlier in school, that they knew that there was something missing that they didn't know about, and now that they have a very basic understanding of this country, one that we can provide in 8 hours, it makes so much sense. And there is often a sense of guilt, of embarrassment, bewilderment, sadness and anger as they now recalibrate their lives to a more rebalanced understanding of the history of this country and their place and responsibilities in it. And I think that this is also an indictment on the dearth of good comprehensive civics education that we have in our country, that citizens are currently not able to participate fully in the socio-historical transformation in our society because we don't have a good base shared understanding of our country, what has happened, what Te Tiriti really says. It is a very straightforward document, and then what that means for us, what the implications are for us in our lives, in our communities, and what we can do looking forward into the future, where we want a country that honours its promise, that honours its founding document, and also the promises made to each other to protect each other in Te Taia. This is not a theoretical and this is not a future issue of ongoing anti-Māori and anti-Te Tiriti rhetoric and policies being passed. As we sit here, whenua protectors are being arrested for protecting the whenua at Rotokakahi. There are lots of different consents being passed because of the fast track approvals bill, but also I think with my remaining time, I just want us to be clear-sighted as to the reasons of this division, that the ACT Party and those supporting it like Hobson's Pledge, Atlas Network and those peddling mis and disinformation are deliberately stoking the fears and anxieties of our population, especially of our new migrants who come to this country for stability and security. And the pointing to of Māori as the sole reason for the misery instead of systemic inequality as an ongoing result of colonisation is despicable. But we also see the hundreds and thousands of people who come who really want to honour Te Tiriti in their lives. And this is the future that I think the ACT Party needs to see, that the world is moving on, I think, in beautiful ways, despite and in spite of their racist and hateful rhetoric. So we refuse to be divided, and we are a rising tide that will not be stopped. Kia ora.
That's all the time we have this morning, Kirsty. Just want to acknowledge you being.
Alrighty. Now, I don't know much about this, but do you know much about the ACT Party and the way how they target migrants with messaging? Because that is something I've been meaning to look into, and it's something that I've been quite concerned about. You know, you've got people like Kirsty who's brought up the history that Asian folk have gone through of being displaced. You know, we can look at Indigenous Taiwanese people, we can look at the Ainu in Japan, and the way how they've been impacted by past imperialism, whether it be from the Japanese or from the central Chinese government, and the way how Indigenous folk have kind of been like forced to oblige by the demands of their governments, and they lose their integrity and their sovereignty and their autonomy. And I was looking up not so long ago, but the way how the central Japanese government communicates with the Ainu people, and it's quite shocking. So I think it is quite scary the way how groups like Hobson's Pledge are kind of preying on those fears. It's like, oh, you're a migrant, you've come over from your country, and now the scary Maori people are going to take away your stuff. And it's like, that's not what's happening here. And it's so disappointing.
Yeah, I haven't seen any particularly. I've seen a lot of other social messaging from ACT that's despicable and should be taken down. But I suspect around that particular type of social messaging, it may be so micro-targeted that you and I as people who are not being targeted, you may never see it unless it's screenshotted and sent back to you from the target of that messaging. So yeah, I imagine that it's being targeted at specific demographics within a social messaging campaign. But yeah, it's very scary. Just because it's so they've targeted ads via Facebook algorithms hitting specific demographics in specific areas in some of our largest cities. You can get very, very specific in who you want to see. There's a whole other podcast on that.
That's a deep rabbit hole we're going to have to jump down. I would love to get some Asian commentators who might be able to reflect on that at some point. It's like, this is if Kirsty is correct that she has seen, more or less targeted messaging towards migrants, that is something we need to look at.
Yeah. And I mean, if she's saying it, then it's clearly happening. So, there's no reason to, I imagine that there's not much reason to bring mistruths into this forum. We do know that our migrant communities and our ethnic communities are targeted by political parties across a whole lot of different forums. So, I wouldn't be surprised if this is going on.
All right. I think we're going to go now to Carmen, who is our next submitter. So let's have a look at what they have to say.
We'll go to our submission now from Carmen Parahi. Carmen, thank you for joining the committee. We've got you in person today. So we have you for a 10-minute session. I will hand over to you to begin your presentation.
O tēnā koe e te tamago kaitahu. Ke kaha koe, whakarongo koe ki ngā ngākau ngā kōrero o tāngata. Tēnā koutou te kōmiti whiriwhiri take. Ka nui te mihi aroha ki a te kōtiro, me te whānau me ngā hoa. He uri ahau no kahungunu, no hine amaru, no rongo whakata, ko Carmen Parahi ahe. So, why am I here? I'm here on behalf of my whānau, my kids. We're speaking out today for our mokopuna, generations in the future, so they know we tuned up and we tried. I've listened to all the kōrero for the past few weeks, for the past year. He tino amehi, it's been amazing. And you guys have learned and gained so much knowledge in the past few weeks listening to the kōrero of ngā tāngata o Aotearoa. And I hope that you're grateful for the kōrero knowledge that you've received in the past few weeks, because it's incredible. So our whānau believe Te Tiriti Waitangi gives everyone rights in Aotearoa. The treaty is, and everyone's been saying it, it's for all New Zealanders. It gives us all rights. It also offers us protection for our natural resources now and in the future. Everyone knows the Crown wouldn't exist, you guys wouldn't exist without Te Tiriti. But instead of being grateful about it, this government is doing all it can to diminish its mana. Te Tiriti o Waitangi has its own mana. It's 185 years old. We're done debating about it. Leave it alone. All this kōrero, all of the submissions is information that can be used to educate New Zealanders. It's all there. Whether we agree with it or not, it's all there, and it should be shared with everyone. So I hope to see some novels in the future paid for by the government. Instead of diminishing the mana of Te Tiriti, show us, use the kōrero you've been listening to, and show us how it fits into our lives, why we should be proud of it. We've also got a solution for you to discuss later. Before I move on, I just want to ask you, what in our whānau submission stood out for you?
You just want to respond?
So I can make sure that I talk to it.
So in case you missed the question from Carmen, I'll go top first, but Carmen asked what was it in her whānau submission that stood out for you?
Just something both in that and what you just said now. You said the treaty gives everyone rights. I'm interested to know, are those rights the same or different?
Kapai. Yeah, I've noticed you appreciate that question about difference. That's what we call proximity. It's a tactic that creates an us and them thing. And you use these words, Party, National, and New Zealand First. You use these terms, everyone's calling it dog whistling, to ensure that the rest of the population believes that Māori are demanding to be treated differently. Ki te he tērā, that is completely wrong. It's lies, it's disinformation. And because we have a population that is ignorant about Te Tiriti o Waitangi, you're able to use this word difference to ensure that you separate Māori from the rest of the population. Māori, we're the indigenous people of this population. We didn't need Te Tiriti o Waitangi. The Crown needed it to be able to control the population. We did not need the treaty. The Crown did, and all the settlers that came after. That's why it's everyone's treaty. It gives everyone rights. Ka pai Todd, I look forward to more questions later. I've got a story for you.
Sorry, did you want any others from any other members? Or?
No, we can talk later. So I've got a story for you. And it's really important you hear this story, because a few months after this government came into power, we are getting ready with my two kids to go to school like all Kiwi whānau. Get to school, get to work, hurry up. My daughter, who was 17 at the time, Atirita, she said in a quiet voice, with tears in her eyes, "Mum, does the government hate us?" A 17-year-old asked, "Does the government hate us?" That question hurt then, it hurts now. She was afraid of what the government would do to her, to us as Māori. To calm her down and to try and calm myself down, I explained we don't need the government to be Māori. We express our rangatiratanga our own way. We can't control the government, only what we do. I said, no, the government doesn't hate us, but I'm not sure. My grandfather, Kate Parahi, he stood for National decades ago. As a candidate in the Eastern Māori seat. He was never going to win because Whitu Tiri Kātini was there. My daughter Atirita carries his mum's name. He would be appalled, his mokopuna, today in 2025, are being made to feel less than non-Māori children by National, the party he supported. I thought then, as I do now, there is something fundamentally wrong with this government if it can make a Kiwi kid feel like it hates her because she's Māori. So, instead of continuing the cultural, social and constitutional progress of the past 50 years, this government's taken us backwards to the status quo of yesteryear. You're taking us backwards, which is the ideology and practices of Western European colonialism and supremacy. You've heard it time and time again. This isn't new to you. To do this, all three coalition parties, you're using cynical tactics like Māori are different. It's called distraction and proximity. These are political tactics I really want to make public today. Distraction. You've heard this. The government has distracted us with this bill so it can change Te Tiriti requirements in at least 28 statutes and in multiple policies across all sectors that you have control of. Proximity brings people together or separates them. Proximity brings them together or separates them. This government is using it to separate us. It uses terms like equality and need to purposefully equality and need. Those are terms used for proximity to separate us. You purposely ignore Māori experiences of colonisation, systemic discrimination, disparities. So when Māori demand fair and equitable treatment, as we can and we should, we're vilified, and the public is made to believe Māori are being unfair, and we're the problem. This bill is the companion of the Regulatory Standards Bill. Companions. The purpose of the Regulatory Standards Bill is to weaken Te Tiriti protection across all legislation. Both ki te he. Both bills are political weapons to erase Te Tiriti o Waitangi. Part 2, dangerous acts. I'm concerned about the dangerous acts of this government. We acknowledge this bill has collectivised and support for Te Tiriti o Waitangi across society. It's been awesome. Like, actually, we've learned so much, and it gives me hope because so many people actually support it. You'll be lucky to get, I reckon, if I was to give you a bet, James, I reckon 10% or less will actually support this bill, and I look forward to reading that. It's needed, so Te Tiriti is needed to counter the potential dangers of this government. Those dangers are extremism, polarisation, assimilation, ignorance, and disinformation. We believe we're in dangerous times. Sometimes I feel very afraid, and we know my children do. This government and others around the world have created a global environment which emboldens extreme behaviour. Anyone from any part of the community may act against another group that doesn't share the ideology. It doesn't matter what your ideology is, but we're creating this atmosphere and this environment here and around the world that's separating us. And your job is to bring us together. That's what the government's job is, social cohesion. Te Tiriti can help you bring everyone together, create social cohesion to protect us from inflamed situations. We're all feeling vulnerable, climate crisis, a health system that's about to collapse. We have seen the devastating results of extremism in Christchurch. The Royal Commission of Inquiry told us polarisation causes extremism. We need to be careful, please, and watch our language and our actions. Ignorance allows people to, I've said this, ignorance allows people with disinformation and lies to actually make them believe these things. My kids have the final word. I asked them for words to bring here. This is how the government makes them feel, my two teenagers. They made me feel ashamed to be Māori. I didn't want to be Māori anymore because they were making life so hard for us. They made me feel my culture didn't belong in Aotearoa. We are beneath those who took our land, that our problems that were created for us are our fault. What did we do wrong to make them treat us like we are less? These are my kids. Why do we have to keep fighting? Why do we have to go backwards? Why aren't we good enough to be equal? It's hard to be Māori. I'm going to leave this question for you. My time's up, so I'm going to leave it with you. Does the government hate us?
Thank you, Carmen. Thank you for your time this morning. I can't take you up on your bet because that'd be insider trading, but I do appreciate you being with us this morning.
What a powerful question to end the kōrero on. Does the government hate us? Oh, what do you think, Nick?
Yeah, I mean, I think that's a really impactful piece of communication there. If this bill comes away with a generation or even a part of a generation of young Māori thinking that the government hates them, I mean, that's unbelievable. I mean, we just had that piece where Hana Rafiti Maipi Clark was leading a certain part of Māoridom, the young Māori, to say we're proud to be Māori. And she was really at the front of that. And now we've got the government doing something here where we've got young Māori saying, does the government hate us? You know, so and the flip side of that is that they're clearly not proud to be Māori, because as soon as they go out the front door, the government hates them. So, I mean, it's a real full-on assault on being Māori in the country at the moment. So, I think the stakes couldn't be higher for resolving that question, and I think Carmen Parahe really put it down to this committee to resolve it for the next generation and the one that's coming afterwards. Because I mean, if we can't say that you can be proud to be Māori in this country, then you know it's not a good place to be.
Yeah, I guess my answer to that question is, one, it depends on your ideology, how you see the world and the experiences you've gone through. I'm a libertarian socialist. I don't shy away from that fact. So my answer to this question is going to be, if you love freedom, those that seek power and control are going to hate you for wanting freedom. So that would be the libertarian answer to that. So because the ACT Party is trying to take in more power away from Māori and use it to justify corporations having more control, use it to justify having more control over other ethnic groups, I would say, yes, the ACT Party does hate you. That's the libertarian answer. And that's me speaking as an ex-ACT supporter. Yeah, they want what you have. So yes. And I'm sorry to be the bearer of that, bearer of those news. But yeah, based on my experience, having hang around ACT Party members and the way how they speak about Māori, yeah, they hate you.
Yeah.
Sorry to be the bearer of bad news.
Yeah, I suppose that's the challenge that we have to resolve through this process of this bill is what do we how do we feel as a nation around our core relationship between Māori and Pākehā? You know, what's that future relationship going to look like? Is it going to be one of competition, or is it going to be one of collaboration?
Yeah, I mean, power sharing, participatory democracy. If you're a person that wants to accumulate power and be the one to grant rights to people, rather than consulting other people about what their life experiences are and what they need from their government, then what else can I call that other than hate? You just want to control others at that point. So that's just my 2 cents on it. But yeah, pretty heavy shit for 640. Let's move on to the next submission, shall we?
Yeah.
Before I start a anarchist communist commune that has an uprising.
Submission from Te Akatia Incorporated. We've got with us Bruce Jepson and Dr. Therese Ford joining us in the room. So kia ora koutou. Thank you both for being with us. We have you for 10 minutes this morning for your submission, so I'll hand over to you to begin your presentation.
Kia ora tātou katoa. Ko Bruce Jepson tōku ingoa. Ko uri ahau no Ngāti Tūwhare toa. Tainui roa Ngāti Raukaua ki te tonga. Thank you, James, and the Select Committee for the opportunity to speak to Te Akatia Māori Leaders Incorporated submission on the Treaty Principles Bill. I was a principal for over 20 years in both rural and urban communities, and am currently Kai Whakahaere Mātua, the Chief Executive Officer of Te Akatia. Our submission is presented on behalf of our National Executive Committee, Te Akatia staff, and our Te Akatia members. Te Akatia was established in the 1990s as a small support network for Māori tumuaki principals, and here in 2025, Te Akatia now supports and advocates for hundreds of Māori leaders and teachers who work in all forms of education throughout Aotearoa. These settings include kura kaupapa Māori, kura āiwi, English medium, dual medium, bilingual, rūmaki reo, and reo rua. We want to be clear that the Māori leaders and teachers that Te Akatia represents strongly oppose the Treaty Principles Bill.
Kia ora koutou, he uri ahau no muri whenua. Nai takatoa, Ngāti Kahu, Ngā Puhi, Ngā Iwi, ko Therese Ford ahau. I descend from muri whenua in the far north, and I'm a direct descendant of chiefs who signed He Wakaputanga and Te Tiriti Waitangi. So I'm here representing my whānau and taking responsibility for the vision that my tūpuna had. I also descend from Irish ancestors who came to Aotearoa and settled because Te Tiriti enabled them to do that. I have a background in teaching and senior leadership in schools. I've also worked at a university as a lecturer and a researcher specialising in educational leadership. I currently work for Te Akatia, and I provide support for Māori principals and non-Māori leaders who want to lead their schools in ways that uphold He Wakaputanga and Te Tiriti Waitangi. Bruce explained that we represent Māori leaders who work in school settings who oppose the bill. We also work closely with non-Māori leaders and other educational organisations that support our opposition to the bill. In September of last year, Te Akatia worked with leaders from 12 education organisations to release a public statement that articulated our collective rejection of the Treaty Principles Bill.
These organisations include NZEI Te Reo Rua, the New Zealand Principals Federation, the Post-Primary Teachers Association PPTA, the Secondary School Principals Council, the Teaching Council of Aotearoa New Zealand, the Pacific Principals Association, Te Rito Maioha, the Early Childhood New Zealand, Montessori Aotearoa New Zealand, the New Zealand Kindergartens Network, the Special Education Principals Association of New Zealand, the New Zealand Association of Intermediate Middle Schooling, the New Zealand Schools Trustees Association. Some of these organisations have presented their organisational submissions, however, some have not, which is why we wanted to highlight that they support our submission. More importantly, we want to highlight that these educational organisations represent thousands of educators, the educational sector of Aotearoa, and we're all part of a collective that strongly reject the Treaty Principles Bill.
Our written submission was crafted based on feedback that we received from leaders at the end of 2024. We proposed that our submission be taken as read. We do not intend to repeat everything we wrote, but we do want to draw your attention to two critical points that we made in our submission. The first is that Te Tiriti is sacred, and the second is the impact on education. This oral submission also includes comments our Māori leaders have shared with us in recent weeks. Te Tiriti is sacred. This bill seeks to redefine a document that is sacred. It is our position that Te Tiriti o Waitangi was and is an enduring covenant of care and hope between Māori and the Crown. It is unlawful to interfere with sacred agreements.
Unfortunately, we don't have the time to provide the authors and supporters of this bill with any history lessons, which they desperately need, about what happened between 1840 and the 1970s. So instead, we want to highlight the immense progress that has been made in education in Aotearoa since the establishment of the Waitangi Tribunal in 1975. As a community of educators, we've all worked hard to better understand and give life to Te Tiriti o Waitangi. Proponents of this bill have been espousing discourse that promotes the idea that newly gained knowledge and the development of acts, policies and practices that give active expression to Te Tiriti have been harmful to non-Māori and have unfairly advantaged Māori. There is absolutely no evidence to substantiate these propositions.
In contrast to these allegations, in education, there is much evidence to show that both Māori and non-Māori learners, educators, whānau and communities have greatly benefited from increased knowledge and understanding. This brings us to the impact on education. Since the 1980s, there has been an increased focus on prioritising te reo, tikanga and mātauranga Māori in all areas of education. Our colleagues who lead in Māori medium education have already explained the transformative impacts of engagement and achievement in kohanga reo, kura kaupapa Māori and wānanga. We total the outstanding work they are doing to ensure excellent experiences and outcomes for learners. In English medium, where Te Tiriti partners learn, teach, lead and govern together, we have been singing the bilingual version of our national anthem for over 25 years. We now have a generation that has only ever sung this version of our national song. We are not aware of any harmful impacts of this practice. Our children do not complain that when they sing the verse of the national anthem in te reo, that they are affording Māori special privileges based on ancestry.
In contrast, feedback from the leaders we support indicates that tamariki and rangatahi of Aotearoa Māori and non-Māori embrace opportunities to speak te reo Māori, to sing waiata, to perform in kapahaka, to take part in pōwhiri and whakatau, to visit their local marae and other culturally significant sites and historical sites, to climb their local maunga and to learn the cultural narratives and traditions of tangata whenua.
The great work that leaders and teachers are doing to implement Aotearoa New Zealand histories is providing balance to a curriculum that for too long has invisibilised Māori people and their culture. We celebrate that now both Māori and non-Māori learners see themselves and their ancestors in the curriculum. These progressive acts of education policies and practices are inclusive and unifying. They have created a sense of belonging for many learners, not division, not harm, and not unfair Māori privilege that supporters of this bill continue to suggest.
It is an actual fact that the introduction of this bill is causing harm in our schools and in our communities. The leaders we support, both Māori and non-Māori, have said that this bill is negatively impacting in education in their communities. They've noticed an escalation in racial hostility, in division, in resentment, and these have negative implications, and they're having to be managed by school leaders and boards of trustees, and they're having to be responded to by our educators, our brave educators, and unfortunately our children, they are watching this.
We want to share a final comment from one of our leaders. In Aotearoa educators have trained as professionals with Te Tiriti. We've worked hard to understand it and create learning environments for our tamariki that show our commitment to honouring it. We've upskilled ourselves, our staff and our boards so that we can lead our schools in the right direction. This bill seeks to undermine all of that learning, all of that hard work, and leave us with nothing.
In closing, we suggest that the architects of this bill follow the example of real leaders, Māori and non-Māori leaders, teachers, boards and young people. Learn about Te Tiriti o Waitangi. Let go of your unfounded fears and embrace the care and the hope that Te Tiriti promised us all.
Thank you, Bruce and Dr. Ford. That's the time for the session this morning. So just on behalf of the committee.
Right. I know education, Nick, correct me if I'm wrong, that's more your kettle of fish, isn't it?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yep. So I'll let you take the lead on this one.
Yeah, no, happy to.
What did you think of this?
I mean, I think that's a very well put submission, particularly, and I was just listening to the number of co-submitters that signed on to that submission. There were massive numbers of submitters of organizations that signed on to that submission. So they were speaking with a huge number of voices there. Just also picking it up on the just from personal experience, as a teacher, I wouldn't be able to just with learning Te Reo Māori in teachers college. Wouldn't be able to be as effective a teacher as as I would have been without Te Reo Māori, and also Te Ao Māori and tikanga, those components that come into teaching practice. So I think those are critical components of our curriculum, and I think they just flow naturally into the classroom, and the kids these days, it's just part of everyday school. And whereas I think back to when I was at school, we didn't have any. There was none. It just wasn't there at all. Whereas nowadays it's just part of the everyday schooling, part of the English curriculum, part of our mathematics curriculum. Everything's just seamlessly melded through, and I think our kids are all the better for it. So I'd thoroughly endorse everything that's been said through that presentation there. I mean, the fact that we start immersing our tamariki from almost from day one, from kindergarten, into Te Reo Māori, and that just didn't happen a generation ago. So we're making good progress in that space. And I think to step back from that would be a huge loss and something that we should be very, very worried about. So yeah, that was a great presentation.
I was just quickly looking during that submission at the treaty breaches that impacted education for Māori, and I'm reminded of my great grandmother who was smacked for speaking Te Reo Māori, and she passed on the attitudes that she took on to my grandmother, saying that don't speak Māori. That's what barbarians speak. That's what savages speak. Don't speak this. Go marry a white man. And again, the attitude, whole parts of the attitude got passed down onto my own mother, who had very little to do with Ngā Te Kahanunu ki Wairua, which is the iwi I'm part of, and Kaitahu. That connection was essentially broken. She walked away from that. She didn't know about it. She didn't. To this day, she still struggles with that. And a lot of that has to do with the treaty breaches in regards to Māori education. And, we can start from 1844. Provision was made for Māori education as part of the process of civilizing people of iwi descent, which object may best be attained by assimilating as speedily as possible the habits and usages of the native to those of the European populations. And then you've got the Tōhanga Suppression Act of 1907. And then you've got, even as recently as 1986, the education system in New Zealand is operating unsuccessfully. Judged by the system's own standards, Māori children are not being successfully taught. The education system is being operated in breach of the treaty. So 3 examples I've just lifted from that document. Here we go. I'll put it up on the screen so everyone can see it. I put that in the chat so people can read up. But yeah, you can see this is intergenerational. Attitudes are learnt when you're a kid, and when you're going through the education system. I've learned a lot of horrible stuff being a kid in primary school, and attitudes are passed down. So yeah, in order to counter that, you need to work in collaboration with Māori and find out what they need. You work in collaboration with Hapu, and this bill is essentially going to give the government permission to not do that.
Yeah, no, 100%.
It's not going to.
I mean, when we start teaching our young kids, even from the age of 5, and now even younger, from 2 up to 4, and then 5 onwards, when we start teaching Te Reo Māori as part of the everyday curriculum, it creates an interest and a hunger for learning about Te Reo Māori, about the Māori world, and it just becomes an accepted part of our young kids' world, and there's no fear, there's no resistance. It just becomes part of our kids' world. Whereas you go back a generation, or maybe 2 or 3, to the example that you just gave, Laura, where there was that fear, and even worse, punishment. Yeah, so that's our history. That's where we've come from, and we need to redress that. We need to make the changes. We need to put the work in.
It rolls back to the last submission with those kids saying, "Does the government hate me?"
Yeah.
I'm like, yeah, look, there are examples right here. The government in the past advocated for this stuff. Attitudes are still being carried on from generation to generation.
Yeah.
Very little's been done to correct it. So Yeah.
Well, I mean, for
I'm
those who
sorry.
say that that's an outrageous question, you just go back and look into our history, and it's a very legitimate place. There are legitimate things in our history that would make you ask that question. So we never want to go back there again. That's why we have to really put a big hard
That's
no
why we're
up to
fighting.
what's going on at the moment.
All right, so I've got to wrap it up there. I would have loved to have carried on and on and on with this conversation because it is super important, and I thank everyone for watching. But that's me done for now. I'll come back later, guys, and we're just going to roll out for the countdown for 10
Thanks,
o'clock.
everyone.
Everyone must go. Everyone must go. Everyone must go. But where to? For the latest New Zealand political news, you could tune into the 6 p.m. news. Or you can tune into the Order Paper podcast, where you can see the no-name backbenchers you never heard of hard at work, such as Mike, Willis, Lawrence, Todd, Helen, and Hannah. So where everyone must go to get their weekly political update. Everyone must go to the Order Paper pod date. Everyone must go to the Order Paper podcast. Available on Facebook, YouTube, and Twitch. Also available to watch outside Aotearoa New Zealand.
And welcome back for the 7 p.m. hour. We're joined here by Cassie, who, I have to be honest, I can thank Stacey for roping you into the show. How are you this evening?
Kia ora tātou. I'm doing really well, really well. Thank you for having me.
No problem, no problem. So a bit about yourself before we get to the submissions. What do we know you for?
Oh gosh, okay. If anyone knows me, it's probably for being a little bit of a troublemaker in Te Whanganui Atara, Wellington. So I spent about 13 years living there and pretty much just running protests, supporting young queer people in the city. And I think, yeah, always being a little bit of a passionate organizer to make change. So I tend to be full of pep, a little bit full of hope, and always trying to create political change.
Well, thanks for that. Yes, well, we're continuing on with treaty principle submissions now. It's always a bit of a jump around of how to try and make all these run sheets work because there have been so many good submissions, but how do you try and fit them all in? I mean, I think we did a good job, but I think we've run out of steam.
No worries. I mean, there's a lot of content there, right? There's a huge number of submissions, a huge amount of talent of incredible expert people on the against side, of course, who have been sharing their whakaaro. So yeah, definitely lots to choose from.
You are certainly right there. There is a lot that have been on the against side, and oh god, watching some of the for sides, I mean, that's where we've been getting much of our traction for views, unfortunately. But it's what it is. But it's been more interesting recently watching the submissions since they went to the subcommittees, and when they started like letting the parties choose the submissions, they got probably a lot more level-headed, and like they're not outrageously in one direction or the other. They were more your normal. You feel like, yeah, I'm easily going to have a beer at the pub with that person. Sort of thing. Whereas the other one is like, oh god, I'm scared to even share the bathroom with them, let alone being in the same room. Yeah.
I'm so many different kinds of people. There's a question of who and how got picked, but I think that what it really shows is that so many people are paying attention to this bill, right? You know, so many people can see that this is an important thing to be, I guess, sharing your voice on and making an effort to do it. So all in all, that's a good thing, I think.
Yeah. Okay, let's get to our first submission, which is the Honourable Ruth Richardson, as we probably know of her for the mother of all budgets, probably when we were very, very little kids.
Thank you for your submission. We have you before us for 10 minutes this afternoon, so I'll hand over to you to present.
Greetings, Mr. Chairman and members of your subcommittee. For most nations, when you boil it down, three things matter: their economic, their social, and their cultural health. My motivation to come to this place over 40 years ago was primarily to address and advance New Zealand's economic health. And the course correction that I spearheaded culminated in the passage of the Fiscal Responsibility Act, a set of principles designed to correct the conduct of fiscal policy that had become wayward and wrong. You heard of the slogan, "It's the economy, stupid." That was the mantra that governments and their challengers seek to observe if they want electoral success. Well, there's now a new rival on the block. It's the culture, stupid. There is a new imperative in New Zealand on the cultural front: the necessity to correct or to address and correct treaty overreach that has increasingly and evidently become wayward and wrong. It is a proper use of statutory power to spell out in law the set of principles that are designed to govern the conduct of treaty policy. That, in essence, is why I support this bill, both as to its timing and its text. As I say in my written submission, this is a bill of consequence whose time has come. So to the treaty itself and the meaning of the principles at the treaty, that's at the heart of the matter. The treaty is cast in stone, that's not disputed. However, the concept of the principles of the treaty is a relatively modern matter. The most significant attempt hitherto to define the principles of the treaty was made not by Parliament, but by the courts. The landmark ruling by Cook J in the 1987 Lands case advanced 5 propositions that were ruled to be crucial in defining the principles of the treaty. And I want in my oral submission to examine those 5 and see the impact that they have had on the evolution of treaty policy and conduct in recent times. So come to the first principle. Cook J said the treaty signified a partnership. Nowhere in the treaty was the word partnership used, let alone defined. Partnership was an invention of the courts, which in recent times has become a platform for policy that is driven by separatism and for policy that trashes democratic norms. And I refer to the ill-fated establishment of the Maori Health Authority as an exercise in separatism, now unlamented and gone. And in terms of the trashing of democratic norms, I refer to the dictate of co-governance that was roundly repudiated by the electorate in their wish to ditch the Three Waters reforms. The second principle enunciated by the court was active protection of Maori interests. The multiple initiatives to protect and promote Maori interests have more recently been taken to absurd lengths. I refer to the scandalous use of taxpayer money to the tune of $4 million to fund the singing of whale songs to deceased kauri trees. Or I could reference the Championship of Matarangi Māori, which now passes as having the scientific equivalence of, say, CRISPR gene editing technology, or the equivalence of the novel use of RNA to manufacture in record time a COVID vaccine. What Matarangi Māori would make of the rapid evolution of AI, I know not. Or perhaps we should ask DeepSeek that question. The third principle was informed decision-making. Let's take one of the big challenges of our age, combating climate change. The government and the Climate Change Commission have consulted widely before landing on targets and carbon trading mechanisms. The Climate Change Commission particularly has bent over backwards to understand and reflect treaty principles in their advice. But no, in the Smith versus Fonterra case, Mr. Smith, he's the chap that chopped down the One Tree on One Tree Hill, has taken Fonterra and others to court, contending that Te Kanga and his mana requires their actions, that is the government's actions, to be held to a higher standard, that is Fonterra and other corporate entities, that their actions have to be held to a higher standard than that required by government policy. And significantly, the Supreme Court has indulged that view and allowed Smith 3 courses of action to proceed, citing in performance the importance of Te Kanga. Dangerously, this and another prominent case involving the late Peter Ellis, he who had no Maori ancestry, seek to elevate Te Kanga as a new third branch of jurisprudence alongside statute and common law. The fourth principle was the Crown should remedy past grievances. The treaty settlement process began in earnest during my time in Parliament and continues apace. I had some personal involvement in the shaping of the Pan-Maori fishery settlement, and I, for my sins, created the fiscal envelope to start the compensation process. So there's no black mark on that score. The fifth and most important of Cook's declarations was the right to govern. This finding was a resounding declaration by Cook that a duly elected government must be free to govern. I quote, "To try to shackle the government unreasonably would itself be inconsistent with those principles." And add to that the least quoted judgment of Gordon Bison. In accordance with the principles of the treaty, the Crown should provide laws and make related decisions for the community as a whole, having regard to the economic and other needs of the day. I say hear, hear to that. But no, Hei Puapua advances in full throat the concept of separate governance, mana mutahaki, and its sponsor, Willie Jackson, regarded it in the end as electorally toxic and withdrew that proposition under pressure from his own political party. Or the courts in the recent customary titles case refused to give effect to the explicit and unambiguous use of language by Parliament. A rushed Supreme Court decision in damage limitation mode partially reversed that decision in the face of a bill introduced into this Parliament designed to correct the overreach and the misinterpretation. So let me finish by tackling a common refrain, and I've heard it this morning, of those who oppose the bill. They say the mere fact of the introduction of this bill has been represented as an outrage, and that somehow it involves a derogation or rejection of the treaty. The opponents are essentially saying, how dare Parliament legislate a set of treaty principles? But wait a minute, apparently it's okay for the courts to do this, but not the Parliament. What nonsense. Parliament is the supreme legislative authority. The courts cannot and should not legislate from the bench. But my charge is that Parliament has been missing in action as the whole treaty industry overreach has evolved and gathered steam. This bill restores to Parliament to its rightful place and should give the electorate some comfort that the treaty overreach by the courts, the Waitangi Tribunal and officialdom will not continue unchecked. Thank you.
Thank you, Ruth. We'll take some questions. The first one's from Tracy McLeod.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Ruth. You said that partnership was an invention of the courts, presumably as a means by which to interpret the treaty. So how would you rate Parliament's execution of the treaty, Te Tiriti, up until the last 50 years where the courts took that upon themselves to provide those principles?
In my submission, I say that the evolution of the principles of the treaty has happened by accident rather than by design. In other words, Parliament has stayed out of that fight. It has made references in statutes to have regard to the principles of the treaty, but has never been game to define them. The courts have filled that vacuum. I say Parliament must now step up.
If I could just clarify, my question was specifically, how do you think that Parliament had done, how do you rate their efforts prior to that happening on honouring the treaty, on executing the treaty?
Well, that is another kettle of fish. This is a story about the principles of the Treaty of Waitangi. Parliament has had fitful efforts to involve itself. Primarily, it's been left to governments by way of treaty settlements, which Parliament has then ratified. But my point is what Parliament has done has effectively abandoned the definition of the principles of the treaty and let it be determined by unaccountable authorities, the courts, the Waitangi Tribunal and officialdom.
Thank you, Ruth. Thank you, Tracy, for the questions. That's the time we have this morning. Can I just acknowledge your presence and your submission?
I was not expecting us to be eating our vegetables literally the moment we get in.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's the best way to describe Ruth Richardson's submission. It says a hell of a lot of probably how she has her values and her principles, and it opens up a lot of things there. Because, I mean, we didn't get this sort of submission from Jenny Shipley. We did not get this sort of submission from Marilyn Waring. But by how Ruth Richardson is like a modern-day ACT supporter.
Yes. 100%. Yeah, I think her politics spoke pretty strongly for themselves. It's interesting to see people from the past come out of the woodwork, right? And as you say, there's been people who have come out in different sides. And I think that it's yeah. I mean, it's not a surprise to see Ruth Richardson saying what she's saying, but I do think there are what's playing out is very obvious. Is there is this group of people who feel like there is, no way forward for mana motuhake to exist at the same time as the kāwanatanga, which I just find really, frankly, quite delusional. I don't think that I don't think that it's rocket science, and I don't even think it's particularly controversial that people who have lived in this part of the world for thousands of years would like to look after our own affairs, that we believe we have the knowledge to be able to make decisions that make sense for our people, make sense for the lands that we live on and the one that we live near and live through. So it's almost like there's this real there's this real block that's going on for people such as Ruth Richardson and Hobson's Pledge, Don Brash, that all the like, to be able to envision a future where we can actually coexist in a way where it's not a zero-sum game where one group has all the power of the other and the other just has to suffer, that we can actually live together. And that's kind of depressing to me.
Yeah, exactly. It's it's like, trying to make it out like I suffered, so you've got to suffer back. But should you have suffered in the first place?
Yeah, sure. And also, how has Ruth Richardson directly suffered from the Waitangi Tribunal existing? how has she, like, I just would like some examples, like point to the instances. I would be surprised if Ruth Richardson is a woman struggling to get by. I could be wrong. I don't know her personally. I don't know what her bank account looks like. But, you know, with a lot of these people, it's like, please point to the example where Māori having mana motuhake, or even just an inch of mana motuhake that has been not promised to us. Please tell us how exactly that impacts your life in a way that is meaningful and tangible. Or is this really overblown in your minds to be this kind of oppression that does not exist? It is not real. It is an imagined oppression.
Yeah. Okay, let's move on to the second submission of Te Kotahitanga o Ngāti Tu Whare. I might have said that wrong, but fingers crossed.
On behalf of the committee, we do thank you for being with us.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
We are going to go to a submission from John Malcolm. We don't have Ngāti Tu Whare with us, so I'm going to invite
we'll go to the John Malcolm one.
John to join the committee. John's joining us online. John, good afternoon. Thank you for joining the committee this afternoon. We have you for 5 minutes for your submission, so I'll hand over to you to begin your presentation.
Tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou katoa. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to my submission opposing this bill. In submitting, I honour those who signed the treaty, the vast majority on behalf of 70,000 Māori, as a legal, political and social contract in good faith, accommodating 2,000 Pākehā to establish a government, as noted in the preamble, so that no evil will come to Māori and European living in a state of lawlessness. I also tangata whenua who with some tangata tiriti who've upheld te tiriti since 1840 through generations of breaches and injustice. This bill has fostered a cacophony of falsehoods, including the reframing of the tiriti principle of equity intervention as Māori privilege, race-based, rather than evidence-based, needs-based programs, which are addressing significantly different outcomes, for example, in health. Today I'll speak to the application of the currently accepted treaty principles of protection, participation, partnerships, equity and redress in my personal and professional medical career and the positive outcomes those principles have brought, acknowledging the many other perspectives critiquing this bill. I speak as a fifth-generation New Zealander of Scots and Irish immigrants who settled in the decade that followed Te Tiriti and Te Waitangi, Te Tuahiwi and others in Otepoti and Dunedin. During my Otago medical training, I enjoyed friendships within the Otago University Māori Club, began learning te reo outside and valued the language and cultural learning. I interned in 72 with Dr. Ian Pryor and Claire Sound at Wellington Hospital Epidemiology Unit. Claire established deprivation of death cells as a measure of the links between socio-economic challenges, households and health outcomes. We researched in Tairāwhiti, then attended a tangihanga ruatahura of a wahine with rheumatic heart disease. We were welcomed by Ian's colleague, John Reho, later author of Puao Te Atatu, with whom he had partnered in research 10 years previously. They had found the 5% prevalence of rheumatic heart disease in that community, a lesson from Ian partnerships and relationships. They were inspiring. After training in urban and rural New Zealand, Jamaica and UK, I returned as a consultant paediatrician in Rotorua for 17 years from 86, continued my te reo learning, and strengthened professional whānau working relationships followed, whether in emergency department contacts during meningococcal epidemics or in clinics with children with disabilities. The well child provider Tipu Ora, founded in 91, had Bill English support and demonstrated the value of queer role models, cultural and whānau knowledge. Tipu Ora's staff training courses had our pediatric teaching support, exemplifying partnerships. We'd known for years of the disproportional rates of rheumatic fever from Māori Pacific. I returned to the Bay of Plenty in 07, this time Whakatane. By 08, we'd learned from Ngāti Hine Northland's success in rheumatic fever prevention, and by 09, the first of 4 Hauora-delivered school-based programs supported by primary care providers began in the Portuguese. Minister Tony Ryle of Health opened Kawaro's 2010, and Tariana Kuria, Associate Minister, Murupara's 11, Ngāi 2012. We saw the rate of rheumatic fever drop for school-aged Māori by 60% in the most deprived districts, while it doubled in Whakatane without such interventions and improving in the West. Our research published 2020 describes a solid example of participation, partnerships of Crown agencies and Hauora, clinicians and Kaimaki, fulfilling the obligation and treaty principle to protect health, address rural and Māori health inequity. Recently, this month, we published our research on skin infection and strep throat programs and what happened to rheumatic fever, comparing this recent decade to the previous one. While skin infection rates dropped 40% for Māori and New Zealand European preschoolers, Māori and Pacific preschoolers had 6 times the European admission rates. This evidence supports both universal and focused targeted services, such as Hauora delivery, to address health issues, close gaps and deliver equity outcomes. While encouraged that the rates of school-age Māori rheumatic fever declined in the Bay 30%, the rate remains 24 times that for New Zealand European students. My professional journey of 50 years has been focused on both individual and whānau care, but also Pāpori community. The insights arising from upholding current principles of Te Tiriti Waitangi have been an essential part of daily work, practical services, evaluations and research. It's long past time for the active promotion of Te Tiriti as our founding document and a foundational ongoing legal contract. The revised principles of the current bill are but a faint echo of the Bill of Rights. To close, the mana of Tiriti has been undermined and the mana of this government by its actions too. Time for this government to commit to reflection, restorative justice and redress and find a new appreciation of the established Tiriti principles and especially evidence-based, equity-guided programs. I ask that this bill is voted down and no referendum occurs. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you, John. That's well timed. It's the 5 minutes for our session this afternoon. So just on behalf of the committee, I want to acknowledge your submission and for being with the committee this afternoon.
Thank you.
I gather he was opposed to the bill. Sorry, I wasn't quite the best listening at the start, as you would have seen going through the private chat. But was he was opposing the bill, that was right?
Yeah, he was opposing the bill, and it sounds like he's worked in the health sector and could see the ways that Te Tiriti had value to be able to, to be able to provide health solutions, essentially. So, and this is interesting because it ties over into some of the other policies that the current coalition government are ramming through, which are about this idea of things being universal rather than targeted towards Māori. And so we are seeing this idea that if we have equitable solutions, i.e. addressing the actual need on hand that we know based on the research, that has suddenly become too much for coalition government, and they're axing those kinds of programs like what we saw with bowel cancer last week, it's devastating, and more people will die from it. Let's be clear, Māori and Pacific people, but particularly Māori, will die from these health policies. So he touches on something that I think is very topical right now as well.
Yeah. And actually, while you mentioned the word universal, I wish they applied that to the benefit system.
They really cherry pick it, don't they?
Well, considering the benefit system is meant to be targeted, it's not working that well, but it is meant to be targeted.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, there's lots of things that I think could be universal in a way that's real positive, right? Like we're campaigning at Action Station at the moment for universal free dental care. So every single person can get free dental, and so there are some things that universal would work for, but it's very clear which are the ones that get it and which aren't, according to this.
Which ones are for the right purposes and which ones aren't,
and which ones are going to get you votes, right? So
yes, we've got Gwyneth John as the next person here, but we'll find out exactly how this is going, considering we missed the last person.
We are now going to move to a submission from Hinerangi Edwards, and we'll just get Hinerangi to be brought into the room. This is online as well.
Looks like it's Skippy, another submission.
was this one the last day, Sam?
Yes, it was.
Hinerangi, if you can accept the invitation to be a panelist, then we can bring
There are a
you into the
few
room.
absences on the last day, as I understand.
Oh, I'm not surprised, yeah. Well, that's a shame.
Anyone else online ready?
We have 155.
We might see if we can get Hinerangi with us. Otherwise, we can probably go to Medi if she's ready. No, that is jumping ahead a little bit.
Oh, no, we're good now.
Okay, who with?
Hinerangi.
Okay, thank you.
God, they're having a lot of fun.
I know. The joys,
Hinerangi,
eh?
so thank you for being with the committee. Thanks for joining us slightly earlier than expected. We have you for 10 minutes this afternoon, so I'll just invite you to begin your presentation.
Tēnā koutou, ngā mihi nui kia koutou. It's with the acknowledge and respect that I accept this invitation to submit, knowing that not everyone has this opportunity. I acknowledge the connections that we have amongst each other as well, the electorates that you serve in, some of them in which I have whakapapa to, in other areas that you whakapapa to. For example, Mr. Chair, as a Taranaki descendant, I acknowledge your ancestors and their looking after and protecting my ancestors in the 1860s when they were incarcerated without trial for a number of years throughout the South Island. I acknowledge you all. There are three areas that I would like to share to discuss today. One area is about education. One is about having tools, appropriate tools to have fair and careful conversations in a respectful way. And the third is looking at tātou, the word tātou, and I'll explain that a little bit later. I'm working from one screen, whānau, so apologies if you're waving your hands. I won't see you for the next couple of
We'll call out if we need anything. No, you're fine.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Our education system is an education system that some of us have done well in, and I am one of those people who have done well in education. But there are some things that our education system has not done so well for all of us. For the most part, it has not enabled New Zealanders to have a sufficient understanding of te tiriti o Waitangi and to have a discussion safely. I've spent the best part of 25 years educating and facilitating New Zealanders in areas of social enablement design, evaluating programs for their effectiveness in serving Māori and non-Māori needs and aspirations. Having informed information from a recognised authority is important so that misinformation and disinformation can be mitigated. But what do we do when misinformation is sanctioned by the government? And I deeply oppose this bill. I oppose the principles that are included in its clauses, but I don't oppose the ability to have these conversations if the setting and the context enables everyone to feel safe. I believe that having everyone at a table enables us to design for equitable future nationhood. But when the table can't fit us all around, what tools do we have to ensure that all people can be considered? We developed a tool called the Māori Crown Co-Design Continuum as part of some work commissioned by Te Kāhui Raunga, whom submitted this morning, and I acknowledge our Matua Rikirangi Gage and also Kiriko Whai Mihaere. They asked us to facilitate a process, and as part of that, and some very well-considered commissioning, they asked us to review our own process and provide examples and recommendations on how things could be done better in the future. We found that talking past one another was one of the biggest challenges in co-design, and our report has been published openly, so I'm able to share this information. Not having a shared vocabulary and understandings can cause us not to progress or have honest and mana-enhancing conversations. We created the continuum to help people navigate ways of working together and to understand where their approaches are on the scale of fully mana motuhake Māori, mana orite, somewhere in the middle, where of equal authority is recognised, and exclusively Crown. This bill and the process which has got us to today is deeply at the end of the continuum, which is exclusively Crown. Mana orite is a label that has been used in recent times to express equal authority. Mana orite is not tino rangatiratanga or full and exclusive rights. It's not the utopia that many Māori like myself aspire to, but it is a framing to find ways that we can move forward in Aotearoa in a partnership. Key concepts of equal explanatory power is a foundation. And thinking of our last submitted, John, who mentioned rheumatic fever and health conditions, a research project that came out of the Pōmari Research Centre in 2002 talked about the importance of having equal explanatory power and enabling sample groups to be equally Māori and non-Māori to actually understand the issues that were confronting us to find solutions. So I acknowledge the last submitter. No matter the number of people, though, the systems, the worldviews and the philosophies of both parties have equal value, space and support. It's not easy to facilitate people of diverse backgrounds, beliefs and values. It's even harder if those people don't have the basic facts and understanding of what got us to where we are today as a country. It's easy to see programs and identities that differ from those of our childhood and ask ourselves, why fix something that's not broken? The thing is, a lot of our systems and decisions are based on confiscation, injustice and privilege. And they're not remedied by tiriti settlement. For example, legislation now tells us that taranaki maunga is legally called taranaki. But what about those who never see it as anything but Egmont? There needs to be education. And it's not the responsibility of Māori to educate all New Zealanders about trouble, histories or injustice, but someone has to. So if the Kawanatanga, the New Zealand government, has delegated authority, bearing in mind its responsibilities in Article 1 and Article 3 of Te Tiriti, the Māori version, then it's time to ensure that those people who write policy and legislation truly understand Te Tiriti and don't shy away from it. As Angeline Greensill said this morning, the writers need a Tiriti 101. Māori voices at the table is important. In fact, the impact of this bill has meant that people are shying away from the systems and structures that make them accused of building Māori privilege. And Māori privilege is an interesting theory, but in my experiences, there is no privilege except for whakapapa and responsibilities that intergenerationally we recognise and we remember. I think about Pacific people, I think about women, tangata whaikaha, men, our young people, our old people, LGBTQT communities. How do we have all of those voices at the table? In conclusion, the word tātou means all of us. Koe, au, tāua, you and me, tātou, plural of multiple people. And if we can recognise the grace that concessive governments have had and have been afforded, it has been on the grace that Māori have also enabled that them to be in place. So, e te whānau, we need to ensure that we build grace in our society and that tiriti responsibilities are not redefined in an exclusively Crown process, and building that constitutional transformational conversation in a way that enhances everyone's mana. Kia ora tātou.
Kia ora Hinderangi, thank you for that submission. We've got time for questions. We'll take the first one from Huhana Linden.
Tēnā koe te tuakana Hinderangi, e rongo ana koe iai?
Ai.
E mihi atu ana kia koe, kei konei ahau ki ngā motu mō te matatini. Nō reira, e mihi anō ki ngā iwi o Taranaki Maunga. Hinderangi, thank you very much for your submission. I wanted to explore with you the space of both, as tangata whenua, we are an iwi manaki, so we are patient and we are gracious and we try to look after visitors. But then how do we bring together that conversation around the mahi-tahi space or the mahi-ngātahi? We're currently in a sort of polarised space, but what are your recommendations in terms of how we can do some, unifying or working together, recognising the uniqueness of our communities, of our perspectives, and even our political leanings? But where is that sweet spot, do you think?
Well, I think the sweet spot is modelling it as individuals first and foremost in our homes with our children, but also in the professional spaces that we exist. So I implore you, all of you ministers and members of parliament working together, those of you who are on this panel, work together in a constructive way. And when we can do that, then we can model it out. But you do need tools, and we do need systems, and we need community uplifting and engaging. This is not about consultants making a heck of a lot of money, but it is requiring of us to have people who can facilitate these processes. And also looking at the influence that you have with your networks. How do we stop the energy of fear and misinformation about Māori? Actually, we are gracious people when we're here, and we won't leave. We are tangata whenua. Kia ora tātou.
Thanks, Nana. That's the time for our session this afternoon. So just on behalf of the committee, I want to acknowledge you for taking the time to be with us and to present your oral submission. We do thank you.
Thank you.
Another interesting submission that's more, what do we call it, opposing the bill, but more positive.
Right. He said, "No, Tahua Tira, the kōrero was really beautiful. I love the way that she was embodying working together. Like even at the start when she was talking to James Meager and was saying, hey, look, I recognize your ancestors and, I want that to be known. And so I think this is the hard thing is for Māori is kind of also working out the approach and how we stand, because a lot of people are rightly very angry and want that known. And then there's the folks who are actually saying, we need to be able to model a way to be able to work together. And I felt like this is exactly what Hinerangi was saying. And it was beautiful. It was really stunning and makes you stop and think and say to yourself, oh, yeah, like what would it look like to work together? We have done that at times. What would it look like to do that again? Whilst not sacrificing her point too, right? At the very start, she said, that this government is sanctioning misinformation. She was very clear that the government is spreading misinformation about Te Tiriti, and that needs to be corrected. So it was bringing that spirit of generosity and also the truth of what is going on.
Yeah. Oh, let's get on to our next submitter. We'll see if it is who it's meant to be, Ngā Taiki Tamaki Trust Limited, but we'll find out.
We'll now invite into the room Ngā Taiki Tamaki Trust. So, Jada, thank you for being with us and for jumping up the batting order a bit and helping us fill a gap. So, just want to acknowledge you, and I think, do we have Laurie and Lewa as well?
You will notice I've been abandoned. No, I am by myself today. And mihana kia huhana, yes, there are some people who are tuned in watching some family compete right now at Te Matatini, so I will represent Ngā Taiki Tamaki. So, mihana kia koutou ngā mema o tēnei komiti, tēnā koutou, thank you for having me, Mr. Chair. So, in the context of Ngā Taiki Tamaki, o te horapaki o Ngā Taiki Tamaki, he uri tēnei o te whatatau rawa ko te rau kohe, I whakapapa also to Ngāti Mahanga Horua, Ngāti Pāwa, Ngāti Kauwhata, and then probably the Isles of the United Kingdom and Scandinavia and Eastern Europe, like I would imagine the massive blend of New Zealanders do. So my name is Jada McPhee, and I'll be representing the Ngā Taiki Tamaki Trust this afternoon. So thank you for the opportunity to speak. So I'll be speaking to the submission made by the Ngā Taiki Tamaki Trust, where we stated our opposition to this bill. It is our hope and our expectation that the bill is not progressed any further beyond these hearings. Each submission that we've made to the Crown over the last 12-ish months has contained, I would suggest, a relatively long preamble that we consider to be whakawhanaungatanga, or an opportunity to be a relationship tool for those receiving these submissions and ultimately for you as committee members. We do not assume that everyone has worked with us before or know who we are as an iwi, where we come from. So while we appreciate that context and history that we repeat with every submission we make can be repetitive, and we consider it necessary. So I'm just going to start with some commentary in addition to our submission, assuming that it is read. And I'll open by saying it is disappointing to be here, in a sense that we find ourselves having to be in front of a select committee to oppose what we consider to be an attack on the treaty principles, and further on Te Tiriti o Waitangi. Ngā Taiki Tamaki as an iwi, we've fought too hard and too long over the years. We have struggled and we have toiled, in some cases exhausting both pūtea, personal hauora. Most recently, we've worked ourselves into early graves to ensure that the Crown and its agents and its governments have acknowledged the hardship that's been committed against our tupuna, or against us, and the multiple broken promises which continue long after settlements concluded. So our settlement was wrapped up in 2018. It was sorely won. It is unsatisfactory on many levels. It's still in negotiation in some parts. But despite that, we continue to work with the Crown. We've had to hold the Crown to account in the courts of this land, and in some cases the highest court, to remind the Crown of our rights under Te Tiriti, which would allow us to move forward. We believe we're not yet in a place, however, contrary to colloquial rhetoric, that we as Māori are privileged above everyone in this country. We do not believe that we get to experience the full privilege of living in a country that has Te Tiriti o Waitangi as a foundational constitutional document. We have, under Te Tiriti, opened the doors and welcomed everyone, and acknowledging the earlier comments around being a people of Manaaki. We welcomed everyone in from across the globe. This is living proof of that, yet we continue to be marginalised. And while that foundation continues to be repeatedly shaken by members of the Crown, this will continue. It's 2025. And we believed ourselves to be long past 1850s philosophies. It makes me think when I was writing this process of Dr. Isaac Featherston and his smoothing of dying pillows, because we as a people were supposed to be dead. From that same era, our tupuna were encouraged to be good Māori and to participate in the system and to use the newly formed court systems and Māori land court, and yet our tupuna's minutes went missing from these court documents immediately when they were to be used and judged and ruled. We were encouraged to manaaki and welcome settlers. We were encouraged to fly the Union Jack to encourage trade and our willingness to participate. Ngāi Taiki Tāmaki did that. And we were wrongly accused of inciting open rebellion, and it was a beautiful excuse to confiscate, in one example alone, 51,000 acres of prime Tāmaki Makaurau whenua. So our parents, my grandparents, my great-grandparents, and beyond, they've spent generations navigating governments of the day and their various different appetites to acknowledge and accept historical breaches and to move them into legislation. But I would say it's fair to assume that in this room, we all know that what's provided for in those settlement acts are neither fair nor just or equal to what was lost. We accept that, but I just wanted to highlight some of the bits I think that are really pertinent to this whole process. In Section 9 of our Settlement Act, so the Ngāi Taiki Tāmaki Claims Settlement Act 2018, the Crown repeatedly acknowledges that it has failed and records multiple grievances. The Crown acknowledged it's failed in its duty to act fairly and reasonably towards Ngāi Taiki Tāmaki. The Crown stated it had breached Te Tiriti o Waitangi and its principles. The Crown apology, which we have signed and framed and hung up as you walk into our whare tupuna at Umupuia Marae, it states that the Crown broke its promise to protect your interests, that it confiscated your whenua and promoted policies which had devastating economic, social and cultural consequences for Ngāi Taiki Tāmaki. And it then went on to say, I think hopefully, that the Crown hopes that this settlement will lead to a new relationship that fulfills the expectations of our tupuna and mokopuna, a relationship marked by cooperation, partnership and respect for Te Tiriti o Waitangi and its principles. This process leads me to think, really? So we're highlighting to you all that given Te Tiriti o Waitangi has been described in case law as a partnership, requiring both parties to act with the utmost good faith, the proposition of this bill to amend the treaty principles is considered by us to be a breach of good faith. And it demonstrates to us that perhaps the words on the apology hold very little value to the Crown right now. So no one can claim it is good faith to write a bill about how to engage with and relate to Māori, limiting the rights of Māori without Māori in the room. This bill was crafted about us, without us, which is absolutely unjust, and I would say farcical, and almost as farcical as recent commentary that our reaction is over-dramatic, because this is just an idea in a factory of ideas called politics. When an idea is moved like this into action, this action is received by some as a bit of a thumbs up to espouse anti-Māori rhetoric and racism, and we've moved beyond politics and the sharing of ideas into what we consider causing harm. And where a partner repeatedly causes harm, we would call that an abusive relationship, and in an abusive relationship, one of the actions would be to take that offending partner to court. So we would just like to put the Crown on notice that we are watching and we are waiting, that we have acted in good faith, we believed what was presented to us, that we were entering into this new relationship. So we would ask this committee to please show us that we've not misplaced that faith. Please abandon this bill.
Thank you, Jada. Thank you for your submission on behalf of Ngāi Tai. Let's go to some questions. The first one from Huhana Linda.
Tēnā koe Jada, e mihi atu ana kia koe te rangatira, te tumu whakarai o Ngāi Taiki Tāmaki, me te mihi ki te whāria matua Billy, me ngā mahi nui ko Utia matua James. To our select committee members, our colleague Tama Kōtaka was the CEO of Ngāi Taiki Tāmaki, and now we have before us the rangatira of Ngāi Tai, Jada, this wahine toa. And I want to acknowledge the sincere way that you have put forward your concerns, particularly around the settlement and the apology received. The question is, when you have a Crown apology and it's on the wall in Umupuia, in the whare, and then you come and you see acts of the Crown undermining that apology and those sentiments of good faith that you hear in the whare when there's the settlement legislation passed through the House. How is the iwi feeling at a board level but also on the ground?
I think it's fair to say that we are feeling frustrated and disappointed that we're potentially finding ourselves in litigation again. We're not afraid of litigation. People who know us know this. And at the same time, we are prepared to fight to ensure that we keep, as we do our own selves accountable, that our partner, the Crown, accountable as well. So there's been a bit of a rallying, I think, around this particular bill. Thank you.
Thanks, Jada. Thanks, Huhana. That's probably the time we've got this afternoon. So just on behalf of the committee, I'd like to thank you for presenting on behalf of your team. And
love it.
Yeah. Another full-on submission.
Well, I think every single one of them is full on due to the full onness of the bill itself. Right?
Oh yeah, the bill that is 1 page long that was so short it's not funny.
I really like that she brought up the settlement, and the reason why is because At the moment, you might have noticed that National was trying to draw this distinction between settlements and what they're doing everywhere else to Te Tiriti or Waitangi, right? So they're saying, oh, no, we're definitely going to respect the final settlement. Settlements, all good. We love settlements. And remember, the reason why folks like National love settlements is because they want to wrap up all of the Māori grievances, tie them up with a bow and say, it's done now. You cannot bring any of your injustice forward ever again. And so there's a real political motivation to have us all perfectly settled, and then you don't hear from the natives ever again. But what was talked about here by Jada just so beautifully and eloquently is she's saying, what you're doing right now affects our settlements. And we will take you to court over it because that's just what needs to happen. So I felt like she really drew a connection that hasn't been done as often in the media, at least.
And actually, the one I found interesting was using the term that's equivalent with domestic violence of an abusive partner.
Right.
Yeah, that was something that I thought was very bold to say.
Absolutely, and completely true. If that was a relationship and this government was carrying on like how they are, absolutely, it's an abusive relationship. So
They'll be in the family court having a protection order put against them.
Absolutely, I think.
Well, I can picture how it would go, but yeah. Next we got Josh Jameson. So let's kick that one off.
I just want to wish you best for the rest of the day.
Thank you, everyone. Ka kite.
We are now scheduled to have a submission from page. Josh Jameson. Josh is with us online, so we'll bring Josh into the room now. Josh, good afternoon. Thank you for being with the committee. We've got you scheduled in for 5 minutes this afternoon, so I'll hand over to you to begin your presentation.
Thank you, and kia ora, everyone. Thanks to the committee for allowing me the chance to speak on this bill and the issues it presents. First of all, I'd just like to make the following comments on the Treaty Principles Bill. The purpose of the bill is to clear up and, I guess, provide a readability as well as incorporating the principles of the treaty into statute. However, this bill provides for significant constitutional challenge, and I'd like to focus my discussion on these constitutional issues. Of course, I wish to echo what I'm sure many other submissions have said, that the one-sidedness of this bill presents many, many challenges. It's a breach of...
Josh, you still with us, or is it us?
No, I think it's Josh.
We'll just pause the timer for a second.
The bill is...
Sorry, Josh, can you hear me now?
Sorry, yes.
You might want to rewind about 15 to 20 seconds. You just froze on us, and we kind of got you just at the end of your intro.
My apologies. My internet might be a tad unstable, but hopefully that should
No,
be
you're
fine.
okay. You're okay. I've paused the timer, so if you just want to recap probably the last 15 or 20 seconds, then go from there.
Oh, sure. Just a quick intro, really, of I'd like to focus on the constitutional challenges that this bill presents, not only sort of at its core, but in potentially the enforcement of such a statute and the challenges that would provide. I'd also like to echo what I'm sure many other submitters have said, that the one-sided nature of this bill presents a lot of challenges and potential unfairness. But I'm going to focus on the constitutional issues. The bill presents itself as something that is somewhat rare within New Zealand's framework, and that is a statute that itself can affect all other statutes. New Zealand's constitutional sort of framework sets out that all statutes are equal. We do not have any supreme law that sits above any other law as such could jeopardize parliamentary sovereignty. A similar bill in terms of scope was the Bill of Rights Act, which was heavily discussed when it was in its bill stage. My written submission points out comments by Geoffrey Palmer in his white paper on the bill, where he discusses challenges such as who would enforce the bill. The New Zealand Bill of Rights Act relies on the courts to enforce. Would this give the courts supreme power over Parliament? Would they be able to strike down statutes that do not comply with this, the Treaty Principles Bill? Of course, in doing this, it would jeopardize parliamentary sovereignty, giving the courts, who are unelected, power over the elected officials. Of course, the Bill of Rights Act implemented sections 4, 5, 6, and 7 to essentially rein in the power and say that any statute that flies in the face of the Bill of Rights Act is still legitimate, cannot be struck down. It just must be read in a certain way. The Treaty Principles Bill does not provide any such escape. It's a simplistic and blanket piece of legislation that provides many complicated challenges. It has one section for exemptions that is things already discussed under the Treaty Waitangi Act and in the tribunal. However, this is a very small part of what the treaty does, and you can find treaty principles expressed in many, many, many statutes. Creating a higher form of law, or potentially creating a higher form of law, is very challenging and is not something that has ever been done. The Bill of Rights Act, of course, is a very complicated piece of legislation. How it interacts has been discussed immensely by members of Parliament as well as, I guess, legal scholars. Relying on the courts to decide and giving them potential power to invalidate enactments, which they might see as being contrary to the principles stated in the bill, would give too much power to the unelected courts. It also provides challenges potentially. Would it retroactively change past interpretations of earliest? Would this create potential to appeal past decisions? This is no doubt going to create significant strain on courts if many cases could potentially be overturned, many precedent could be potentially overturned. The principles laid out in the treaty principles bill only cover a very small percentage of what the Crown's duties to the treaty are. There are many statutes found in New Zealand that only exist because of the Crown seeking to uphold its duties that are found in the treaty. I guess one example, you can find examples from anything from education and so on, but one example might be the Māori Television Services Act, which is part of the Crown's ongoing obligation to protect the Māori language as a taonga or a treasure. Such a bill, how would that interact with the Act? Who would decide how that interacts with the Act? Could that be struck down by a court? These are all questions that the bill currently does not answer. My recommendation would be that the bill goes no further while these serious constitutional issues have not been addressed. There is nothing existentially wrong with wanting to define what the principles are, but such a mechanism needs to be thoroughly thought through. How it will interact with other statute and decisions of Parliament needs to be thoroughly thought through. A hastily put together bill that is simple in nature cannot fulfill this task. I would recommend to the committee that they work together to expand on research issues and deal with the constitutional challenges that such a bill would provide. Thank you.
Thanks, Josh. Thanks for your submission this afternoon and for jumping up in the order just to help us fill a gap here. But we're a little bit over time now, but I was conscious that you've raised a few issues that hadn't been raised previously, so I wanted to allow you to ear those out. So just on behalf of the committee, can I thank you for your time this afternoon and just acknowledge the submission you've made today. Thank you.
How do you find that submission? Because it felt a bit jumpy all over the place, but I can understand how that could have happened though.
Yeah, I mean, what I got from that submission is he's talking about the way in which this bill causes a lot of problems in its own legal implications, right? And I think this is one of the interesting things that's going on with bills like this, is it's actually written in a way that is politically, ideologically trying to serve a purpose, but it's not actually making any sense, both in our big constitution, as in like honouring, you know, how our constitution works, which Te Tiriti is a part of. And secondly, it's not acknowledging all of the flow-on effects that are going to come from it. So what he was saying is there's just going to be litigations galore. There's going to be court cases, there's going to be drama, it's going to cost money, it's a waste of time. And that's because this bill has not actually been done in a way that is properly taking into account how law works. It's just David Seymour wanting to rewrite the treaty. That's what it is. And so I think, that's what I took from that anyway.
Or as the saying goes, just add another more lane and the road will flow better. And next minute the lane's clogged up with more traffic.
Yeah, exactly.
That's pretty much basically what it would be doing. Next up, Mata Lo Barlow. Let's kick that one off.
Yeah. Hey, we are now going to go to submission from is Mataloa? Yeah, Mataloa Brown, who's joining us in person. So good afternoon. Come up to the table. Yes, absolutely. So good afternoon. Thanks for being with the committee. We've only got you for a 5-minute session this afternoon, so I'll hand straight over to you to begin your presentation.
Tēnā koutou katoa, mālole onasai, chair to our committees, those here today and those who are beyond this room. If I asked you to tell me who you are, what would you say? Would you tell me where you were raised, the language your grandparents spoke, the place where your ancestors called home? Would you even know? Let me tell you who I am. I am Matala'ua, a Samoan Tamaitai carrying the name and markings of my ancestors. I am of Sātalo Wharealili, Matamata Nofo Whalatai, and the pristine shores of Sāwhotu and Manasseh in Sava'i. I am of my people and they are of me. And I am of Aotearoa. My brothers were born here. The father who raised me is of Ngāpuhi. I am Pākehā, of an ancestry I do not fully know. I take these few moments to tell you my story because this bill seeks to erase the story of this nation. And who are we without the story? Who will we be without our identity? My birth placed me in a small percentage of people in the world that can claim they are Indigenous to their land. We make up about 6% of the global population, yet represent the majority of the world's cultural diversity. You do not have to be an expert to know that in every region of the world, Indigenous people are concentrated in the lowest income, poorest outcomes, and shortest lifespans. We share a story of colonization, stolen languages, stripped identities, and displacement. That is our story. It carries pain, but it also tells of our resilience. And with every generation, we hope we will be the last to fight for our rights. When the rangatira of Aotearoa and the Crown signed Te Tiriti o Waitangi in 1840, it stood apart from how other nations have engaged Indigenous peoples. It set a precedent and served as a beacon to the world that Indigenous and non-Indigenous people would work in harmony to build a nation. This bill turns us away from that vision of nation building. Masking as progress, it signals that Māori and all Indigenous peoples have no place in the future, that tangata whenua have no voice in the modern age. I am here to say, from Standing Rock to Gaza, from the Amazon to West Papua in Australia, Indigenous people have survived the worst humanity have had to offer. And despite efforts to erase us, we are still here. Aotearoa is a young nation with a bold spirit. Our nation is not afraid of rolling our sleeves up and taking on challenging issues. But this bill has created a climate where people feel uneasy, angry, or even afraid to open discussions. A discussion is needed, and our nation is deserving of a process that empowers how we can view ourselves within Te Tiriti. And if the authors of this bill's intent was to help facilitate that dialogue, it has fallen far short. Instead of offering clarity and a safe place to gather as communities, this bill has left vagueness and theoretical concepts that are so detached from the lived realities of the people they seek to govern. The authors of this bill claim that this is not a conversation about race. They are right. It is about privilege. This is not about a special status of Māori. It is about long-standing advantages that have let some flourish while others have had to fight to survive. By honouring Te Tiriti, we can create better outcomes for all. Across Aotearoa, we have seen Māori not obstructing, but leading development where governments have often failed. Māori-led agriculture is restoring the land. Kura kaupapa students are outpacing national averages. Māori enterprises are driving economic growth. This is a story this bill wants us to ignore, risking the very models that could sustain Aotearoa in the years to come. Everyone in this chamber will be now very familiar with the principles of Te Tiriti. But what are the principles of good governance? What of integrity, accountability, shared decision-making? This bill is not just a breach of Te Tiriti, it is a breach of good leadership. A government that silences Indigenous voices is governing with an agenda for division. Is this the story we want to tell about Aotearoa? I reject this bill, and I challenge you all to do the same. This is not just about upholding Te Tiriti and Indigenous rights. It is about all of us and our belonging. Where do we fit if our leadership states that there's only room for one voice? That is what this bill represents. Let us not shrink from our obligations and commitments that have shaped our nation's identity. Let us restore faith in good governance and not measure progress by what we erase, but by what we have honoured. Indigenous and non-Indigenous together have a place in the future. And when our descendants tell our stories, will they say that because of today, the future was made better for all who call Aotearoa New Zealand home? So for my manuia.
Thank you, Matala'oa. Thank you for being with us this afternoon, for providing your submission. That's very nice to see you and very gratefully received by the committee, so thank you. Okay, folks, we are now on to our next.
Well, I have to be honest, that's a good submission to finish off the Treaty Principle Bill submission marathon series.
Yeah, I always love hearing Pacific people coming through in solidarity with Māori, and you don't always have people saying, "Hey, let's look at us all as Indigenous," because obviously we all have our own unique identities, and some folks in the Pacific don't necessarily identify as Indigenous, and Katie pai tēnā, that's all good. But for her to draw out and say, let's actually look at the big picture. Indigenous people are 6% of the world's population. Why would we not protect that? Why would we not look after them? Because we have been deliberately you know, almost made culturally extinct or literally extinct in many parts of the world. So we need to
Yeah.
protect Indigenous people. Yeah, I love that she brought that to the table, because that's really the bigger picture and what it's all about. And Te Tiriti is what protects Indigenous people. Te Tiriti is what both invited, you know, Manuhiri here to be able to come and set up a government, and it's what enables Māori to continue to have the political authority and the identity that we have. And one doesn't need to be over the other, right?
Yeah.
Just going back to the starting kōrero about partnership, you know, it buzzes me out that the right wing is saying there's no such thing as partnership. Te Tiriti never talks about partnership, and it's like, wow, you
I
know,
wonder
you
what they
can't
would.
even see a world where we're equals. You can't even imagine, like, partnership is being nice.
Yeah, I mean, what would they
Just
sit
be
here
very
and say if
generous.
they have a mortgage document that's a partnership with a bank for a loan?
Yeah, they can understand that part, but not this part. So yeah, I mean, there's Māori out there who would say, "Oh, actually, I don't sign up for partnership either." Like Māori should have full control of, you know, the whole of Aotearoa. Partnership is a very generous offer to manuhiri, to guests who have come here, to be able to create their own systems of governance. Unfortunately, they use those systems of governance to be able to destroy ours and make this place their own, and that's where we've got to this problem now.
Yeah, that is so true.
Yeah. That being
Yeah.
said, you know, one thing I've really appreciated about this process, even though I didn't agree with it, I didn't agree with the bill going to select committee. But I have absolutely loved seeing the showcasing of so many people who care about Te Tiriti o Waitangi from all different kinds of backgrounds, and it just really shows that actually the movement for mana motuhake, the movement for honouring Te Tiriti is really, really strong. It's the strongest that it's ever been in our country, and that's what matters, right? That's actually what
It
matters.
certainly has opened up a lot there. Like we're planning for later in the year for under our It's in the Ballot umbrella for local body elections, and one of the things that this has highlighted is how we've got the strong pro-Māori ward, anti-Māori ward divide. And this is going to be something that is out there. And I've seen a group that is about, this is on the Kapiti Coast, about trying to expose things and trying to expose corruption and their own misunderstanding that I had to explain about Māori wards. Like they're hitting out at the council for not following Simeon Brown's referendum ward bill, but their interpretation of it was very different to what the bill actually said. In turn, like I basically put in a whole fact check thing in there that 5 sitting councillors and the mayor personally liked my comment on the community group, because it literally spelled out. It's like, you know, and trying to sit there and say to them, just because we're having the referendum in 2025 doesn't mean the Māori ward suddenly vanishes on the day. You still have, whoever gets elected still has to work with that Māori ward councillor for the next 3 years. And then their position gets disestablished at the 2028 general election, local bodies, after another representation review has been done in order to work out the seat proportionality. But there's going to be so much of that education, because I wouldn't be surprised if we have councillor candidates going, yeah, I'm voting against Māori wards because now I have to work with them around the table. It's like, how are you going to cope for the next 3 years?
Yeah.
It's interesting.
It's interesting you should say that, because Action Station will be campaigning for Māori wards this year. So
yeah,
love to keep talking. But
well, you know my producer's phone number.
But you know, I think the other thing is that the tide is shifting. You know,
Yeah.
43 out of 45, you know, councils all voted in favour to keep their Māori wards and bear the cost of these referendums, and they didn't have to do that.
Well, actually, many of those councils, the referendum was the cheaper option. And that's what a lot of people don't realise is, don't have to referendum, you save money, but your representation review costs more. Now, I'm a little bit more lenient on Upper Hutt than I am on other councils. And the reason why I say I'm more lenient is Upper Hutt don't have wards. So they already had a bigger problem to introduce it. And in the referendum part, just basically said, actually, this is going to cause more problems than what it's worth, and we don't want to go to this effort to have to literally undo it one election later. So that was something so that's why I'm a little bit more lenient on Upper Hutt than other councils, because Upper Hutt has never had wards, I don't think ever. And the biggest problem they had in Upper Hutt was a good proportion of population was transient with both the prison and the military base. And half of a council position population quota was based on transient population. Yep. So that was the biggest issue. Well, where do you put it, especially when the prison and the military base are across the road from each other? Yeah. Well, we're going to make a move. I suggest everyone listen to this coming up song, and we'll see back at 8 o'clock with Camilla and back Laura.
Awesome.
And thank
Thanks,
you for being with us, Cassie.
Thanks for watching. Make sure you're subscribed to our Facebook, YouTube, Twitch, Instagram, TikTok. Who's got the order paper podcast? YouTube, Twitch, Instagram, TikTok. Who's got the order paper podcast? Paper podcast. On Wednesday, 12th March, after 2 hours of debate in New Zealand, Parliament votes 63 to 60 to make it a criminal offense to steal wages from your staff, just like a staff member stealing from the till. But without it road, those that didn't want it claimed the sky would fall in. Katie said it would clog the courts. Carl said it would become a bureaucratic nightmare. Laura said we already have the appropriate measures in place. Vanessa claimed it would be hard to determine men's read. Vanessa also bring up it's gonna be harder shifting from probable cause to beyond a reasonable doubt. Dan doesn't think it's needed because it will not make our community safer. Grant doesn't want it because he doesn't want to have a police officer knocking on his door because Mrs. McCullum forgot to hit pay now when doing the wages. Katie doesn't want thieving employees to suffer reputation damage, stopping them from exploiting employees in the future. But stealing from your staff members' pay packets is now illegal, just like stealing from the bosses to wage theft. No more, thanks to Camilla and Ibrahim for bringing the crime theft by employer amendment bill. Tiano supporting the bill because an honest day's work deserves a fair day pay. Mark proud to cast New Zealand first swing vote to the bill. Takura say this law united us under one law for all. Ricardo applauding that it's common sense to have wage theft as a criminal offense. Ginny pointing out wage theft is a constant, persistent problem in New Zealand. And Phil said this will be the perfect bill for a civic education such as the Order Paper podcast. Stealing from his staff members' pay packets is now illegal, just like stealing from the bosses to wage theft. No more, thanks to Camilla and Ibrahim for bringing the crime theft by employer amendment bill to the House. And on Thursday, 13th March, the crime theft by employer amendment bill received its royal assent. you're subscribed to our Facebook, YouTube, Twitch, Instagram, TikTok, Blue Sky, the Order Paper Podcast. YouTube, Twitch, Instagram, TikTok, Blue Sky, the Order Paper Podcast.
And welcome back. Now, just before we get to nitty gritty, we do have apologies from Abraham Ramadan. So that's the reason why I can't do it, because sunset's about now, which means I can start eating again while the hours of darkness. But we do have Camilla. Welcome to the show.
Thank you. Thanks for having me.
Well, we were worried how things were coming, looking how close the clock was counting.
I was like, oh crap, I don't have a wig, so I can't pretend to be like a Temu discount version of Camilla Bellich for the first 10 minutes. No, I wouldn't do that. But yes, welcome to the show. It's an absolute privilege to have you. And I'm just fangirling over here because I watched your debates live against David Seymour and I thought that was brilliant.
Thanks.
So, want to ask, now I know that, now, is this your first bill that has gone all the way through from the biscuit tin? I know it started under Abraham, right through to a third reading?
So I did have one in the last Parliament on directors' duties that I took over from Duncan Webb. So that was so directors could take into account other things, not just the financial bottom line when making decisions. And so that passed under the last Parliament. So it's my second one.
So you've managed to take over 2 other bills. So what has been your own bill as in the biscuit tins, so we can sit there and know? So we know a bit more about what's the one sitting there waiting to come out.
Sure. So I've actually got another one that's been pulled, which was my own one that I didn't take from someone else, and that's on ending pay secrecy clauses. So that's passed its first reading with the support of the National Party, and that is at Select Committee at the moment. And the one that I have in the biscuit tin at the moment is a bill on corporate manslaughter.
Oh,
I'm looking forward to that one.
I'd like to see that pulled out, but
yeah, me too.
I fingers crossed it comes through, gets crossed there. So one of the things is, what were you before you became an MP?
So I was an employment lawyer directly before I became an MP, and I worked as an employment lawyer for around about 13 years.
Mm.
And
so you're not a one-time lawyer like what David Seymour said in that debate.
I'm sure that whatever he said was probably not accurate, but I think 13 years is a pretty long time. I mean, I qualified in 2007, and pretty much apart from having children and doing some work on equal pay for the CTU for about 6 months, practiced that entire time before entering Parliament.
Yeah, so it's definitely not, as you can say, you've been qualified probably as long as I've held a full driver's license.
Yes, I don't have a practicing certificate at the moment. Some members of Parliament do, like Judith Collins, I think, has held a practicing certificate the whole time, but you don't really need one. And it's an additional expense. So, yeah.
And is it easy to renew is the other question.
Yeah, from memory, when you renew, in the unfortunate situation of being voted out of Parliament, I think they do. I think they even do have a special category to say, oh, maybe you've been a member of Parliament or something. So, hopefully I'm not in that situation in the near future, but I do believe it's not too difficult to renew.
Oh, it's a lot better than nursing, which I believe you have to redo year 3 or something before
right.
you're doing
Okay.
it.
Yeah. I mean, the Law Society could change the rules again. I have to check that out, but yeah, hopefully not too difficult.
Okay, so are you comfortable with hearing your first speech to go off on fast speed and then commentate on your own speech?
I'm not sure. I haven't actually watched it back since I gave that speech, so we'll see.
See, okay, no, that's fine. We'll click over it, and we'll have you on 1.5 times because we do that so we can get through more footage. So let's kick off from yourself. Oh, come on, hurry up.
I want to get to the right screen first.
Oh, yeah, that actually helps you. So I've got the... yes, I haven't pressed that little key there.
Buttons. Who's got the button?
I think it's fair to say it's possible that many of us thought that we would not get there in terms of this bill being introduced in the last Parliament and now with the change of government. So I couldn't be happier to be here being able to shepherd this bill through the House. First of all, I just wanted to acknowledge a personal thing, which is it's my father's 70th birthday today. Happy birthday, Dad. And he's been a lifelong champion for justice in the workplace, so I think hopefully he'll be very happy to see, although I won't be able to spend much time with him today because I'll be in the House bringing this bill to the House. Now, this bill criminalises intentional theft by employers to their workers. And why? Why is this bill needed, Mr Speaker? This bill is needed because of the injustice that many workers face in New Zealand to this day. And it was brought to this House by a very, very good man, a very close friend of mine, a former MP of this House, who I believe is watching tonight, who came to New Zealand as a refugee. He experienced injustice in the form of wage theft. He then became a Member of Parliament and brought this bill to the House to stop any other workers suffering what he did. So I think really that is a story of New Zealand and also of this party. So I can't see where he is yet, but hopefully he's watching today. So Ibrahim, this bill is really for you. And I read when I was preparing this debate his first reading speech, and it's really a fantastic speech, Mr Speaker. So I do really encourage anyone to read that speech rather than listen to my speech tonight. But I thought it would be pertinent to read an extract of that because it really summarises why this bill was so important to him and how important it is for so many workers in New Zealand, especially migrant workers. And so this is what he said. Not long after arriving in New Zealand, I got my first work in the Waitangi. It was farm work with my employer shuttling me from Lower Hutt to Martinborough each day for work. At the end of my first week of work, I was told by the contractor that I'd done a poor job and it was not worth the cost of shuttling me to and from work, that I did not deserve any pay. I was told that if I had any decency, I should be paying the employer back for his costs that week and the work that I'd done amounting to nothing. I was told I would not be paid and if I didn't like it, I should just piss off. He said, not knowing what my rights were, I just walked away from my payment for my week's work. But as I came more involved with migrant workers, I found out that my experience was not the exception. And unfortunately, Mr Speaker, this experience is not an exception in New Zealand, and it regularly happens in New Zealand. And unfortunately, some businesses deliberately rely on regularly underpaying their employees and have it baked into their business model. This bill imposes serious criminal sanctions in order to stop this practice. Now, we know, Mr Speaker, that most employers are good employers. In fact, almost all employers are good employers. And so this bill really applies to the businesses who are not acting within the law. It doesn't impose any additional sanctions on employers. It essentially allows employers, good employers, to continue doing what they're doing without fear of anything happening to them. It doesn't, unlike many other employment-related laws that come to this House, impose any other conditions or work or bureaucracy or anything on employers. It just asks them to pay employees what they're owed, to pay them their fair wages, to make sure that when they contribute their labour, that they are fairly recognised for that. Mr Speaker, taking this bill through the House, I've regularly been asked by people if we have a lot of evidence around wage theft, and I just wanted to cite a few of these different examples to really show how this is a problem in New Zealand and how I hope this bill will be able to address it. So in 2019 there was a report by the Ministry of Business, Innovation and Employment that found that wage theft was one of the most common forms of migrant labour exploitation in New Zealand, the most common forms. We've seen examples, as this bill has gone through the House, Mr Speaker, of migrant workers working as cleaners being underpaid by $17,000, workers who worked over 900 hours being only paid for a small percentage, being only paid for 32 hours. We've seen people who've only been paid an equivalent of $7 an hour for their work at bottle shops. We've seen cafe staff, hospitality workers and construction workers, unfortunately, deliberately underpaid by employers who were taking advantage of the fact they could. This has to stop in New Zealand. These are all New Zealand workers who deserve respect. I was very honoured once my colleague Ibrahim Omar brought this bill to the House in April 2023 to then see this bill come through the Education and Workforce Select Committee. Now we had 84% support of submitters at Select Committee, so quite a significant support from the people who were able to submit to this bill. And
I was very, very pleased then to see that reported back to the House, and I think really the circuit breaker for this bill not going in the dustbin of good ideas was the fact that we were able to obtain support from parties across the House. So we're very privileged to have the support of the Green Party and of Te Pāti Māori throughout the readings on this bill, and then after Select Committee we were very, very pleased to get the support of New Zealand First to allow this bill to go through the House. And so I want to really thank the members of New Zealand First for looking to their values and seeing that many of the values that we share, especially when it comes to standing up for vulnerable workers, for making sure that there isn't exploitation in workplaces, and for fairness. And so I wanted to thank especially Honourable Mark Patterson and Honourable Casey Costello for their work on this bill. Their work did lead to an amendment to this bill, which I think has actually made this bill stronger. This bill now is very clearly applies to employers who deliberately steal without reasonable excuse from their employer, and that I think is the intention, the original intention of the bill, and really has clarified the purpose of this bill. So it's really clear, and if you look at the draft that we've got here today, I think we've improved on that bill since Select Committee as well. So I really want to thank New Zealand First and of course Te Pāti Māori and the Greens who have supported us throughout the process. Mr Speaker, this bill is not an unusual bill either in terms of international comparisons. We know that in Australia many states have had wage theft laws, and since the 1st of January 2025 that Australia has outlawed wage theft under its Fair Work conditions. We also know that Norway has laws against wage theft, and also California has laws against wage theft. So really this bill brings New Zealand into line with world leaders in standing up for injustice at work, and provides a real avenue for those who have faced terrible injustice with what little they have. And we have to remember, Mr Speaker, for many people, especially people that come to New Zealand, the only thing they have is, the only thing that they can use is to sell their labour in order to make money. And if the value of that is taken away by someone who professes to be an employer on purpose, then those people should be held to account for that. So I just want to reflect on why many of us would come to this House. I think we come here to stand up for justice, to hold people to account, and to protect the vulnerable. And I think this bill does all of those things. I want to again acknowledge my colleague Ibrahim Omar for bringing this bill to the House. This has been a collective effort, my friend. We wouldn't have been able to do it without you, and having the bravery of you to bring this bill to the House, and indeed many members of the Labour movement who were able to raise this as an issue and to assist. And I especially want to acknowledge, as you did in your first reading, John Ryle and Peter Crenny for their assistance with this. So, Mr Speaker, I very much hope that when we pass, that we can pass this bill tonight, and that this bill will become law, and it can be something that members across the House can be proud of their Parliament standing up for the dignity of work, for justice, for fairness, and for working New Zealanders. I commend this bill to the House.
Still, I have the same feeling from what I had when I watched it live last Wednesday. Brilliant speech.
Thank you. Thanks.
Now,
it's a bit different watching yourself speak, I think.
How much of that was,
especially at 1.5
notes, and how much of that was on the fly?
I think I had a page of notes, bullet points, just one A4, and I just kind of went through them. So I didn't have it written out at all. Maybe I should have, but I didn't.
You pulled it off well. You pulled it off well. It's not like they give you order cue at Parliament to read off while you do the speeches.
No, well, we're not meant to read. There's standing orders against reading, which I've got views on, which probably differ slightly from standing orders, which is that I think that if you want to prepare a written speech and read that, that's just as valid as speaking off the cuff. But we do have, occasionally we do get told off by the speaker for reading. So usually it's something that we teach ourselves not to rely on as we get more and more experience.
And when members of the opposition have decided to be annoying, they also tell you.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. So it's it is difficult to have a speech which you have the same rhetorical flourishes and content level that you would have if you'd written it out, but at the same time you're obviously engaging more with the audience. So yeah, pros and cons really, but yeah, no, I didn't.
Yeah, and I mean, you're first up on the speech anyway, so you start off the debate.
Yeah. So I didn't get to. You might have seen some of my colleagues. I'm sure we'll go through that later. We're able to do a bit of rebuttal and be a bit more political in relation to the other parties' positions. But at that early stage, you obviously want to make sure that you say all the important points and thank the people that you want to thank, and also just hopefully don't sound too cocky because you haven't had the vote yet, so you don't want to. You don't want to before they've hatched, really, and so it's a bit of a balancing act doing that first speech. For the first reading, you get a reply, you might have seen that in some of the other
Yes.
speeches on members' days. You get a 5-minute reply, but you don't get that with third reading. So, yeah.
So let's see what Katie Nimmon's got, where I bit my teeth and basically wanted to cringe.
Yeah. I got thoughts about her speech.
Yeah.
Of course, as has Camilla Belich, the member currently shepherding this through the House, on behalf of Ibrahim Omer, and just commending his involvement in the process. So, of course, he came to Select Committee and was acknowledged through that process and his participation. And we did hear some stories from people that have had a very challenging time, and I think it's important that we acknowledge those people, obviously, whether it's migrant exploitation, whether it's worker exploitation, those are things that we absolutely don't want to see. The point that we make, and the point that was well made by Business New Zealand, is that what this does is further divide the employer and the employee in the relationship that they have in the workplace. So I think the point to make, and the point that opposition are trying to make quite loudly, is only if they steal. Well, actually, the first person that has to take this as a criminal offence to the police is the employee. And so this is not to say that in every single case, what they take to the police is valid. It is therefore, and members opposite have mentioned this in the first reading, the second reading, that in every case that this is taken to the police is not always going to be grounded. And so what we are doing is adding another criminal offence. We're adding another criminal offence to the justice system, further clogging up an already very lagged justice system, a criminal system that's having to deal with retail crime, gang crime, violent crime. Additionally now adding a further crime to the Crimes Act. And the point that we're making here is that in every case where an employee has been hard done by their employer, or perceives that they've been hard done by their employer, whether it's $2, $20, $200, that they have to take that to the police. They have to have the police investigate the process, and they then go through the criminal justice system if it is, in this case, and as the amendment has been added, intent to be dishonest. And look, that's something that we debated heavily through the Select Committee process. The very point, and as we mentioned in our report, that of course, actually, I'm going to come back to that point. Members opposite said tough on crime, absolutely. And you know what I'd rather our police be dealing with? I'd rather our police be dealing with people crashing cars into a dairy, people robbing someone's house, people wearing gang patches in public and intimidating members of the community. I would rather the police be dealing with someone being stalked. I would rather the police be dealing with just about anything other than a dispute between an employee and an employer that can be dealt with through the civil court. And this is the point that we are making. We are absolutely tough on crime. And now all we are doing is adding an additional crime for police to get involved in when there's a dispute process already in place. The next thing is that the opposition are going to be introducing crimes for dealing with tenancy disagreements. And I bet we'll see that coming. Unfortunately, they're probably already going to go there. They've probably got it drafted up, ready to go. But the point that we are making is at the end of the day, this is not...
Interjections are fine, but this is becoming a barrage from both sides. Katie Nimmin.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. This is not the point that is trying to be addressed. As we have always said, every time we work for the worker and we work for the business, we want to make that relationship closer, not for somebody to feel that they have to take that to the police to have a dispute resolved. And so this is the point that we have argued from the beginning, and what we heard very loudly from Business New Zealand. Now, I just want to identify, obviously in the Select Committee process, we hear from all sorts of people. Now, of course, we heard from the unions, we heard from individuals that have been impacted, that have had terrible stories of how their from their workplace relationships, and that's something that's really important for us to acknowledge. But Business New Zealand in this very case has represented a lot of businesses who haven't come and spoken in their own case, because to acknowledge that the member Camilla Belich did say almost every business and almost every employer is a good employer. But in so many cases, and there's inevitably going to happen, where police are going to be entering a workplace, pressing charges against someone or investigating someone for what has been perceived to have been done to an employee, and that has absolutely, without a doubt, going to have an impact on their reputation as an employer in the first place, whether or not this ends up being something that gets pursued or ends up going to court, or even if it goes to court, whether or not they end up winning the dispute or not. And so it's really important for us to identify those repercussions, and Business New Zealand made that very, very clear. And that's something that we can't ignore, and we didn't ignore on the government side of the Select Committee. And look, I think it's really important to make sure that in every single case, we are thinking of the perverse outcome, because we are absolutely, and by no means, putting to the side the experience of the worker. We made that very clear, and we heard some very telling stories from people, and absolutely acknowledging the intent that the former member and now the current member have with this bill and what they intended to bring to the House. But the point that we continue to make is that the additional pressure on the criminal justice system for something that has a pathway for its dispute to be resolved through the civil courts, through the Employment Relations Act, now to have further penalties, and actually for some employers to face a year in prison. If people didn't read that in the documents, make sure that it's very, very clear that this could be over a couple of $100, that someone has the right now to take this to the police, that then that employer could face lifelong reputational damage, the inability to ever operate a business again, and face up to a year in prison. And it's not to say that there might be people out there that do something that deserves a course of action, absolutely, But to say that now people have to go through this process to be investigated, to be part of the criminal justice system, the impact that that places on them and their reputation, and the feeling that that has in the workplace for others, that is something that absolutely has a pathway to be solved and resolved through the current system. So we feel that that is a slippery slope to having a criminal approach to just about everything that we have civil action for. We've made it very clear in our Select Committee report, and I'm sure you'll hear from my colleagues throughout this evening, our position on this bill. But at the end of the day, to make something that has a current pathway through the Employment Relations Act a criminal offence is adding an extra layer of bureaucracy to a process, and it is taking away from our police and from our criminal court system from the very real crimes that this government, who is absolutely tough on crime, to be focusing on something that has already got a resolution process. And so with that, we do not commend this bill to the House.
Now, were you there when Katie was
I don't
reading
understand
that?
the logic here.
Yeah, I mean, I think just I guess is to take the substance of your argument really about the civil penalties is it's really difficult for non-unionised workers to actually get any money back through the civil system. So yes, you can take a wages claim to the authority, or you could take it, I think, to the civil courts as well. But most marginalised low-paid workers are not going to do that because it's going to be very, very difficult with, and I don't know if you've ever filed a case in court. I have a number of times when I was a litigation lawyer. It's very difficult and very expensive. So it isn't really true that it's it is open to everyone to be able to pursue it. And the kind of ironic thing is that this is one case where union members really are more advantaged, because if they are a member of the union, often the union will take a case for free for them to try and get the money back. But it kind of misses the point of the purpose of criminal law, and one of the purposes of criminal law is deterrence, and there isn't a criminal sanction at the moment for deterrence of wage theft. So that is, I think, a really important thing too. And I suppose an interesting thing as well to note is that we didn't have New Zealand First on the Select Committee. So Katie was the chair of the Education and Workforce Select Committee this Parliament. And so we have on the Education and Workforce Select Committee ACT and National, but not New Zealand First. And so really it was, I was thinking that this bill wouldn't really go anywhere, and then obviously took the time to go and have a conversation with them and see what their feelings were on it. But it was I think it was disadvantageous in a way not to have them on the Select Committee, because if they had been there, then maybe the whole committee would have seen, oh, maybe this will go through, and we could have worked harder to make the changes that were then made at the committee stage but earlier on. But it's just kind of something to remember that not all parties, especially those smaller ones, are represented on all of the different committees. So yeah, an interesting contribution from Katie, but not one that I agree with.
Yeah, I mean, I have questions about that. I mean, for one, do you honestly think that she believes in what she's saying? Because I'm hearing her and I go, well, stealing from your workers, why wouldn't that cause a divide? Like, do you not hear yourself, Katie? Like, yeah, if you steal from your workers are not going to like you.
Here's something else under the old law, because we know it's been given royal assent, that you could set up a company called Migrant Exploitation 1.0. You get in the shit, you have reputational damage, you liquidate the company. You set up a company with the same name, but you change it to 2.0. And then you've got a clean record. But if you're a director who's been criminally charged, that just sits on there for life. Or 7 years. I'm not sure if you can clean slate this.
I'm not sure.
Yeah, it's but yeah, it's just like talk about reputational damage. It's like, but that's the whole point of being held accountable. You don't want to sit there and keep getting given visas non-stop, or to exploit migrant workers, or just any workers, like work and income subsidies, because that's the other one where citizens can end up being a target of, is work and income subsidy fraud by employers. And that it's not so big on one scale, but on another scale, some employers just keep going to wins and getting these subsidies, and possibly when they possibly shouldn't have, or something, because their business doesn't have the means to possibly sustain the employee at this point.
Yeah, it was really interesting when we were kind of going through the process with New Zealand First. We did look into how people might be charged under this particular this amendment that's now law. So we got some advice on that, and the advice was really that it could end up being a corporate entity that's charged, or it could end up being an individual if that person was either the employer by name or the essentially the true employer. So it either could be a possibility. But I think also the important thing to remember is this is really the other thing I wanted to raise about Katie's speech was it isn't about employment disputes. It's really about where we have evidence that the employer is intentionally withholding money from you that you're owed. And I'm sure, people may go to the police where there's a dispute. I'm sure the police would not prosecute on the basis of that. They would need greater evidence to show that there's, either a pattern of behaviour or something to show that it's clearly owed and is not being paid. So it's kind of it is a different thing, and we did think about that a lot, and that's really why the New Zealand First Amendment at committee stage really kind of extra clarified that, even though it does say intentional theft as well, so it's not a mistake.
Yeah. So that could be looking at things, say, if like the employer has a habit of not always paying payroll deductions and paying that onto the IRD. So you could sit there and say, have a month or two's of missing PAYE being paid to the tax department. That could be shown as a pattern
not forwarding on your KiwiSaver or something, if that's something that's happened over a long period of time.
I had that happen at one job.
Yeah, it could be anything that's a deduction. I mean, I think really employers are in a position of responsibility when they when they hold your wages. And the thing that's unfortunate is that in some instances there's they take advantage of that and they don't pay you what you're owed. And so it's really making sure that employers do follow through with their legal obligations and contractual obligations to pay people. And when they intentionally don't do that, then that's a situation where the police or a prosecution service might be able to be involved.
Yeah. Oh, let's see what Tiano Tuiono's speech has to say. It's a bit shorter. He did have 10 minutes, but he only used 6 of it.
To Madam Speaker, and we're hearing tonight about people being soft on crime and tougher on crime, but that side of the House is very selective on the crimes that they want to prosecute, Madam Speaker. And I mean, I do acknowledge that Katie Niven is a good chair of the Select Committee, but I cannot agree with what she has just said just before in that speech before as well. And I had hoped that the National Party would be supporting this bill. We expect the National Party to sort of hug the middle, but unfortunately they seem to be incredibly distracted and incredibly attached to their ACT Party mantra, Madam Speaker. So it's disappointing that and we expect this from the ACT Party. They're the big business on hyper-capitalism. It's we know that they will do anything to burn down workers' rights. That's what they're about, and we expect that. But we also sometimes have hope. We have hope for the National Party that actually they'll see the light and try to hug the middle, but unfortunately that is not the case. They are still unfortunately subservient vassals to the ACT Party. And I was hopeful actually that the smell of burnt plastic in school lunches might have convinced them, Madam Speaker, to support this bill, but unfortunately that does not seem to be the case. Fortunately, there is a government party that does sound that they have unshackled themselves from the neoliberal freight train of capitalism and will be supporting this bill, hopefully at the end of this as well. But Madam Speaker, I do want to acknowledge Ibrahim Omar, who brought this bill to the House in this first reading. I acknowledge his presence here today as well. What a momentous occasion for him to be back in the House to see this bill hopefully be passed into law. And I feel that it will happen, Madam Speaker. And it is important, and people have spoken about it before, because I spent a bit of time tonight reading his first reading speech, where he talked about his actual experience of having his wages stolen from him, and the case that he talked about himself when he was working on a farm in Wairarapa, and then his employer telling him that they didn't like his work and just took his pay, Madam Speaker. And as the previous speakers from the Labour Party have said, and I do want to acknowledge Camilla Bellich's expert shepherding of this bill through the House, noted that there was a 2019 MB report which said that there was such significant impact on migrant workers, and that significant impact was wage theft, Madam Speaker. So this bill is incredibly simple. If you nick something, you get pinged for it. If you nick something, you get pinged for it. If you're an employee, you put your fingers on the till, you're going to get pinged for it. That's what's there at the moment. But if you're an employer and you put your fingers into your employee's pocket to take their money, you don't get pinged for it. And we hear from that side of the House, Madam Speaker, well, that particular corner of the House, Madam Speaker, that particular corner of the House, that there is a pathway for workers to take, that it's the civil pathway, civil action pathway, Madam Speaker. But if for those of us who know, who come from families, who are migrant families, where mum and dad don't speak such good English, they're just recent immigrants in here, how are they able to access that pathway, Madam Speaker? How are they supposed to at least not only access that pathway, but afford that pathway, Madam Speaker? It is outrageous. And that's why it's so important that this House turns its mind to supporting this bill through the House, to supporting and upholding workers' rights, because it is a basic right. It is a decent right. If you do a hard day's work, you should get a fair day's pay. If you do a hard day's work, you should get a fair day's pay. And people shouldn't be allowed to hold back your wages. And that is what is at the centre of this, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I don't want to prolong this kōrero because we want to get to this bill being centred here in the House, but I was thinking of a whakatauki, and it goes, ko te amorangi ki mua, ko te hāpai o ki muri. Ko te amorangi ki mua, ko te hāpai o ki muri. And what that means is, if you've got things sorted at the front and you've got things sorted at the back, that's when things are harmonious. So when you're on the marae and people are doing things well in the kitchens, and your workers are doing well in the kitchens, and that enables people in the front to do their bits well at the front as well. And what that points to is a good relationships. We need good relationships in the workplace, and acknowledging that for many, if not most, of employers, they won't be having their fingers in the employee's back pocket. But it points to the importance of making sure that we have those good relationships. But those employers that are stealing, that are thieving from their employees, this bill goes some way to addressing that. So, Madam Speaker, on that, the Greens support this bill.
Now, it's great when Tiano actually points out the obvious of stealing from someone's wallet.
Yeah, it was a great speech. He's a great advocate for workers, Tiano, and I get on with him very well. And he's a great spokesperson for the Greens on this. And I've noticed
area. He's been, I think, every time this bill's, I'm not sure about committee of the House, but every time the bill's on second and third reading, he's always been one of the Green speakers.
Yeah, because he's their spokesperson. So, yeah, I think they usually get their spokesperson to speak on it. But I think he made a good point about the National Party being very selective. I think it was an uncomfortable position for the National Party to be in, voting against something that was essentially, as Ibrahim said in the first reading, I think everyone repeated throughout the process, a tough on crime bill. And that's not their natural home. They do like to say they are the party of law and order. And so I think it was an uncomfortable position for them to be in. So a good point for him to raise.
I mean, what Ibrahim went through was horrific because the farm that he was talking about is pretty much down the road from where I live. You know, it's skipping a drive away, and it's like, it's terrible the way how migrant workers are treated in this country. I was absolutely horrified by what he said. But I have a question for you. Why do you think National is against this bill if they claim to be pro-worker?
I mean, I can't obviously speak exactly for what their reasons would be, but I imagine that they think that, well, I mean, if you listen to their reasons, some of them say that there'll be additional compliance measures. I mean, that's clearly ridiculous.
It's more compliance and
already
stealing wages from your staff. They're not stealing wages. It takes more work.
Exactly. So that's clearly ridiculous. I think they did, you know, I mean, the thing that they do say again and again is they rely on the civil remedies, but obviously this bill will likely end in some employers being prosecuted, and maybe for them they're worried about that outcome. For me, I think that's, if the police believe there's a arguable case and they have to follow the prosecution guidelines for it, then I think that's a good thing. And I think the deterrent factor on its own is likely to be maybe the best thing from this bill, because we do really want employers to take their obligations seriously. It's not a joke. People do deserve to be paid. So I think, that's probably the reason. But I had a point I was going to raise with you earlier, which was, I think in Tiano's speech, he mentioned that Ibrahim was in the House. So it was when I did my when I did my speech, he wasn't in the House, and I was kind of looking around for him because I was expecting him to turn up. And then partway through the speech, he came, and you know, we'd said to him, as a former MP, you can sit. They've got little seats at the front where you can sit down. So he sat down there. So that was a really lovely moment to see him in the House and to be able to see this bill being passed. It was a really great feeling. But it would have been nice if
I was
it
happy
be
to see
earlier.
him
But it was kind of a bit of an emotional roller coaster having him arrive.
And also being in that tight 10 minutes. Like I know I was texting Greg O'Connor the night before when the House was in urgency, and I'm going, is Camilla's bill going to actually happen? And he's going, I hope so. It's going to be on there. But he says the emergency motion ends at 1 p.m. And they are continuing with Members' Day, but he said the local bill on there, but he didn't know what it is. But I texted him saying, is that the Takapuna Boat Club one? Because that was another bill that we've been following as well, because it's the first local bill that we've been able to cover in our series.
Yeah. No, that's a good bill. We voted for that bill, and I did a bit of a longer contribution on that at its first reading, but that is a good bill. I think that's actually a really good point, and it's a really interesting point, is that I don't know if probably you on the podcast, both of you will be aware, but I don't think many people, members of the public, know that we don't actually know when a lot of bills will come up for debate. So often we'll prepare speeches for bills that, for whatever reason, won't get on the order paper. Will be on the order paper, but we won't get to. And a lot of times, maybe things go faster, especially in committee stages, faster or slower. And obviously, we've got some control over that. The government parties especially have control over that. So I think often people think, oh well, a bill will be read at a certain time and everyone will know that and we can plan around it. Well, actually, it's really difficult.
It's difficult for us to plan a week show.
Yeah, I feel for
date.
you. It's really tough. I mean, it is really tough to know what will be coming up. So especially on Members' Day. So essentially the order on Members' Day is you have local or private bills that will always go ahead of the other members' bills, and then bills that have been part read will usually go before usually go before any other bill, and then third readings will go before subsequent stages. But you might have noticed that that the next bill is a Greens bill, and that was Huhana's bill, and we actually swapped the order of that. So my bill could go a bit earlier. So that was
I saw that
very kind of her to allow that.
Yeah. Oh, now let's go to Laura McClure, who I believe statement will best fit for when someone is wrongly sanctioned at the Winds office.
I love doing some speeches after the Green Party. Firstly, what I would like to say is ACT is not anti-worker. In fact, we are extremely pro-worker, and I understand the intent of this bill, and I want to firstly acknowledge the previous member for bringing this bill forward. I think everybody in this House can agree that if an employer intentionally withholds money, that is a very, very serious matter. None of us want to see employees exploited, and I think that is pretty huge. But there are reasons why we can't support this bill, and Katie Nimmin has very well, I would say she's articulated all the points very well, but let me remind everybody, and it's not because we don't believe in the cause, in fact, we really do believe in it, but there are already key mechanisms in place. We have the Employment Relations Act, we have the Immigration Act, and we have all kinds of other little bits and pieces that you are able to do in that. And I think what might be quite useful for everybody is to actually go through what some of these actually processes are and how they actually look, or how effective it is. So present data shows the effectiveness in the current system in resolving employment issues, including the number of enforcement actions and penalties awarded. So if we look at the 2022-2023 financial year, there was 112 direct enforcement actions that were taken, resulting in approximately 1.13 million in penalties awarded by the Employment Relations Authority. 2021-2022, 212 investigations, 685,000 in penalties awarded. 2023 to 2024, the 400 odd complaints most of these were resolved without enforcing penalties. The system is actually working. Why would this House want to create another layer of bureaucracy on top of what we have under the premise of keeping our workers safe? It's all great to hear all the stories, and I do believe it is really stressful. I remember one time when an employer didn't pay me, and you've got automatic payments coming out. If you're living week to week, it's extremely stressful. If you know you're not getting that money at all, that's absolutely horrible, and I don't think any of us can accept it. But we've got a system, we've got mechanisms in place. We don't want to see an employer being potentially victimised. We don't want to see our police going around and knocking on the doors of businesses when they've got actually a real crime to deal with. So we do not support this bill, and I think it's very clear why we do not support it. Thank you very much.
Honourable Mark Petterson.
Well, at least she made a short speech.
Well, I don't claim her. I disagree with this, Laura.
My sister's name is Laura too. It's a great name, and there's a lot of great people with it. But yeah, I don't think it was the best speech from a Laura that I've ever heard.
True.
I think it's from a Laura who's got a certain set of values that don't line up with the reality. But like that bill is perfect on why benefit sanctions should not exist. Like, you know, or why, you know, certain things there. Because when I first heard it, I was thinking, like, this is a good one that could be used for benefit sanctions, or why they should not exist.
Yeah, I hadn't thought of that. I don't know. I kind of felt like I didn't think that her arguments were particularly convincing on this bill, especially because she, you know, she kind of did lean into the pro-worker, and she said she agreed with the overall concept. So, I mean, we did have ACT on the select committee, and I think they were worried again about maybe compliance measures and stuff. But I don't. Laura wasn't on the committee, and you know, I wasn't terribly convinced by her argument.
Yeah, no.
I'm just puzzled by why would you stand and say we don't want to see workers, we don't want to see them exploited, but we're not going to support the bill that's going to stop workers from getting exploited. I don't understand.
Actually, looking at the moment on the select committee, Project Palmer, who did the second reading speech, was like sitting in the house but didn't do the speech.
Yeah, I don't. Maybe they've changed their spokespeople. With these smaller parties, they've got so many different areas that they're spokespeople for that it's difficult to keep up.
Todd Stevenson, who sits on like 4 select committees.
Yeah.
That's the one. It's like, as I say, if there could be a title of Minister of Select Committees, Todd Stevenson should be given.
Yeah, and he does his prep as well.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. No, I've always found it quite good, including the one recently, I think, where you're on, where I think I mentioned your bill in the middle of it because I read it in the morning. Oh, it's on the order paper. And it was just like, literally, you could tell he read it because he saw my section on there about what partial strike deductions for MPs on there. And that was deliberately pointed out with 2 one-minute speeches from Grant McCullough and Mike Buttering. But that was because it's like, you've been given 5 minutes and you're literally basically saying, I commend this bill in the House and sitting down. It's like, that could be misconstrued as a partial strike. Some people might sit there and see it as being lazy.
Yeah, I mean, I suppose it only happens during industrial action for a collective agreement, which is unlikely to happen for any MPs. But one of a good parallel, I think, for the ACT Party is, you know, obviously they got in trouble recently for wearing their badges in Parliament, and yeah, that is slightly ironic that now they're making that something that you could be fined for as a partial strike.
Yeah. Now we'll get on to Mark Patterson because I believe. He's made a good speech. He's done the second and third reading speeches from what I remember.
Speaker, I rise on behalf of New Zealand First for this Crime Step 1 Employment Amendment Bill. There's nothing I've found in this House like employment relations to open up the old fractures between Labor and National and the parties to the left and the right of them. This is the old battle between Capital and Labor, and they are the proxy wars that have gone on in this House probably for close to 100 years between those two parties. This is where New Zealand First brings real value to these debates. We see ourselves as Switzerland. We believe it is the government's role to be a referee. We do believe, and our voting record over time we do believe quite strongly in flexibility in the labour market. We have fought really hard over time for the 90-day trials and supported Minister Veld in this Parliament, and when we were in coalition with Labor, we fought really hard to keep those 90-day trials for businesses under 20 employees. We have also supported, recently we're in the process of supporting the excesses around the PGs, the personal grievances, and try to bring that back into some balance. At our core, our values are that we are an egalitarian party. We believe in fairness, that a fair day's work deserves a fair day's pay. We have consistently championed for rises in the minimum wage when we've had the opportunity to be in coalition negotiations, and including in this Parliament as well, although I must admit it's a bit easier when you're in coalition with Labor. They've been a bit more meaningful. But at the very least, the very lowest bar that you should be clearing here is that you should be paid, and you should pay if you're an employer. We have evidence this wage theft and exploitation does happen in this country. And it's not something that we should be proud of, but you know that's why other jurisdictions also have brought in laws to address this issue. And we know the original proponent of the bill, who is great to see him here, Abraham Amir, was a victim of such a crime himself. Just a history of our involvement for those that may be tuning in for the first time. We were not in the House during the first reading of the bill. It was in those dark days when New Zealand First wasn't represented in this House in the 53rd Parliament, and we were not represented on the Select Committee. We only had the first opportunity to engage with the bill, Madam Speaker, during the second reading. We did vote it through to the committee, the whole House stage, but we did share some of the concerns of our colleagues on this side of the House that it wasn't titled strong enough to protect employers that may have genuine cash flow issues or genuine reasons why they might not have been able to make payroll. And so we worked diligently and through an amendment through my colleague Casey Costello and that committee, the whole House stage, to get this bill into a state that we felt we could further consider it. In terms of what we're being asked to do, fundamentally, Camilla Belich, the proponent of this bill, was asking us two key questions. Why do migrant workers here on work visas have the protection of a criminal process when New Zealand citizens and permanent residents do not have that same legal recourse? And why is it a crime for employees to steal from employers and the reverse does not apply? Questions for which New Zealand First is yet to hear compelling answers. That is why we will be using our key swing votes to assist this bill into law. This bill will not criminalise the 99.9% of good, honest employers. All they have to do is continue to do what they do now, pay their wages and their contractual obligations to their employees. But this bill will punish unscrupulous employees that seek to exploit the time and the labour of often vulnerable New Zealanders. Now, let's be honest here. Most of these are recent immigrants, many of whom come to this country for a better life, often with English as a second language, often from countries that do not have the same strong labour protections as we do. So it speaks to our values, I think, that we would want to protect these vulnerable workers. And why do they not have, they often do not have the means or the knowledge to go down the civil pathway that is being referenced by colleagues on this side of the House. The other point is that this is a deterrence factor. We are a law and order party. There should be consequences for a crime. We fundamentally believe that. And this bill does provide that deterrence factor. I would like to commend my colleague, Casey Costello. We did, as I said, we did have some concerns about this bill when we kicked it around a little bit, and Casey moved the amendment for part 2. But Casey brought a depth of experience to this issue. She had been a trustee of the Migrant Exploitation Relief Foundation prior to coming into Parliament and had represented vulnerable workers. She was also Vice President of the Police Association under Greg O'Connor, I might say. I'm not sure how Greg managed to get in above Casey, but that's a question for the Police Association. But she has represented the police, the workforce, of course, the police union, essentially. And of course, with 14 years active service in the New Zealand Police, knew the realities and was able to ground truth how the police may interact with this bill and how we could make it clearer for them. So I'd like to thank Casey for that work. But the real congratulations here are to Camilla Belich. Of course, this is a substantive legislative achievement, Camilla. The private members' bills, there's a continuum there or a range, but this is at the substantive end of those bills, I think. So I congratulate you. Thank you very much for your constructive engagement on this bill. I think you and your team, there was almost a mini select committee going on as we thrash this out, and you're always open-minded to sensible changes. But the real, I guess, hero here today is Ibrahim Amir. I only got the chance to meet you during the dinner break. Your experience was pivotal to this bill. And we talk a lot in this House, and every time you're asked as a politician, why do you want to be a politician? Well, it's to make a difference. And I don't know where your political career will lead you in the future, Ibrahim, but you have made a difference today. It was your experience, and putting that in the biscuit tin, it was an example of Parliament working at its finest. So without further ado, Madam Chair, I commend this bill to the House.
I'm surprised that New Zealand First is supporting this. I mean, that's pretty woke of them. Considering Winston Peters' war on woke.
Remember, my friend Angela McLeod said if there was any MP she could work for, ironically, it was Mark Patterson's, the one she actually would like to work for, as it's the one that she believes she could do the most positiveness in this current term.
Yeah, I really enjoyed working with Margaret. To be honest, I haven't worked with many people in New Zealand First. I wasn't in Parliament when we were in coalition with New Zealand First, so I hadn't really had the opportunity, but I found him really open to engaging on this, and I think it was a really good speech that we just watched again. And I loved the fact that he really highlighted the fact that Ibrahim had made a big difference with this bill. I think sometimes when you come into Parliament, you think you're happy to be there, but then you realise that actually making the change that is the reason you want to be there is a lot harder than you might have initially anticipated. So for Ibrahim to be able to be in the House to see this become law is really incredible. So I'm very grateful to New Zealand First for their support, and also for the clear way that Mark set that out.
Now, when it came to negotiating the changes, was that with Mark himself, or with Casey, or was that with the caucus?
Yeah, it was with both of them, mainly. I think Mark is the spokesperson for workplace relations matters, and so that's why I originally got in touch with him. But then Casey, as you heard in the speech, has a background working for the Police Association, where she did used to work. So that's basically the police union, and she has a background understanding kind of prosecutions and also I didn't actually know that until the speech, the migrant exploitation background.
I didn't know that either.
Yeah,
whereas I remember Greg being in the news for years, and then I remember, like, this is literally, it's like, so there's Greg on this TV, and next minute there's this Greg at Johnsonville Market trying to meet me for the first time. Literally, like, the second week I just started selling coffee at Johnsonville Market when he yet hadn't quite become an MP.
Yeah.
And
yeah,
it's like, well, heck, and it's like a very different world of, like, once you've dealt with the person in person versus seeing them as a spokesperson or something like that.
Yeah, he's taller in person, right?
Yes, but I have to be honest, I'm not sure whether him or I are taller than each other, but we kind of tower on each other.
Right.
But I mean, I'm 6'4", so it definitely does get up there. Yeah, and I think he's around this. I don't know. He's at least 6 foot something. Yeah. Let's get to Te Kura Ferris. I always love his speeches when he's in Parliament. So let's see what Te Kura's got to say.
Tā tēnā tātou, tuana hau ki te tuku te whakapua ki ngā whakaaro te Pāti Māori mo te ture e kia nei ko te Crime Theft by Employer Amendment Bill. E nei kōrero ka tuku ki te reo Māori. Tika tonu, kua roti iwi Māori noho nei ki roto ki te rāngai kaimahi o te motu. No ngā 5 tekau, 6 tekau, 7 tekau, tō ia mai o mātou tipuna ki ro taone, noho ai he kaimahi. No reira taua ao kei te marama nui nei te iwi Māori ki e nei tu āhuatanga. No reira hei tākiri i te ia o aku kore, tikana kia mihi ki te tangata nei kia koe apare hama. Abraham, tēnā koe, hara mai tō ia mai o whakaaro nui hei wete mo tēnei whare. Hākua, kua kore e tino whai whakaaro nui tēnei whare ki te manene, ki te tangata whenua, ki te iwi prauri i roto i ngā tau. No reira, e nā tū āwangawanga, e nā tū wero, katoa o te hunga take, katoa ia mai ki roto ki ngā kōrero, no reira tēnā koe apare hama. No reira, kei te pika, e harei te meka tō waitia ngā kōrero, e tika tonu ana, ko tā te iwi Māori e mea ana, kia kotahi te ture. Kia kotahi te ture, kia mana o kupu, kia māia tō u ki ngā tikanga. No reira, mena he tikanga rua tō te whare, tō te tāhuhu o te ture rānei, whakatika hia. Ko te wā tuatoru pēr tēnei, tuarua tuatoru, kua tūau ki te kōrero mo tētai pire, kua roa e noho waikura ana i roto i tēnei whare. Ka te hanga nei kaore tēnei whare mo te whaiwhai haere i ngā ture kua roa e taka he nei, katahi ka hoki mai ki te whakatika me te patipati i tōna no tuara. No reira, kei te tautoko atu mātou, Marika, kia kotahi te ture, aha kua kai pakihi, aha kua kai mahi rāne. Anā ko tāku e āpiti nei ki ngā kōrero, ko te iwi Māori kua roa e noho hunga kai mahi ana, i roto i ngā rāngai mahi katoa tēnei motu. No reira, ko ia tā mātou e mea nei kei te tautoko ake, tika tonu kia kotahi te ture, tika tonu kia hāngai te kupu o te whare ki tōna mana, e ai te wāhi ki aia, ki te kore, hei aha mā te whare. No reira, ka waihohi ake ki reira, kei te tautoko mātou i te pire, tēnā tātou.
And I love it how there's the subtitles on there because I can probably only get half of that.
Yeah. Relatable.
Yeah, it was. I really liked how he talked about, you know, one law for all, which is a really interesting phrase to use because I think that's often used by those on the right side of the spectrum.
Yeah, the ACT Party.
And in this case, this law is actually making the law more equitable, balancing the rights of employers and employees and making them more balanced. And so I think that was a really clever way to describe that, and also for him to pay tribute to Abraham as well, and kind of the solidarity between, you know, migrant workers and Te Ao Māori. So I think it was a good speech, and it was good to have the Māori Party's involvement and support throughout the readings as well.
Sorry, my cat decided to try and crash the stream. But yeah, I think it's great that Te Pāti Māori is speaking up on this issue because wage theft does impact Māori people. It's impacted members of my family. You know, it's like, hey, can you work overtime? Oh, no, we're not going to pay you for that overtime. Hey, can you work for this amount of money? You know, can you work for under minimum wage? Yeah, I've seen this before.
Now, I want to ask, recess week this week, are you coming down to Wellington or you're staying up in Auckland?
I'm going to Wellington for one day. During the reshuffle, we've had a change of our whips team, so I'm going to be moving out of my my office into a different office. But otherwise, I wouldn't usually be in Wellington.
Now, does that mean your whip status goes up, or are you no longer a whip?
I'm no longer a whip. No, so we've had a current whips team for the chief and junior whip for over 2 years, and yeah, it's time to let someone else have a go. So. Very pleased to be able to hand that responsibility on to someone else, but it does mean I have to move offices, which is a bit of a pain.
So are you moving from Parliament House to Bowen House or somewhere like that?
No, there's no one in Bowen House at the moment because of earthquake concerns, I think. So it's just moving down the corridor, really. But yeah, Tracy McClellan will get my nice big junior whip's office, and I'll move into a slightly.
Does she get your old direct dial number, or does that have to get reprogrammed?
I think that just goes with me. Very few people call my direct dial. I did have one memorable call from the Taxpayers Union, who I think were very surprised that I answered it directly, just at the start of the term. But for some reason, I don't seem to get many calls through that number.
Oh, I remember for years used to ring up Jan Logie's one back in the day, but this is back in the day where unlimited cell phone call plans didn't exist. So I do remember quite often, I think at one stage I do remember it being off by heart, but also learned one thing, if you want to get her EA, it was one number different.
Yeah, no, I loved working with Jan. She was a great person to work with. So, you know, I don't remember calling her direct dial, but I always love my conversations with her. So.
Yeah. Well, thanks for joining us.
Yes.
No worries. Thank you so much for your interest.
Yeah, no problem. Well, it's a bill that we're pretty much been following, and it's been over there. I know Ibrahim couldn't make it tonight because I think when he said yes, I don't think he took Ramadan into account.
No, and I think it's something that I often make the mistake, and I don't remember about Ramadan. I often feel really bad about that. So thank you for being so accommodating, understanding that that's obviously a thing that he needs to be doing. But really pleased to be here to represent us both, and it really was a team effort, and just couldn't meet a nicer man than Ibrahim. So I'm sure he would have loved to have been here to talk about his journey.
And actually, the weird thing is, for the last week, it's been recommending his previous participation on the show as an episode I should rewatch on YouTube. So it's been very interesting throughout the whole what it recommends where. Yeah, I'm not sure if it's going to show up on your YouTube feed soon or not.
Maybe it will. I think my kids are mainly on my YouTube, so probably they could do with watching a few more political speeches.
Yeah, get them.
Oh, you can always
rather than kind of get dressed with me and whatever other things they watch on YouTube. Anyway, lovely to meet you both. Thank you so much for your interest. Really appreciate your support with us.
And thanks for being the first MP on the show. We don't normally have them because we consider it as a conflict of interest, but once the bill's passed, it's no longer a conflict of interest.
That's great. Well, hopefully I have another one passed and I can come back.
Oh, fingers crossed. Well, we'll definitely keep an eye out and cover it.
Thank you so much. Appreciate that. Bye.
Bye. Whew. Now we get off to the real nitty-gritty of the stuff we don't want to draw Camilla through, because he's probably going oh God, no.
He's like, I've been there, done that.
yeah, exactly. It's like, oh God, no. Yeah, because there's so much of that. Let's start off with an easy one. Ricardo Mendes March.
Okay.
Into hopefully becoming law. And I just want to commend Camilla Bellich and Ibrahim Omar, who's here with us today, for the work that they have done to bring this issue into the debating chamber. And I think at the core of it, this bill is asking us to consider whether not paying an employee their wages is theft. Pretty bloody common sense, I reckon. And I think to me, that should spark a broader conversation politically about actually, workplaces are nothing without the workers. And therefore, actually, we should be willing to have to be brave and aspirational, and therefore saying who should have control of the workplaces and who should retain the ability to make decisions around how workplaces run, including how the profits and the wealth generated from workplaces is therefore distributed to workers. I think this bill has sparked a really important conversation. Having worked in hospitality with my peers, I know this is a huge issue in the hospitality sector. And I know Ibrahim, coming from the union movement, has heard himself many stories, as well as Camilla Bellich, on workers talking about basically those workers not having their wages being paid by their bosses, and that basically that profit, that money being kept away from them, and the impacts on people on the ground. It's the difference between being able to put food on the table, being able to pay your bills, being able to actually engage in your workplace constructively. And so I think to me that the key to the success of this bill will be continuing to keep a really close eye to whether the deterrence factor applies. And if it doesn't, it's actually not a failure of the purpose of this bill, but it actually should be a call for government to do far more to give greater power to workers in the workplaces so that this issue doesn't keep happening again. I look forward to this bill becoming law, and for us to continue having brave and bold conversations about who should have control of the workplaces.
Sounds so typical Ricardo. Short, sharp, sweet, and straight to the point.
Yeah, I mean, why should employers be able to steal from the employees I don't know. National Act, please make that make sense to me, because it doesn't make sense to me.
I think you would end up having what do you call it, the person going like I don't know how to engage everything into action.
It's like, yeah, it should be a criminal offense. I don't know. Yeah, it's like, why are we debating this? Like, yes, don't steal from your workers. It's illegal. Don't do it.
Yeah. Okay. If you want to put on the jug, you want to walk out the room, this is the time to do it. It's Carl Bates. And unfortunately, I have a little bit more respect for him than some of the other ones, but this one does not help.
You know what? I wanted to say this.
Ibrahim Omar.
Sorry, I wanted to say this earlier, but I loved the Labour Party laugh track throughout a lot of these speeches. I heard them laughing. I was like, I agree.
Yeah. Oh, it's let's kick it off, because here's some more laugh.
Here in the House this evening, and thank you for the contribution you made as part of the Select Committee process and your willingness to continue to engage in this legislative process that we have in this special place, and just want to welcome you back here this evening. Also want to acknowledge Camilla Belich for shepherding this through the Select Committee, for her willingness to have a korero, have a conversation about some of the nuances of employment law in New Zealand, and certainly I did learn through the process, and I want to acknowledge that this evening. I want to acknowledge the Select Committee for the hard work that they put into shepherding this through, and the conversations that happened and led by New Zealand First and by the Honourable Casey Costello to the amendment that was put forward as part of the Committee of the Whole House stage. And I'm not sure that amendment has been particularly explained so far this evening, in that there were some keywords added, which included the without reasonable excuse, and that was part of why the National Party, as part of the Committee of the Whole House, did support that amendment, so that if the bill did become law this evening, it would be a better law for it. And so just want to, as I say, acknowledge our coalition partners and on the Honourable Casey Costello for bringing that amendment to the House and ensuring that the piece of legislation is better than what it would have otherwise been. But, Madam Speaker, it troubles me this evening that this has become a conversation about whether or not employees should get paid. The answer to that is pretty simple. Employees should get paid what they are due for the work that they do. That is not the question here this evening. The question here this evening is whether or not the system that we currently have in place adequately, appropriately addresses that concern. And, Madam Speaker, it's important to note that we have the Employment Relations Act that makes it very clear that underpayment and breaches of employment agreements are dealt with, or can be dealt with. That the Minimum Wage Act and the Wages Protection Act ensure workers receive their full entitlements and prevent unlawful deductions. And we have the Holidays Act that requires payment of leave entitlements and imposes penalties for non-compliance. Look, I'm not going to take side comments, Madam Speaker, from the Greens this evening, who want us to hug the middle, right? When we're talking about stealing money from employees, but they don't want to give them tax cuts and put more money in their pockets. So quite frankly, I can't even see why they feel they've got an opinion this evening on this topic. So we'll just keep that korero over there quiet while we focus on the current law that we have. A law that protects employees, gives them rights, and ensures that they have the right to deal with issues in their employment relationship when they come up. Now, what was interesting through the process, both here in the House and in the Select Committee, is we asked for data around theft from employees on a number of occasions. And what we were given were broad challenges using the current system that provides for grievances that didn't and couldn't accurately provide a number for theft from employees that's currently occurring. So what is being proposed this evening and proposed through this process, Madam Speaker, is something that tries to deal with the exception rather than the rule. And I take the point from our New Zealand First colleagues that 99.9% of all employers are good employers. And I'm simply quoting a member who has shared that perspective earlier this evening, and a perspective that I value significantly more, Madam Speaker, than anything that comes from that corner of the House, Madam Speaker. And so the point about the 99.9% of employers that do a good job is that while this bill doesn't target them, it is going to increase the compliance burden, the expectation, and my concern is the mental health of the small business, small and medium employers, small and medium enterprises, who are going to have another thing that their HR consultant comes along and says, are you aware that you could go to jail? That you need to come to this workshop, you need to learn more about this. It's going to add another thing that employers and businesses have to learn about that doesn't actually solve a problem, that doesn't add to the set of tools that are already in our legislative framework to deal with this sort of problem. Now, the comment was made earlier this evening, Madam Speaker, that businesses don't work without employees. And I agree with that. In my journey as a business owner, without a team, we couldn't have achieved anything. But similarly, Employees don't have a job without an employer. It is a relationship that requires both to be involved. And yes, you can talk about some of the larger ones and how it'll be easy for them to ensure they comply with this. And of course, there are already remedies if they don't. And we make that point very clearly in the House this evening. There are already remedies for those where this happens. And I feel for an employee that is in this situation where they have had the effective theft of their wages by an employer, I feel for them, Madam Speaker, but there are already ways, avenues within our law for them to ensure that they get their wages paid, Madam Speaker. But I am concerned, as I say, for those small and medium employers, those sub-20 that my learned friend spoke about earlier, and what this will mean for them. The question for us this evening is, when we add a law to the statute books, does it add to the set of tools? And is the cost of implementation, cost of red, and I've heard it said a couple of times over recent times, the cost of red and green tape, because we have to remember that those two things are tied together in this House. That when we talk about thieving from the pockets of employees, we should also be talking about the fact that both of those parties who are so concerned with employee earnings in this country that they voted against in this House, Madam Speaker, they voted against tax cuts for those very people, which I just find very ironic with their concern. But we have to think, Madam Speaker, about the cost of implementation of these laws when we already have a legislative framework to deal with this challenge. Now, during the Select Committee process, and it might not have actually been on this bill specifically, because we have the unions talk to us on basically every bill in the Education and Workforce Select Committee, Madam Speaker, and our chair, Katie Nimmin, effectively guides us through those discussions. But the point was made recently by one of the unions that in employment relationships there is a good faith requirement as part of the employment agreements, and they argue that this covered all manner of issues that may come up in an employment relationship. And while I'm certainly not suggesting this evening that that is the only component of employment law in New Zealand that an employee who has had theft of their wages can rely on, because I've already referred to the actual specific statutes and the language within those statutes, Madam Speaker, that ensures protection for employees. I did think it was sort of rather ironic, Madam Speaker, that on one hand the unions argue on the occasion that suits them that good faith covers everything, but on other occasions maybe good faith isn't enough, and we need much more specific language within our legislation and within our framework, and of course we don't support that, Madam Speaker. The biggest thing that this does is it shifts one aspect of employment law from the civil jurisdiction to the criminal jurisdiction, and we don't believe that actually improves in any way the ability for employees to get recompense when they have had their wages withheld or stolen, Madam Speaker, and so therefore I don't commend this bill to the House.
Yeah, okay. Yes, there is data on this. I mean, look, if it's not a criminal offence, it's kind of hard to get like consistent data. But in saying that, yeah, we still have data that you can look at. I've got that 2019 report that I keep posting in the chat. It's like, yes, please go read that. It's a real eye-opener. It even goes over the 2008 wage theft that occurred with Chorus subtractors in Auckland.
Yeah.
That is a real case that happened. I've even got news articles here from the Herald, a non-woke newspaper, talking about wage theft and how it's common in the hospitality industry. I've even got articles from Stuff. So this information is out there. He's just, for whatever reason, choosing to ignore it. And the Labour Party laugh track is on fire tonight, because I'm with them on this one.
Yeah. I liked it how I said, get the coffee ready. Yeah. And Shaz, you are so right. Imagine, put it this way. Wednesday, I had to listen to him at normal speed. Yep. I'm not used to listening to MPs at normal speed these days. And I had to listen to it, and it felt and this is just the start of it. I mean, hey, I like what Mr. Arvard says there. Yes, you can buy some waffle trees from me. That's a great idea, and we can call them was it Carl Bates? Or here's something else. And do you remember those ASB ads? Goldstein.
Yeah, I think I do actually. Yeah.
Yeah. Goldstein's son. Actually, let's see if we can find an old Goldstein ad on YouTube. See if that's like the Goldstein ad and see.
Yep.
Goldstein ASB. But
yeah, while you're doing that, waste theft, right? That 2019 report, I'm going to quote it directly, okay? Waste theft is by far the most commonly reported, researched, and publicized issue, while document confiscation and substandard accommodation is less studied. So yeah, we do have studies about this. And again, I can put the same report over and over again in the chat. I'm pretty sure Tui Arnold just made a reference to it in his speech, but here you go.
Yep.
There you go, chat. Right there, you can read it.
It's been 4 years. What's the situation?
Situation's perfect, sir. Just perfect. Thank you.
Please come this way.
Good morning, Mr. Goldstein.
Is that your family there? You've got to show them who's...
So you take a look at that. That's Goldstein.
Mm-hmm.
And then if we go back a little bit, and I'll just get the one on there. Now, Carl Bates.
Yeah.
Like, you look at that comparison.
Like a Goldstein over here trying to explain to us why waste theft is actually okay and we should be tolerant of it.
Well, actually, put it this way. The ads that are on here are 20-something years old. So it's Goldstein's son.
Yeah, yeah.
I mean, I actually want to know, who's the guy who, Ira Goldstein, because the thing is, he's done a lot of work, like ASB ads was his biggest one in New Zealand, but I think he did actually do other work, because there is an episode where he did appear on Shortland Street at one stage as well, back in the early 90s. Ira Goldstein, ASB, and I actually wonder who... Oh, it was played by Steve Meller. Unfortunately, Steve Meller does not have much of a profile on there. Let's see what Steve Meller actor.
Mm-hmm.
No, was it? Who played 2010?
Is this a research? Is this a research stream now?
I don't know. I mean, I'm not even sure off, but yeah.
But go down a rabbit hole. Who is this actor? Yeah.
Now let's get back to the real one. We're going to sit there and stop referring to this Cal Bates as Goldstein. So,
Damn, I've got to pull you out of the rabbit hole. You can't go down there.
Okay, let's get to some serious stuff. Dr. Duncan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. First of all, I do want to start by congratulating Camilla Belich for bringing this here today, and also, of course, my friend and colleague Ibrahim Omar, who's here in the House tonight, who brought this bill to the House in the first instance. They've done a great job, not only of drafting an important bill, but also of doing the other thing in politics, which is marshalling support around the House. And it does demonstrate that Parliament can do a fantastic job, particularly around members' bills, where our job is to genuinely persuade our colleagues from every party and marshal support. So well done. I don't often tell personal stories in this House, but I want to start with one. And it's the story of Charmaine. Charmaine, whose name is already public, worked with me at a law firm, and she was the human resources manager. And she was very good at her job, but she wasn't honest. And what she did, she was clever. What she did was, when it was someone's time to leave, she would add some extra holiday pay. And over the course of several years, whenever someone left, she'd get an extra week of their holiday pay. It's called fraud. It's theft. And she stole, over the course of several years, hundreds of thousands of dollars. She went to jail. She was sentenced to more than 3 years in prison. And it was right, because she was dishonest and she stole from her employer. I was a partner at that law firm. There was a bit of a joke that because of her theft, some of the partners couldn't upgrade their Porsches. I want to tell you another story. It's fictitious. It's a story about an employer who, when people leave, shortchange them their holiday pay, who don't give them their holiday pay, and if they don't ask, they don't follow it up. And over the course of many years, they steal hundreds of thousands of dollars from their employees. Their employees don't miss out on a Porsche, they miss out on their mortgage payments. And you know what? The National Party would want the world to stay that way. That is ridiculous. Charmaine stole money just as much as an employer who shortchanges someone on their holiday pay steals money. And I find it unbelievable that the National Party, and I cannot believe that Carl Bates called not stealing a compliance cost. I cannot believe that he said that that was a red tape burden we shouldn't put on employers. Charmaine went to jail for a reason. Katie Nimmin, who at least had the decency to not sound like she believed what she was saying, Katie Nimmin would say Charmaine should deal with that in the employment court. It's a civil matter. Now, we know that when people are dishonest, when they steal money, when, in the words of this Act, they intentionally and without reasonable excuse take money, the criminal law should kick in. And look, the ACT Party I forgive because they're irredeemable. But the National Party, really? The National Party, who puts themselves out as a thoughtful party, who wants to get the law right? Why? Really, why? So, you know, this is the fact of the matter is that this went to Select Committee, and 84% of the submitters there were totally in favour of this reform. All we're asking for is an even playing field. That where an employee steals, they suffer the consequences. When an employer steals, they suffer the consequences. And just because the employer happens to have the money that the employee is entitled to in their bank account doesn't change things. Now, I want to be really clear. There's been scaremongering, and I want to be really, really clear. If the employer, you know, doesn't have the money in the bank, has tried their best, and is not intentionally depriving someone of their wages, it's not theft. It's a liquidation, you know, and the civil law deals with that. You know, all the reckless trading provisions deal with that, as it should. But no one's going to go to jail for not having the money to pay their staff because the sales weren't enough that week. It's really important to remember that. But the fact of the matter is that a party that we look to for responsible government. Yeah, we do. No. You say we do. We look to you because you are in government, and we expect you to make reasonable decisions about things like this. I do want to recognise the work of New Zealand First on this. Because, you know, they have come to the table and they've brought a thoughtful and considered approach and an open mind. That's all we ask. And thank you for your support for this bill, because I think it reflects on the fact that, you know, we will not agree on everything. We didn't when we were in government together, and we won't if ever that happens again. But on this we agree and we can come together, so thank you for that. Because this bill is actually an unbelievably simple bill. If you steal, pay the consequences. And stealing is the same whether you're an employee stealing from an employer or an employer stealing from an employee. That's why this bill will pass tonight.
Yeah, so if you steal, do not pass go straight to jail, do not collect $200. It's very simple. It's a straightforward bill. And I don't think I got that monopoly quote back to front, but, you know, hey, the spirit of the quote is still there. Yeah, it is a simple bill. And forgetting to pay your workers, right? That's not worker exploitation. That's an error of your memory. So I can go down through the list of what is considered to be worker exploitation if you want. Wage theft or cashback arrangements. So that's number one. Being required to work more hours than permitted by visa conditions. Number two. This is on number three. Being forced to make a deposit or payment in order to get a job. Number four. Lack of workplace entitlements. Number five. Unsafe working conditions. Number six. Unfair dismissal. Number seven. Unfair deduction from wages. Number eight. Being threatened with being reported to immigration authorities. And I lost count. Number nine. Having passports withheld. And number 10. Being required to stay in substandard accommodation. Forgetting to pay your workers is not on that list. You're not going to jail if you make an error in forgetting to pay some workers or your system crashed.
Or you're Mrs. McCullen and forgot to hit pay now on the payroll software.
Yeah, that's not a criminal offence. That's just a fuck up. That can be fixed.
Yeah. Okay, let's see what Vanessa Wennick's got to say, since she's personally barely features on our show, and I think the last time she was on there, she was on a Seat Warmers compilation.
All right.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It is a pleasure to rise to speak on this bill, because I think this is an opportunity for the National Party to explain our sensible opposition to this bill. None of us want to see migrant workers or any workers exploited in any way, and I want to just acknowledge Ibrahim Umar for his bringing of this bill and likely to become law to the House, and can understand the reasons behind it and what you want to accomplish, and nobody disputes that. Nobody wants to see the bad actors, the people who are using their positions of power where they have more understanding of how to take advantage of people. Nobody wants to see that, and that's not right, and we do not in any way condone that. I think when we talk about legislation, and from our position, we look at what is the problem that we are trying to solve. And from hearing the story that you brought, the problem was that there was an imbalance of power and not understanding what the rights were, what the correct thing was to do. Now, criminal activity doesn't get it's never really, when you make something a criminal offence, does it really deter people? That's the real question. This is creating a new pathway into criminal law when there is already a pathway for for resolution in the civil through the civil courts. So the ability for employers already exists to use the Employment Relations Act, Minimum Wage Act, Wages Protections Act, all have provisions that prevent unlawful deductions from wages, as do the Holidays Act. So when we think about what is it that we're trying to do here, putting it in under a new system or a different way of approaching this is not going to make it any quicker. So this is not going to increase people's access to justice. It may increase people's access to legal aid, and maybe that's the real reason that we're looking at it through this avenue. Because if you were to bring a matter through the civil court, my understanding is you don't have the same access to legal aid. So again, this is another problem. This is the problem. People can't afford to take the actions, and therefore they're not getting access to justice. That's a real problem, and we do need to look at that. And then, so by creating a pathway through the criminal system, we will actually likely slow down people's access to justice, because it takes a lot longer for these things to go through a criminal proceeding. Some of my colleagues have also spoken about the impact of the police needing to be involved in these proceedings as well. So we can imagine a situation, and yes, there's always hypotheticals to discuss, but look, we could have a situation where, as an employee is leaving an employment relationship for whatever reason, they can raise an allegation through this. And the fact of having to raise this allegation means it's then investigated, it goes through the police process, they come and knock on an employer's door. The employer has to defend themselves, and it adds more cost because they have to then employ a lawyer. So look at that, it's the lawyers. The lawyers are the ones who win in this. It's always the lawyers, isn't it? The ones who win here are always the lawyers. They're always the ones who win here. Now, I've got the privilege now of sitting on the Education and Workforce Select Committee, Madam Speaker, and I'm very, very glad, sad to see that Camilla Belch is no longer on it, but we would have had some good cross the seats discussions. However, now coming to speak on this bill, I can see that through the process, as the Chair, Katie Niman, pointed out so ably, is very well discussed and traversed all through the Select Committee. And I thought it was very interesting that some of the concerns that were raised through the submissions haven't been fully addressed. I thought it was interesting to read that the Council of Trade Unions pointed out that it would be hard, that mens rea would be hard to establish for non-natural persons. So do we actually have a resolution for that? I'm not sure. Also, Business New Zealand noted that in the high threshold of beyond reasonable doubt through the criminal system is imposed compared to the balance of probabilities that lies in the Standards Employment Court. So, and then how does this then makes the proving of intention becomes quite is quite difficult. It's hard for the prosecutors to have a greater burden of proof to say that this was an intention. And when it comes to, we know that proving intentionality can be very, very difficult. They've still got to prove that that's the case. And then if they're able to do that, is this a pattern or is this a one-off thing, is going to be an interesting part of the question. Madam Speaker, if you'll allow me to indulge for one very quick moment, Madam Chair pointed out of the committee pointed out to me that she omitted to make a very important acknowledgement during her speech, and I've undertaken to fix that error for her. So she should have he's no longer here, but anyway, she needed to acknowledge her husband Jeremy and his birthday tomorrow. So happy birthday, Jeremy, for tomorrow. Thank you for your indulgence, Madam Speaker. So look, this, as I said, if we want. Only 3 more minutes, says Duncan. Yeah, thank you. Do you have any more contributions to make to my speech? Look, when we are looking at this bill, the intentions behind it and the good intentions behind it, we absolutely acknowledge. There will be unintended consequences that come from this. My colleague Carl Bates pointed out that employers are a very valuable part of this relationship. It is a trusting a relationship of trust should be in existence between employers and employees. This is a matter that's likely to affect very few people within employment relations because it is a very small number of people that are at that extreme bad end. So it will be, and the member opposite says that we don't know that, and it's already been pointed out that neither do they, because there is no good data on that, and maybe that is because there hasn't been the ability for people to bring this before the law. So it will be very interesting to see what happens. However, it will slow everything that happens that is added through this process will slow down the justice system. And if every matter if every problem that needed to have a really careful, nuanced approach to it was given a legislative, a new legislative agreement, a way of going through it, it really is just going to clog things up. It's not solving the problems, the underlying problem being a mismatch of of information, a mismatch of power that is abused. That's not going to be resolved by this change in the law, changing of avenues of recompense, and it's not going to solve the fact that, the fact that we have issues with access to justice because of cost in this country. That is a different matter, is a different problem. It is something that should be seriously considered, but taking this course of action to solve that problem that will result in other consequences may not be the effect that we wanted to achieve. So what we want to do is to eliminate migrant exploitation. We absolutely want to do that, but I do not commend the bill to the House for that reason.
Okay, so she brought up the NZCTU submission, and I actually have read their submission, and yeah, she is correct when she said that they point out that mens rea can be very hard to establish for non-natural persons, but in that same submission, especially if you look under sections 5.2 and sections 5.5 and section 5.6, it states that theft ordinarily requires the mental element of intention in order for the offence to be completed. However, difficulty arises when trying to attribute this mental element to corporate entities and other non-natural persons, as artificial persons do not have minds in the conventional sense. Inputting in mental elements to these entities can be challenging. Now we'll go on to the next section. This does not mean, however, that corporations should be excused from being guilty of serious crimes. Corporations can act and do so in ways that have a deliberate and profound impact on human lives. Moreover, if a corporation can claim legal personhood and claim the advantages of acting as a person, it should also be held accountable for any crimes it commits while acting in its corporate interests. So that's what they put in their submission. So she's not really representing them honestly. And let's look at it from a bigger standpoint, right? From a bigger picture. Bad businesses or bad bosses that don't pay their workers are not good for local economies. You don't want them around. People don't want to work for them. Any experience they gained on the job goes elsewhere, like places like Australia. They have less money they can spend in their local economy, so that's the workers. They can't afford to move into the community if they are living elsewhere. It's a lose-lose. And in a nutshell, this bill's going to act as a deterrent against being a dickhead if you're a boss. So don't be a dickhead. Just pay your workers.
Oh, yes. I do like the one we talked about earlier of, what do you call it? It was about the wage theft one of like going, not stealing from your not stealing from your employees as a compliance cost.
Yeah. Yeah, so I'm sorry. Were you hit over the head before you made that speech? Like, gas leak? I don't know. Why are you saying dumb things?
So that could be quite an interesting design to actually have. Not stealing from your employees as a compliance cost. And then maybe we should send that to Cal Bates Wanganoi's office.
Yeah, it's like, I'm sorry, but, you know, I've worked in the forestry sector. There are other people that are here watching tonight who are workers. Do they think we are stupid?
Yeah.
We read up on this shit. We're political tragics around here.
Okay, let's see what Ginny Anderson's got to say.
It means the Crimes Act to clarify that intentionally not paying an employee their wages is theft. The law as it stands does not address this. It's currently carried out in a civil jurisdiction. This bill corrects that and makes it a matter for law enforcement through the police. This bill supports Labor's continued effort to protect workers' rights and ensure they get a fair deal by strengthening the laws around labour law. I've heard the most sorrowful speeches I've ever done in this House tonight. I've heard theft from an employee being equivalent to a layer of bureaucracy. We've also heard that not stealing is too much compliance. We don't want to do that, and also that making a criminal offence doesn't deter people. Well, that's a new one from National. I thought it did, according to you. And so I'm quite astounded, Madam Chair, from what we've heard tonight, and I look forward to reviewing some of those speeches later on and having a good laugh. But it's not a laughing matter, because wage theft is a real and constant problem in New Zealand. This is a wider issue that for many New Zealanders, they still have few rights at work. Many workers never even see a written employment contract, even though there is a legal requirement for them to do so. I would like to acknowledge Ibrahim Omar and his work in bringing the bill so far. He has worked incredibly incredibly hard, and he has real experiences of this happening in New Zealand. I'd also like to acknowledge my colleague Camilla Bellich for continuing the good work and progressing this bill in order for it to pass into law. And I'd like to acknowledge all those union workers and activists who continue to fight for workers' rights in a time that has been incredibly difficult. I know that we've still got a lot of work to do in this space. For many New Zealand workers, the era of the Employment Contracts Act in 1991 has never gone from the workplace. There is still an inherent inequality of bargaining power that is very much alive. And so this bill makes an important step at rectifying this imbalance. Fair pay agreements also did this, but that's already been stripped away by this government. So what we need to do by having this bill in place is that it actually makes it better for those people experiencing wage theft. Tonight in the break I heard a story that was of wage theft, where someone who was working in New Zealand was due $3.50 extra an hour. And that had accrued over a period of months. It came to thousands of dollars. They pursued it through their union delegate. They wrote letters. They inquired as to how they would get that money paid back, and there was no engagement from the employer. What happened was the delegate forwarded the link to this bill to the employer and said, this will be made law in New Zealand and you will be breaking the law. Within a short period of time, the full amount of unpaid wages was paid. So in situations, funnily enough, with these predetermination, white-collar crime, actually having a crime is a good deterrent, because if it's clear what the penalty is, in some areas like this, it does deter employers from taking money from employees unnecessarily. I'll try and keep my call short, Madam Speaker, but I'd like to say that for those migrant workers in New Zealand, this adds to the protections in place. For those employees that have to fight for their rights, there is now something in place equivalent to Australia, equivalent to other jurisdictions. The penalties aren't as tough here, but I really hope they go towards building a body of law that protects workers to earn a fair wage, to have enough money in their pockets, to hold their head up, to put food on their table, and to be proud of being a Kiwi. And it's a damn shame that side opposite don't agree with that.
Dan Bidwell.
I agree with you, Ginny.
Yeah.
I don't want to be a shit version of Australia. I want to be preferably better than Australia so we can get more workers over here.
Exactly. Oh. Any other commentary?
Not on that one, no.
Okay.
You pretty much hit the nail on the head.
Dan Bidwell.
It's a pleasure to rise in the third reading of the Crimes Theft of Employment Amendment Bill. I wasn't going to take a call, but sitting here, I felt compelled to get up and share my views on what is, I think, an important debate. And I would like to start by acknowledging Ibrahim Omar, for your contribution, and Camilla Bellich, a Northcote local, for taking this member's bill on. But, Madam Speaker, where I start from is similar to where a lot of people on this side of the House start from, which is that we believe in individual employment relationships. It's no secret. It is an ideological debate that the left and the right have had for decades, and we will continue to have. But from my perspective, Madam Speaker, we believe in employment relationships that it should be employer and employee-led. Individual. The government shouldn't have a role to play. It should just set the parameters and let those relationships get on. And I'm of the view, having lived around the world, I've lived in different contexts. I've lived in France, which has a very heavy-handed approach to employment relationships. Look at where they're at the moment. I've also lived in America, which has a complete opposite approach to, and look at where they're at the moment. So actually, there is no right or wrong way. It's what fits for New Zealand's context. And I think, Madam Speaker, where we've got to is, where we're getting to is getting back to that individual employment relationship. So I think that this bill is heavy-handed. There are already a lot of ways in which employees can go about exercising their rights under the Employment Relations Act, the Minimum Wage Act, and the Holidays Act. But, zooming out, there are a lot of laws in this country that aren't policed. And, you look at the litter laws in New Zealand. We don't have, I've got police in my own family. I don't want police going around making sure that people are fined for, littering, because there are laws in place for that. There are bylaws in place as well, Madam Speaker. But we've got more serious crimes that we want the police to focus on. In Northcote, in the members' own electorate, there have been some serious crimes committed. Robbery, armed robbery, stabbings, murders. Those in this great electorate of Northcote, come over and see Willie. They don't take crime seriously. But, Madam Speaker, I want to commend the hard-working police of the Waitangi district who have gone out to bat for those types of crime, who have found the offenders and who are bringing them to justice. That's the crime that we want to focus on, because that's the crime that's actually going to make our community safer on this side of the House. So, look, Madam Speaker, I've heard some good debates in this House today about, from both sides, around why this bill should or should not go forward. But again, Madam Speaker, I want to bring it back to today, the core crux of this, which is we don't think that this is needed. We don't think this is needed. We think that there's unintended consequences. We want the police focus on improving the community safety of our community. And we want an employment relationship that works at the individual level. We don't want we want government out of our lives. Northcote voters, except that person over there, wants government out of our lives. They're Camilla. And she lives in the most wealthy...
2 names, first name, last name.
Camilla Bellich. You know, people in her neighbourhood. I've door-knocked every door in her street. And I know the sentiment of her community, Madam Speaker, that they would not approve of such a bill because they believe in employment relationship at the individual level. They believe in the current architecture and that it's sufficient, and they want our police focused on what matters to them. So, Madam Speaker, I do not commend this bill to the House tonight.
I'm just going to put a PSA out there as a libertarian. Stealing from your workers is not based in cool. It's not freedom pill. Don't steal from your damn workers, okay? And yes, government should have a role to play in preventing that from happening.
Now, just want to sit there and say this. Dan is my ex's, Alex's local MP. But I can say one thing. His mother, Christine, I think it's Christine's her name, or is it Christina? No, it is Christine. It is Christine. At least she's on the Māori roll, and her MP is Marera Meno Te Kapakingi.
Oh, well, there you go. Yeah.
But you know, Alex, I know we've long broken up. I mean, this was like we broke up in 2016. I feel so sorry who your local MP is.
Yeah.
Because I still think he's living with his parents. I mean, you know, come on. I'm just going to
say this. Unleash the Duncan again. Give him a second speech because I can hear him chomping at the bit to have another speech.
I know. Now, let's get to Phil Twyford.
The National Party caucus meeting when they discussed this bill. And Katie Nimmin puts her hand up and says, we've got this bill, Camilla Bellich's got this members bill, and it will make it a criminal offence if people intentionally steal money from other people. And I'm trying to imagine what the discussion was in the National Party caucus that led them to think it was a good idea to oppose this at the third reading. I actually think tonight's debate could be really, really useful for teaching young people civics. Because, you know, as an MP, from time to time, some young person will say to you, what does the National Party stand for? What, you know, the blue team, what happens if you tick the blue colour? Well, tonight is actually a really revealing demonstration of what the National Party stands for. The self-styled party of law and order is voting against a bill that will criminalise the intentional theft of money by employers from their employees. That's what's going on in the chamber tonight. And we've seen just unbelievable things that we've heard from that side of the House. Not from the New Zealand First colleagues, I would say, but Katie Nimmin thought that this offence would clog up the courts. It was a layer of bureaucracy and red tape. Carl Bates, God bless him, worried that this would be bad for the mental health of business owners because the HR consultant would come running in and saying, you could go to jail if you steal money. It's just absolutely unbelievable. And what it does illustrate, and what it will teach generations of civics students, is that the core value of the National Party is to protect the economic interests of employers at the expense of everybody else who works for a living. That is the core value of the National Party. And it shouldn't really surprise us that they want to defend the interests of employers in the face of logic, of morals, of principle and reason, that they will reflexively support the right of employers to steal money and not be held accountable for it, because they oppose every single increase to the minimum wage. Every single one, for as many years as I can remember. They trashed fair pay agreements as one of the first things they did when they were elected because they didn't want low-paid workers to earn a decent living. They restored unfair trial periods, and they're also in the House at the moment bringing in a bill that will allow employers to deduct money from a worker's wages if they so much as wear a badge or a T-shirt during industrial action. That's the kind of party that the National Party is. That is their core values. And tonight's debate reveals this incredible double standard, that they will stand up for employers, defend their economic interests, do everything they can to drive down the cost of labour at the expense of working New Zealanders, but they will not support a bill that criminalises the intentional theft of money. Absolutely unbelievable. And I want to thank and give credit to Ibrahim Omier and Camilla Bellich for bringing this bill to the House and showing generations of civic students what kind of party the National Party is.
Grant McCullum.
I would like to make a suggestion to the Labour Party. If you're going to show this to young people in class, can you have like an hour-long laugh track, courtesy of the Labour Party MPs? Just have the laugh track throughout the entire debate. It would be great. It's like, this is a prime example, kids, of how not to be a dumbass in Parliament.
Oh, yeah, no, it's just basically, it's just like, what the hell?
Yeah, it's just bad. I haven't heard any good arguments out of National Act so far on this issue. It's just bad.
I love this. I'm glad Greg O'Connor's my local MP from Jeremy Naylor. Go, Jeremy, he used to be mine when I lived in Kandala. Yeah, it's quite funny of like who's been my local MP. But yeah, it's quite funny how Greg O'Connor was my local MP for 3 years. Okay, let's kick off with Dodgy Grant.
Oh,
Madam Speaker, well, I feel like I'm the last speaker on this bill, and you know, sometimes you're that person, you're the last speaker to function before everyone goes to have a beer. Well, that's kind of where we're at the moment. But I'd like to start with this. The previous speaker, the Honourable Phil Twyford, he was, focused on what it would be like in the National Caucus. Well, I've got a question. I wonder what it was like in the Labour Caucus when they were in power. Let's go back, and this concept of putting a bill forward, which actually says this bill came up for discussion. Did they think it was so important then that they would actually put it on their own order paper and pass it? Oh, hold on. What happened? Nothing. Crickets. No noise. So I just wonder, I find it a little bit hypocritical that suddenly they're all in behind this bill when they had the opportunity in 6 long years of destroying the New Zealand economy. They didn't have enough time and priority to actually put this on the order paper. And that was what was missing. So I take these crocodile tears with a rather large grain of salt. You know, I'll just put that right out there right now. But then, yeah, good salt, very good salt from the Bay of the Blenheim. Great, they make great salt there. Very good to hear from you. Welcome to the House. Great to have you here. Look, now God, I'm getting a lot of commentary here. Everyone's very excited about this bill. But now, look, I think, I think it's important, actually. I would like to acknowledge that getting a member's bill drawn is quite an achievement. I think we have to acknowledge that. And I would like to acknowledge the original mover of the bill, Ibrahim Omer. Congratulations. And also then to Camilla Bellich, who has followed this bill through to this point, where you've obviously managed to convince one of our coalition partners to support the bill. And well done to you. But I'd also like to just acknowledge the other members of the great select committee that we all sat on. It's all been blown up recently because we've got new members coming and going. I've lost count of who. I'm not quite sure who's on it anymore, actually. So I'd just like to acknowledge our great chair, Katie Nimmin, who's did a great job, and her husband wasn't here at the House earlier tonight, Jeremy. Good to have him here. I'll acknowledge the deputy chair, Carl Bates, who did a great job. Also Mike Butterick, who was part of that committee for a while. Great to have you here. And then there's Parmjeet Parmar. But then we go to the other side of the House. We're going, look, thank you for the advice. I really appreciate it. Thank you. And then there's all the other members from the other side of the House. The Honourable Phil Twyford, Camilla herself, Dan Tonetti, and Ricardo, who was here earlier. Ricardo Mendes March. So fantastic. Look, I think it's important. The thing that concerns me most is that being an employer, when you are an employer, you're taking a big risk. You're the person or a group of people that actually starts a business, takes a risk, and creates the opportunity for people to work, for employees to work for you. And good employers do a great job, and so do good employees. And I have to acknowledge that up front. We all want to make sure that people absolutely get paid for the work they do. But when that doesn't happen, for whatever reason, then there is already a process that takes care of that. There's a civil process that can actually take care of that, right? Through the Employment Relations Act currently, and the Minimum Wage Act, and the Wages Protection Act. They all provide that opportunity, right? But then but think about it as an employer, when you're doing your best, and suddenly out of nowhere, something happens, and next minute you get a knock on the door, and the police are turning up, and you are being questioned about whether you've done your payroll properly or not. And that is a big stress and worry as an employer. But running a business is not an easy thing. It's not an easy thing. And I think it's really important people remember that and acknowledge that. Right, I think it's very, very important to keep that in mind. And I'm thinking, and as someone, when you think about the employers who get out there and create businesses and do things and create economic wealth in our country and take those risks, I'm thinking about all those great employers who, in the not too distant future, are going to come up to the great area of Northland, and they're going to build a big highway called the Northern Expressway. They're going to build this expressway, and there are going to be lots of different employers and subcontractors who employ people. And the stress, and that this is really important. We need to actually open up the economy of Northland, and so that these are the people that are going to drive the bulldozer. They're going to be the employers who own the bulldozers and the graders that do the work. And they've got this, and this is a tough enough job as it is, without actually having to worry about have a police knock on the door and call out for a criminal offence. I think that is really, really concerning. These are the people that are going to build the roads. These are the people that are going to drill the tunnels that are going to take us through the Dome Valley, all the way up to the Great Electorate of Northland. And so I just think it's really important we remember all that. I'm getting great advice. The thing is here, I think it's really important. The irony of the Honourable Phil Twyford making a lot of noise at the moment is that he was the one that cancelled our road that the employers could not work on. I haven't forgotten that, the Honourable Phil Twyford. The employers never had the chance, so therefore you took that away from us. And you took that away from all the businesses in the north, right? You missed that opportunity, you see. So I really think, absolutely. So the roads of national significance are back. The employers of national significance are back, which is great news, right? Great news. But I would like to acknowledge, actually, this bill was improved a bit with New Zealand First's contribution. At least really put a focus in on the word intent. That is the one good thing that did come out of this whole process, and I have to acknowledge that from there. But the thing is, there's been lots of bills and so forth passed, rules created with good intent. And I'm thinking, but the stress that they come, and then the lawyers get involved, and the legal system gets involved, and suddenly you look at, for example, people who are good farmers, for example, suddenly find themselves at the mercy of law, which for example, around farming practices, and it comes back to haunt them. Well, this could be the same here. The extra stress that puts on a business owner is something else. So anyway, and I think that probably just about covers it all off, because actually we're about to get to the point where I will have to sit down, and then we've only got a couple of minutes to go, and I'm sure they're all disappointed on the other side of the house. All very disappointed. Even the audience and the really are disappointed. Oh, there's the bell. Got 2 minutes to go. But look, in all seriousness, congratulations, Camilla Bellich. I mean, the opportunity to actually get a bill through the House is a really good. No, I'm not going to cross the floor. That's not a very good suggestion. But thank you. But look, I really commend you for bringing this to the House. We National has made its case as to why it does not support this bill, and we do not commend the bill to the House. Thank you.
Oh wow. Okay. Yeah.
What lines could become T-shirt designs that we could send to Northland?
I'm going to have to go over the transcript because there was a lot of stuff in there. But I shout out to everyone that works on Grants Farms. I hope you're getting paid. And National does such a great job that New Zealand First went woke and decided to support the bill. So I got a couple of comments to say. When you are an employee, you're also taking a big risk, especially if you're a migrant worker or a low-income Kiwi worker that relies on getting paid. So you can cover the cost of rent or the cost of fuel, so you can get to work and not have your money cut, right? But I just want people to notice how Grant went straight to defending employers, the bad ones that deliberately withhold the wages, rather than defending the employees that are getting shafted.
Yeah. It's like defend the bad guy. Yeah. I mean, put it this way: would he defend a rapist in the way he defends bad employers?
I don't know, but why didn't he say, "Oh, this bill could hurt workers"? Okay, now you've got an interesting argument. Show that. But no, all of the National Party's arguments so far has gone towards defending bad employers who treat their workers like shit.
Yeah, exactly. And like, here's the stupid thing that comes around about this is like, there is no way of like this race to be the best, worst boss in the world. Yeah. Like, why would you sit there and want to do it? Do you want to sit there and end up on Ben Askin's, bad employer rants?
Like, I don't know if there's anyone who's a supporter of the National Party that's watching this, but can you please, I don't know, go into Parliament and fix the gas leak that is in their offices, because this is really bad shit from them, right?
I wonder how the voters of the Northland electorate feel about this.
I don't know. It's like, hey, National Party, they support bad employers. I'm like, okay, we need an intervention. We got to go in there. We got to run into the offices and find the gas leak, because this is crazy talk.
Yeah. Okay. Since we're first dealing with dodgy Grant, let's hear the vote.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. Those of that opinion will say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The ayes have it.
Party vote.
A party vote is being called for. Clerk, please conduct a party vote.
Wow. New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te kaimāori poti whakae.
Act New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 votes in favour.
Te Pāti Māori.
New Zealand First.
The ayes are 63, the noes are 60. The question is agreed.
Crimes, Theft by Employer Amendment Bill, third reading.
I call on members' order of the day number 2.
Okay.
I love it how the camera's just framed. So when that, I don't know what her role is, but when that lady assistant steps up, it's like, whoa!
Oh, the clerk.
Yeah.
No,
Like,
that angle is always used for the clerk because the other camera is lined on the speaker.
Ah, okay.
Yeah, it's an interesting one, but but the clerk has to stand up and say those words. It's like a formality thing. Yeah.
Okay. Yes, I am happy for Ibrahim Omar that this bill got passed. This was a baller move. This was a very badass bill, not a bad bill, a badass bill. Very good bill, according to the kids. That's what the kids say. They say badass when they think something's really cool and fire and dope. You're cooking, bro. So yes, very good bill. Congratulations.
And for those who are wondering, it got granted royal assent that Thursday.
Yep.
So literally 24 hours after it passed third reading, it went off to the Governor-General to get royal assent.
Yes.
I don't know if there is a photo of it actually happening or not. I don't know if that's typically tends to also be what happens when bills are signed. I do know that we've had some treaty bills that have had photo ops. I mean, the biggest one would have been, it was a particular treaty settlement bill from Tainui that actually had Queen Elizabeth II's, the only bill in New Zealand that has a sovereign's actual signature on it, not a Governor-General's, was a treaty settlement bill. As a compromise to an official apology from the Crown, the Buckingham Palace advised against it, and the compromise deal was the Queen would personally sign it in that place on the advice of her ministers. And that's what happened. So we have one bill in New Zealand that has the Queen's personal signature on it, not the Governor-General of the day.
But yeah, I just want to say, this is like something out of a Hollywood movie, what's happened here, right?
Yeah.
It's like a feel-good Hollywood movie. You had the worker that came over, right, who was exploited by his boss, got so fed up and mad that he decided to join the Labour Party, became an MP, and then wrote a bill, and then the bill got passed with the help of Camilla Bellich. And that, that is awesome.
Well, I mean, put it this way, and I'm not even sure if Ibrahim had much of a choice on which country he landed in as part of the refugee settlement process. I'm not sure how much of a choice he had in it.
Yeah, and this is why I take my hat off to him. Because, again, he didn't have to do any of this, but because he went through so much shit, he decided to do this. And not only that, he's also benefited the lives of many Kiwis in the process.
Yeah.
That's a baller move right there.
Yeah.
Gangster.
And just for those who are wondering, I have met a couple of refugees, and I can tell you right now, they are thankful to come to New Zealand, but New Zealand necessarily wasn't their first choice. It was the choice. It is one of the countries that took them. I heard one who was expecting to go to the United States. And next minute he finds he's on he said, "We found you a placement in a town called Wellington, New Zealand."
Yep.
And he was just like, "Okay, what the hell?" And and that's how he ended up in New Zealand. Was literally on that bar. But yeah, I mean, it is you find out all sorts of interesting stories of how refugees have gone through their lives and all that. Yeah. I mean, Ibrahim's home country is still a war-torn mess.
It is. Yeah, being next door to Ethiopia, they're fighting over stuff, and across the channel from Yemen. That what a hell of a background to come from. No disrespect to his place of origin, but yes, it's massive. The leaps that he made in such a short period of time to make life better for everyone. I mean, how much more badass can you get than that?
Exactly. So true. Yeah.
I hope to really see him back in Parliament one day because
I do believe he will end up in the next Parliament. I do believe that either as a highly ranked list MP or potentially winning a seat.
Yep.
The only thing is he did stand in Wellington Central last general election, and we know that seat went to Tamatha Paul.
It did, but I'd love to see him back. You know, it's a win for Kiwis whether we get Tamatha Paul or Ibrahim Omar back in the House, or both. Why not? Why not have?
Yeah, exactly. You know, I would love to see both of them in the House in one way or another. Yes, I know I'm saying what I've just said.
Yeah. We
all know where I stand on Tam, but the reality of that is I'd rather see Tam in there than say Grant McCullen.
Yeah, any day of the week. It's like, yep.
Yeah, because Grant McCullen ain't Tamatha Paul.
No.
I can tell you that right. Tamatha Paul has a little bit better standards than Grant McCullen.
I'd say she has significant better standards, but yes.
Yeah. Okay. The bills that will be coming up for submission for next week. In the next while. The multi-purposes bill. Submissions closed Thursday, the 27th of March. The anti-money laundering and counter financing of terrorism amendment bill closes the 28th of March. The regulatory systems occupation regulations amendment bill closes on April Fool's Day of all days. The Consumers Right of Repair Amendment Bill, that's Martin Davidson's members bill, closes Thursday, the 3rd of April. The Regulatory Systems Courts Amendment Bill closes 3rd of April. And the Auckland Council Future Funds Bill closes the 8th of April.
Mm-hmm.
So that is something. And then, now, here's something that is a bit new. We're in the very early starting stages, but we have signed up as you can call it a subby, to Print Mighty, who will do merchandise for us.
Yep.
So if we sit down there and go, now I'll shift it to this window so I can sit there and do that.
And if you want to get some sick designs from me that I'm currently working on, buy our
This
shit.
is where they will ultimately end up. So the logo T-shirt, that was just me trying to put a key in there. I can't. My only option is delete it. But we've got these, so I'll just post the link into the stream right now. So that's just been gone through. So if we look at this one here, so this is just our normal generic cover page image and Facebook profile picture, but you can get that. So that is the front of the shirt. That is the back of the shirt.
Mm-hmm.
So that is something that we've got in there. And also if we do the hoodie, so this is a zip hoodie here, the front of the hoodie, the back of the hoodie. Now, just got to admit, these are designs that, this is me. This is me doing that. That's not, that was not done through through a official, basically it was just me playing around with it. I'll leave Laura to do the more.
Yeah, don't worry guys, we're going to get some more fun stuff available, and I'm going to be drawing up a storm. I'm currently working on some stuff right now.
Yeah, but we're thinking we might put Carl Bates' line of not stealing from your employees as a compliance cost.
Yeah, and for those that aren't familiar with my work, if you're part of the BHN community and you're on the Discord, I do on a regular basis post my illustrations. Again, you might have seen the David Seymour emoji. That was me. The Forbidden Nintendo DS. So so please stick around. I am working on some more fun stuff. Keep an eye on the shop, because if you want to buy stuff that's designed by me and Sam, you're in for a treat.
Oh yes. I think we'll have quite a good run on doing things there. So thanks for watching this marathon show. It is the last of the Treaty Principle Bills marathon shows. We've decided to pull the plug on it. We've had enough time. Treaty Principle Bills are getting boring.
Yeah, I think we've. It's like, stop. He's already dead.
Yeah, we're killing that goose tonight.
Yeah.
But the marathon concept has not gone. Laura and I are both working for different people. So next week we are going to do the gene technology bill
Fun one.
as marathon. We're both working on getting panelists on there. I've had a great friend, Lisa and anyone who sits there knows that as Lisa was a social credit candidate standing in the seat of New London in 2020.
Okay.
Oh, yeah. And the founder of Lisa's Spreads.
Alrighty. It's going to be a fun show.
Yes. That is who is coming up. So that is one of my contacts to help with that particular, trying to find panelists on it. And boy, she knows people. She knows people. So I'm looking forward to having Lisa back on our airwaves again. So that's something in there. And hey, I'll be honest with you, I didn't know that she was the founder of Lisa Dips until someone sat down there with cold calling the Lisa's place. Can I speak to Lisa? And I told her she should have run the radio station and sit there and like the phone. Hi, it's Lisa from Lisa's Dips. You were trying to ring me? Like do that.
Okay. I was just double checking to make sure I've got the right brand. I love Lisa's Dips. I'm looking forward to speaking to the hummus queen herself. Yes. Yeah. I'm thinking of the right one. Yes. I love Lisa's Dips. I hope I love Lisa just as much.
Oh, you'll love her. I mean, put it this way. Thank you, Penny Bright, for introducing me to Lisa and having Lisa to pass on the baton once you died. Because I have to be honest, it's a brilliant working relationship you've done there, Penny. Yeah. So, yes, that's, So, yes, the marathons aren't going just treating Principle of Bills run its course.
Yeah. We're still doing marathons, guys. We're still running.
Yeah.
We're running up that hill. If you know the reference, you know the reference.
Yep. Okay, well, let's get ready and see you guys all next week for another marathon episode.
Yep.
Thanks for watching. Good night.
Thank you for watching the Order Paper, your express ticket to the New Zealand House of Representatives. Every episode, we unravel the complex world of legislation, debate, and democracy. From bills to select committees, we've got it all covered. From our team of political commentators who will dissect and explain what's happened so you can remain up to date on what's happened in the Aotearoa, New Zealand Parliament. To support our channel, you can become a Patreon member at patreon.com/It's in the Ballot. The Order Paper podcast is brought to you by It's in the Ballot Productions.